Look, I've been catfished, okay? I have been catfished. Can you believe this? This is what I thought he looked like. We've all been catfished. We've all been catfished. It's unbelievable, really. Yeah, unreal, really, unreal. This whole time I thought he had long hair. Hello?
Hello.
How are you?
I I'm good. I'm gonna just take a moment to start up my own stream.
No
Uh
problem. Take your time.
yeah. So you've seen the Technicals video?
I have, but I figure we can like watch it again.
Yeah, I just watched it. I don't mind watching it again cuz honestly like I think the skits in it are really funny even though I don't agree with the arguments.
Yeah,
Obviously, I think the
yeah,
skits are really fun. Like it's a fun video to watch. I don't think
yeah.
it's a bad video in terms of entertainment value.
Did you want to
Um
watch the? Well, what I was gonna do with chat is we were gonna watch like the zero video first, just to kind of like kick it
mhm.
off because that's where it
I
all kind of
guess.
kicked
There's,
off.
like, so much content, though, because there's, like, the Zero video, then there's, like, John Swan's video, and then you would watch Technical's video. Like, to get the full picture, it'd probably be the easiest way would be Technical's Zero video, John Swan's video, and then the new video, which is, like, a lot of content, but,
I'm down to
I
do it
guess
if you
I
want.
guess we stream for a while, yeah, sure. Uh, People will probably want me to give my opinion anyways on Twitter, and I guess it's best for me to, like, get acquainted with everything, again. Because when I
Okay.
look at this shit, all like the fucking arguments just like go over my head, and I'm just like, the skits are funny. I don't really care about anything. I'm like, it gets like way too technical. No pun intended, I guess, but yeah. Um, all right. I guess I'll just. Oh yeah, I gotta turn off the viewer rewards. I'm not getting high right now. I have the viewer reward where like people get me to like hit the pen, but I'm not doing that right now.
I don't know if Aki would join. Um,
Maybe he would. I don't know. I think maybe he's planning a more like whatever response.
yeah.
More planned response. Right. All right, I'm live.
Okay. Cool.
Bublack staying centrist on this. I mean, both these people are my friends, so it's like it's a little difficult overall with the argument. I agree with like Nick and Augie's side,
Hmm.
but I can see everyone's point of view. I don't know.
Hmm.
It's
I think
weird.
I can. Yeah, as well.
I just want commentary world peace. That's it, dude. Pretty
Uh,
much it.
your username on Twitch is just the same thing, Bo Blacks, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
I don't have like alt usernames on any platform. It's just Boblax and everything. Boblax was in on covering up that Nick is fat, dude. With with that video, based on how I speak, you know I love the Nick and Tipster fat jokes. You know that was my favorite part of the video. Holy
I'm just
shit,
saying,
bro.
I can't believe I got fucking catfished. I got fucking catfished. We all got
How?
catfished. Yeah. Because the picture that I knew, okay, what I knew, let me pull it up here. Well, I posted it on Twitter. I mean, you guys know. Uh, unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's the level. The level of disrespect, really.
Yeah.
We all got catfished. I'm sorry to break it to you, Bo Blacks.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Hello, chat. I'm here with Stardust. We're gonna talk about the Technicals drama. The juicy, juicy Technicals drama. Gotta love it. Gotta fucking love it.
Edwin, feel free to join if you want.
Yeah, Edwin's a lot more nuclear on this, so I think he'd be a good addition.
I think he would be, yeah. Edwin! Edwin!
Come in here!
Edwin!
Not gonna lie, the tech video is funny as fuck. I think it's funny too. The arguments, I think I agree with the other side more, but the video itself was really fun. I like the skits and stuff like that.
Started
was
to make
enjoyable
an
to watch.
emote of Nick's face on an actual catfish. That's a pretty good idea. That's a pretty good idea.
What do you think of the new Pokemon game, Boblax? I like it, but it takes like a long time. There's a lot of tutorials, and I don't like that, and a lot of dialogue. But the mechanics are pretty fun.
Brown, savage, disgusting animal.
Thank you for the resubscribe.
No, but can it be Oreos?
Come in, but we'll have to settle for AirPods audio. Okay. That's fine.
Is the tech video good? I haven't seen it.
Hi, Jess.
It's funny. It's well made.
Also, I don't know if you're aware, Boblax, but the truce has been broken between the Anna camp and the everybody else camp. So that's fun.
Oh yeah, I briefly saw with one tweet that like Dylan Burns said there was a truce, and then it's broken again.
I knew it wasn't gonna last long. So
Yeah.
I probably didn't help too much with my stream last night, but I think we were pretty generous actually in the stream.
Yeah, this thing's gonna go on forever. It's been going on for years. It's literally gonna go on forever. Right now, it's just popcorn material for the rest of the community at this point. There's nothing anybody can do. It's just gonna stay the same.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think, yeah.
She's very ill. I don't know where her parents are. I don't know where her family is. So yeah, it's very, very sad.
Yeah, I don't think she's a bad person though, but that's just my
I might disagree with you on that one.
Yeah, bad person's a broad definition though, and everyone has different definitions of what makes someone a definitively bad versus a good person. You know, so
I think she's manipulative, and I think she's ill, and I think that can contribute to it. I don't know that she's the most mature individual though. So, hi, Edwin.
After a whole birthday of Technicals, I'm so happy to see you, Boblax. I don't care if we're talking about tech, just happy to see. Thank you, Ashers. Thank you, bro. Your facial hair looks so bad, dude. It's gotta look bad for it to look good, dude. Eventually, hopefully, one day.
Yeah.
I don't like myself clean shaven.
She's on live now saying she just realized she's a public person. And she's so angry. Wait. What do you mean by that? What do you mean she realized she's a public person? Oh my god. I'm angry is the title.
Hey, what's up?
What's up, Edwin? What's up? 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 What's up?
Oh, it's not over. What's up? Wow, nice welcome.
I don't care about anything.
How's the audio?
Sorry, I just took my ADHD meds, so I'm like gonna be hyped for like an hour, and then I'm gonna be like dead inside.
Accept it.
Usually,
Oh, you got
how it works.
instant?
There's just gonna be people who just don't believe.
Yeah.
I take extended release.
I need to take extended release. I'm gonna ask my doctor about it soon. I literally found out it existed right after I got my last prescription, so I need to do
So
that.
Anna lasted what, a full 24 hours? Maybe
She
36?
lasted longer, like 36.
No.
Oh
they don't
shit,
know.
day and a
I
half.
hate
Very
when people
nice.
say that
Proud of her.
because like they don't know the whole story. People think they know, but they don't.
I only caught a bit of that stream, and it was so weird.
That's too much, man. I'm
She
sure I
kept
didn't.
conceding to everything. I was like, what?
I'm sure I didn't help yesterday because like I had Waffles on and I had Demorpheus on and they were talking about their experience with her, but I felt like they needed that, you know. So,
Yeah.
and I think we were pretty generous to Anna regardless. So, yeah. Anyways, yeah, we're gonna go. We're gonna watch the Technicals video on Zero. Then I guess the John Swan video you said, Boplex.
Yeah, and then we'd watch the final
my
tech video.
God,
That's like how you would go through everything, but it's also long. We gotta watch at
Yeah,
1.5
really long.
times speed.
Sure,
Really long.
that's okay. This is content. Okay, it's content.
All right,
This
time
is
to
like
get
an-
reacquainted with the whole drama from
The whole
beginning to
cinematic
end. Dude.
universe.
Yeah,
The fucking
dude.
technical cinematic universe.
Dude. Okay. All right. Well, I'm streaming my window here to you guys. I will pull it up on stream as well.
Everybody should sit
Okey-dokey.
tight, grab yourself some food, snack, because I know I am. This is going to be
Yeah.
a long ride.
A game or something.
Yeah, we're gonna be live for a while.
Jeez, I haven't seen the new one, so I don't even know if I'll stick around and be around until that one, but whatever. I'm about to have dinner. I'll stick around for now.
Okay. Playback speed. Oh, we'll try 1.5. If it's too slow, we'll do 1.75.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, too slow! Okay, all right, let's go.
Okay. All right. I might want to pull up a game while I'm doing this too. I don't know. We'll see. Let's start this way.
I've seen a lot of people who don't even know what's going on with Zero.
I had an initial paragraph about the stuff against Zero, then I rewrote it entirely when new information came out, and now I've deleted that entirely when even more information came out, and I am replacing it with, I have no idea what the fuck's going on.
In absolutely devastating and shocking news, Zero has come out with a brand new statement confirming everything is true.
Many members of the Smash community have been accused of harassment and assault, most notably Gonzalo Zero Barrios, known as one of the most successful Smash players of all time.
Sadly, Zero attempted suicide today. Jisoo has continued to post her own additional allegations against Zero as well, and seemingly will not let this go to rest until I'm not sure what is done here.
I do think that there is some kind of need to do very thorough research before you name specific people and
So
specific
fucking
events,
epic,
especially if you're
dude.
there where both sides of the story have not been brought up yet.
Worst case
Yeah.
scenario is what happens here. This is literally the worst case scenario is when somebody tries to kill themselves.
But obviously, the message here is that he was slandered? Question mark?
Today officially marks the beginning and end of an era in Smash history. In the past
Just
year,
tell
we've seen
me
a growth
if
in
you
distrust
want
of
me to
leadership.
pause
entire
it. If you guys want me to pause at any time, just let me know, okay?
Okay.
Great.
cases turned upside down, and a once silent majority no longer afraid to question the status quo. I mean, why shouldn't they? The loudest ones are the reason both you and I are here in the first place. But as I said before, that ends today. Because today I'll show you how two of the biggest cases in Smash history have never been solved. Until now. Gonzalo Raul Zero Barrios Castro, most famous for his 56 consecutive tournament win streak back in his prime, received attention from mainstream news publications for something a lot less awe-inspiring. It appears that much like D1, he incurred the wrath of his detractors by making an initial statement on those that were accused prior to himself. Jisoo's tweet would reignite old stories, and even spark new ones as they tried to add their voices to the conversation. As we all know, this resulted in her creating a 64-page, 58-page document that was used as a primary reference in both conversation and media coverage. However, even after all of our digging, we've only been over half of what's been said about Zero. If you're new here, don't worry, because I'm about to recap everything we already know about the Zero case. From 2009 to 2010, Craigslist was caught in a legal battle over their adult services category, which functioned as a message board for sex workers and online dating. Because of this and raising concerns over sex trafficking, Craigslist began pre-screening ads posted in the adult category to prohibit the publication of graphic images. With that being said, it seems unreasonable to assume that Jisoo's claim of having been shown multiple ads in 2014, which shouldn't have existed in the first place, would be true beyond a reasonable doubt. Coupled with the fact that she acquired zero testimony in a house filled with 20+ people who would have likely seen this happening, considering it was shown on a big screen television in a shared room of 5. Coincidentally, everyone that I reached out to for comment, like Orion and some of her past roommates, deny any knowledge of this taking place during their stay. Also, for accuracy's sake, she wasn't 15. She was 16 ever since she arrived at Sky's house, which would have made Zero 19 at the time.
Alright, hey, I should pause that one. Well,
Okay.
so right there, he's trying to disprove that this girl basically said that Zero was showing like adult ads from Craigslist on the big TV. And he says, well, first of all, she was actually a year older. And second of all, nobody says that happened. And third of all, it couldn't have happened because the services weren't even around anymore on Craigslist, which that's not true. They definitely were. But anyways, I think that was really weird and like such a random nitpick. But I don't like his cocky attitude. That was my first problem with his video.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, like,
Yeah,
yeah,
after
from
Jisoo posted her
personal knowledge,
allegation,
I do
Leffen-
remember the adult service. Wait, no, never mind.
No, sorry. What were you saying? Continue. What were you saying?
Oh no, I remember like the it was like a personal section on Craigslist. So like, Like it wasn't. I don't know if they used to have like literal like prostitution ads or something, but they did have like like basically have a romantic find a date kind of thing, like Tinder before Tinder on Craigslist, but it was very much used for people that were literally prostituting.
Yeah, I think I remember that. It was like the adult section basically, or something.
Yeah, 18 plus for sure. Yeah. Anyway, you can keep going now.
Purely out of the goodness of his own heart, posted an entirely fabricated story to make Jisoo's look more credible. But it's okay because he did it as his friend. In this story, he accuses Zero of looking at hentai with Japanese players he had just met at Apex when he was a minor, when in actuality, they were looking at fully clothed waifus. I'm not going to reveal the identity of the Japanese player who corroborated Zero's story simply because he wishes to remain anonymous. But if Leffen would like to have even one person involved back him up, he's more than welcome to do so. But he's not going to because no one agrees with him. Well, maybe except for Lima, who wasn't even there.
The fact that Leffen confirmed you look at hentai with people you barely know completely contradicts what you said about this being out of character for you to do.
Imagine typing this out with 100% sincerity. Aha! Checkmated, Zero! You do look at anime pussy in public! See? Look, everyone! Leffen proved it!
Zero manipulated and blinded his audience very well into attacking this victim, who finally mustered the courage to share her story against the biggest name in Smash.
Zero stabbed and wounded this infant, who finally found the courage to speak out after being shown a full-length director's cut of Boku no Pico. Stunning, and quite frankly, brave. God forbid a woman be uncomfortable. I'm sure we can all agree that harassing someone is bad, but making a 500+ word essay on an unsubstantiated claim that you have nothing to do with, I would argue, would make anyone uncomfortable, because you clearly have way too much time on your hands. I guess you could use the attention since you're not getting it from ESPN. Leffen still felt like he hadn't proved his friendship to Zero, so he shared yet another false story that accidentally damaged his reputation. Damn, Leffen really can't catch a break, huh? The goal of the Twitlonger was to show that Zero frequently exchanged hentai with his audience, which much like the Apex story, would make Jisoo seem far more believable. The context to these screenshots is that Zero would have constant disputes in his Discord over who could join his Mafia lobbies, so he half-jokingly decided whoever sent him the best hentai would get a spot. One of the only times that Zero has sent hentai to his audience directly is when he made an animation for his stream that triggered after a large donation, which had a hidden NSFW ending. But viewers demanded to see the full version, so Zero decided if they tier 3 subbed and confirmed they were 18 or older, he would send them the full animation. However, one of Zero's mods who did receive it after asking him went on Twitter and framed it as if Zero was wholly irresponsible with ages. Even though his trusted moderator, the one person whose age he didn't check, was a legal adult anyways. They have since publicly apologized for their tweets and confirmed that Zero did in fact check for ages. Don't ask why Leffen was trying this hard to prove Jisoo right. You're going to break the simulation. Fuck you, Technnicals. You are roach of cock. You are scum of Smash. And you make alert dramas like Camstar. Go cry about it on Reddit again, pussy. In a 1 in a trillion odds, Jisoo managed to not only forget the very first line of her document, but also was unable to fit a 5-minute Google search of their ages into her already busy schedule. This resulted in hordes of followers demanding Vanessa's birth certificate after she accused her of being 15 while dating Zero. And when she spoke on this experience, she even goes as far as to say that it gave her post-traumatic stress disorder. But wait, there's more! In the same breath, Jisoo also insinuated that Zero beats women, citing rumors as her source. The magnitude of this fuck-up is actually so impressive, I think we should just let it slide. I mean, she clearly can't help it at this point, and as an educator, I take punching down on learning disabilities very seriously. Recap over!
Hell yeah.
Congratulations, you're officially caught up. Now it's time to introduce the final 3 stories we've yet to address, and hopefully by the end we can reach a verdict. Spoiler alert, Jisoo's involved in all of them. How fun.
What I didn't expect was another victim to speak up about Zero having asked her to do the same things while she was underage, and talk about possibly flying over and meeting her at a hotel in person.
This other victim that Jisoo is referring to is Laura. In the screenshots that follow her explanation, Laura details how Zero was likely gaslighting her into believing that she had lied about her age, saying, quote,
I would have never in my life said I was 20. Like, this is 100% damage control. There's no way he didn't know I was underage.
And
I had text logs last year when I tried contacting him on Discord and was really thinking of posting it online back then, but no one would have believed me, and I just gave up on it, I guess. But I've reset my PC since then, so the Skype chat logs are gone.
Unquote. Damn, you reset your PC, so you lost the screenshots, huh? That's unfortunate. The issue isn't that she doesn't have the conversations, it's that they don't support her case in the slightest.
The Skype messages still exist, but that's not the point. And he thought I was older. He did nothing wrong. I wouldn't share those Skype messages with anyone though, at least not things that make him look bad, unless I trust that person to not share it with anyone. I'd never want to damage Zero's reputation. He didn't even know I was a minor. I'm not a bad person. I'm really sorry.
Well, it doesn't get any more obvious than that, does it? I'm in genuine shock I get paid to do this. This puts our current lie tally from Jisoo at a solid 3.5. Vanessa being 15, Zero beating women, flying out a minor, and half a point for the hentai and Craigslist story. Because while it's extremely unlikely, it can't be disproven either. But truthfully, who gives a shit? I debated adding this part because it honestly feels like a waste of time, so if you want to skip it, just know that it boils down to an anti-situation. The first woman, who is now 27 years old, is upset because she feels as if Zero tried to use her to add to his collection by asking her for nudes.
She paints the picture that Zero talked of women as if they were achievements, while boasting his easily obtained Infinity Gauntlet of pictures.
Keep in mind that there is no evidence to literally anything I'm saying right now, which is why I wanted to skip it in the first place, but since Jisoo thought it was important enough to document, I don't really have a choice now, do I?
She feels as if Zero was her friend, yet blocked and cut her off when he started going steady with Vanessa.
According to Zero, he was never really close friends with her in the first place, and he was already cutting off people from his hometown because he never planned on going back. There is testimony from others that witnessed them hanging out and her general attitude of Zero, even though she stated that she had a boyfriend and that was one of the things she was upset about. But then that devolves into a he said, she said, and I don't have time for that shit.
The rest of her twitlonger appears to contribute a decent amount of her self-esteem issues to Zero, which I don't think is very fair considering their minimal amount of interactions.
I'm not gonna lie, it honestly reads as projection.
The big takeaway here is that Zero now has a confirmed history of sexually exploiting women.
Fuck. Jisoo must have seen something I didn't, because that is a loaded statement. You confirmed it? How'd you confirm that one? Oh, you listened to a couple stories? Here, take it. Just take it. No, seriously.
So I do think that, you know, like I'm not somebody who's like believe all women all the time, right? But I do think that when like there is a lot of people like what I don't know. I do think where there's like smoke, there's fire a lot of the time. So if there's like if there's like a decent amount of people who are complaining about somebody, I think it's worth to look into, you know.
Yeah, or at the very least, like I think his attitude is like almost kind of like laughing at it and like what, like
it's kind of
everybody should have
dismissive.
known kind of thing. Yeah, extremely. Yeah.
It's not something that like anybody, nobody comes forward with that. Well, in my opinion, it like nobody would coming forward about something like that is very humiliating, you know. So yeah, I don't know how I feel about his attitude towards it, but that's not really, I guess, a critique of like of anything except that, I guess. So
yeah, not the evidence, just his attitude, right?
Yeah. Okay.
You deserve it. Please, just take it.
Another person also came to me recently to also validate that Zero regularly exhibited these behaviors, while she was not underage at the time.
A little odd that 4 of these cases involve fully grown women when we're trying to prove he's a pedophile, but okay.
When it was clear that she only wanted to maintain a friendly relationship and not sexual,
I feel like that's
Zero's
just rude. I don't know. I feel like it's dismissive.
Stop talking to her. This was when I first spoke to him in Smashboard's PMs, October 2014. So yes, same exact time period as Katie.
Guys, a woman was ghosted in 2015. Call the police. Oh my god, who fucking cares? Look, I know it seems like I'm being insensitive, but both this and the woman I just spoke of isn't even a relevant issue anymore. This happened when? 6, 7 years ago? He's been with Vanessa for 5, and they're now married. You're bringing this up why? Oh, yeah, promiscuous behavior.
Promiscuous. Having or involving many sexual partners.
As is characteristic of most smashers, we all know that Zero was drowning in a substantial amount of pussy. Most times, you couldn't tell if there was a banana in his pocket or if he was just happy to play Diddy. Someone should really tell Nelly Furtado over here the difference between flirting online and getting your own reality TV show for being Mormon.
Promiscuous girl, I own a car.
Bruh, like what? Like he was swimming in pussy. What do you want? Of course he's gonna be promiscuous. What? That's so weird.
Yeah.
No, he's saying he isn't swimming in pussy because he's like with his fiance for like 5 years and Smash players.
No. I think he was saying before he was talking about
he was married
in the beginning. Like yeah.
I mean, look, there's nothing wrong with being promiscuous. Nothing wrong with like, you know, like I have nothing wrong with somebody ghosting somebody. You know, like that's just what it is.
Yeah.
But like,
or swimming in pussy, that's okay too.
Yeah, it's just what it is. But like, I just feel like I'm not like super into. I don't know. I just think that there could have been a little bit more tact. But yeah.
This, in my opinion, is probably the only serious and legitimate problem that people have with Zero. Everything else is either fabricated, as we've seen, or extremely, and I mean extremely, over-exaggerated, which is honestly a testament to just how clean Zero's record is if they have to lie this much.
Katie reached out to Jisoo after her initial tweet and began recounting her experience with Zero in 2014. After sending several screenshots of their Skype conversations, the two quickly exchanged numbers and began planning out the twitlonger. At the time of the messages, Zero was 19 and Katie was allegedly 14.
I only say allegedly because there's no way I can confirm her age on account of her being anonymous. I genuinely tried to get in contact with her, but every lead either had me blocked or refused to say anything, so. Can't say I didn't try.
Dear Zero, my name is Katie. I used to be in the Smash community. I was 14 years old during our conversations on Skype from September 2014 to January 2015. We met online when you were streaming on Twitch, and I messaged you over chat. You seemed to take an interest in me and gave me your Skype username. I, starstruck, made a Skype just for this and began chatting with you. I was a young girl enraptured with the idea of being friends with someone I looked up to and admired. You used me in the state to flirt, manipulate, and ask for sexual favors from me.
The worst offense, she claimed, was that he asked her to masturbate with ice and take pictures. Sadly, according to Katie, there is no evidence. This is the part where you angrily type in the comments,
But Technicals, he confessed. You don't need evidence, you victim-blaming piece of shit.
wow, just learned a new phrase? Nice. Very good, very good. Calm the fuck down. We're gonna read it right now. Jesus. Hey, I can't sleep, and I just can't take this back and forth. I don't think it makes sense to keep this going. I just want this all to stop and for me to at least atone. I also want people to stop defending me. I don't deserve it. Katie, the screenshot you guys were wondering about the ice cube thing? It's true. The claims that Katie makes are true in general. There are no graphic pictures or anything of the sort, but it's unforgivable regardless. If you're an observant reader, you may have noticed the stark contrast of tone from his previous responses. That's because Zero
So that was the confession, right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the dumb part of this whole video, because, like, he doesn't show it, but later in the twit longer, he also defends himself on certain other things, so it's like...
Yeah.
But the excuse he makes is that it was like, he was saying, fuck it, throw it all to hell, I'm gonna
self-sabotage.
commit suicide or whatever, but then he defends
Might as well
himself on
confess.
certain things, so it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Which John Swan points out, but...
Okay.
And also, and just a side note, not even connected to that, but I should remind everybody that that girl voice and when there's reading, that's Technicals. I guess he's a really good girl voice actor. I think it's kind of weird.
Oh yeah,
but yeah,
very talented at voice acting. Yeah.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, and what also rubbed me the wrong way is the way he says she was allegedly 14, but like, obviously I have no way of getting in touch with her. It's so weird. Like, what do you mean? If someone says they're 14 and you're talking to them sexually, like, why do you want to be like, wait, maybe you're not actually 14 after I already talked to you sexually? Like, what? That's such a weird.
Yeah. Why use allegedly for her age, but not for anything else in there also?
Exactly. That's when it comes to defending him, it's allegedly, but when it comes to Shen and everybody else that dared to smear Zero, it's like he laughs at them. Yeah. Anyways, that's a good one.
Yeah.
wholeheartedly intended for this to be his suicide note, and had it not...
Should we pull up the thing real quick, the confession, or you guys just...
John Swan will talk about it in his video, so
All
we're
right.
watching everything. Everything will be covered.
As long
eventually.
as he brings it up, because he does leave a lot out. Yeah, so, okay.
Yeah.
And for Vanessa, that may have well been the case. If it's not too personal, what stopped you from committing suicide after posting your final tweet longer?
I was laying down. I think Vanessa was like holding me, right? I think at some point I looked at her and I was like, dead? Because at that point in time, when all that stuff was coming out, I remember I couldn't sleep for maybe like 2.5 days or something. And I remember I just looked at her and she was trying to stay up because she couldn't sleep, but she was kind of like, she wanted to sleep. Vanessa's not the type to stay up.
I'm not gonna lie, I was so scared of him going to the bathroom alone, him just being alone, because those moments for him were really difficult, and I cannot imagine how he felt as he was the one going through all of this.
I just felt so bad. I felt like I was putting her into this scenario. I looked at her and I just said, let me just go and end this. She was like, no, please, no. I remember she begged me not to do anything.
I felt like the world was crashing on us, and at that point,
yeah,
it felt nicer than what was going on.
I can feel bad for him in a sense, I guess, but like, this is like of his own doing. Like, I don't know. Like, obviously, it shouldn't. It's bad that he's like suicidal or whatever, but I don't know. Like, he kind of brought this upon himself. I don't know if like we should really be like feeling extremely bad. I don't know.
Yeah, why all the sympathy for him, but not for these girls?
Yeah.
Believe that something's happened to them, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, an extreme example. I'm not comparing Zero to him or whatever, but it's like,
yeah,
I don't know. Hitler committed suicide. Like, are we gonna like be like, oh, it must have been so tough for him, I mean, obviously, very, very different crime. but I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, are we supposed to feel bad for everyone when it's like self-imposed? Like.
Yeah, I do think that like you can have sympathy for people while still acknowledging that they did something wrong, right? Like, there's all this like all of this appeal to emotion starting here.
Yeah.
Which is like he didn't give that type of he wasn't generous like that with anybody else, like with a 14-year-old who was like admiring somebody, you know, who they looked up to.
Yeah.
So.
And the worst part about all this is that he actually, like, this is very surprising because most YouTubers will not do this. He calls himself a journalist. Like, he thinks he's like on the journalist path, which that is, if you know anything about journalism, the first thing is you got to present your biases, and also you got to be at least try to be objective, which he said in we're not going to go through this one, but in the live stream when he called into Augie's show, is that he kind of presented himself as he wanted to be objective. He's like, yeah, I try to get a hold of Jisoo. It's like, dude, why would she even try to talk to you if you're like, you know, she obviously already knew that he hates her when he's like shitting on her, and he obviously shot on her before this video too. But yeah, the way he like presents himself as a journalist, when you're doing a video about these really heavy allegations, and at no point that, like, he's got an interview right here with Zero, the accused, and at no point does he bring it up. Like, instead of talking about these allegations from Katie, the first thing he does after talking about the allegations from Katie is talk about, hey man, so you almost killed yourself. What was your last meal? You know what I mean? It's so fucking gross. Like, what a weird. I don't like it. It really rubs me the wrong way. Like, that's when I like everything about Technnicals at this point. Like, dude, you better have a good explanation. And then he's like, you want to get a hold of me, Edwin? What are you, my ex-wife? I'm like, okay, all right, yeah. You're 12.
It sounds like super like. So like when I think of this, and I think of like the people who are saying that this happened to them, or that they had inappropriate relations with him, what it sounds like to me, like especially if Technnicals was like already antagonistic towards them, they would be scared, right? Like, I would be scared because part of like going through stuff like this is like there is a little bit of blame that you put on yourself, right? Because you yourself do willingly engage in these kinds of things, right? So to have somebody who's already antagonistic in the public sphere, like trying to contact you when you were young and you were uninformed, I guess, and easily swayed, right? That's very scary for somebody. So yeah, just the emotional appeal for the person who took advantage of being in that situation, versus like the complete lack of sympathy for anybody else is like really something. So yeah.
When you put like the dismissiveness about everything else into the equation, like a new audience is going to perceive it like in his way because he's like
he's the one sharing the story to them for the first time. Yeah,
exactly. And then he's shutting any opposing thing, like, oh, you dare think I'm a victim? Like, oh, come on, don't be stupid. He's like, oh, okay, all right then, anyway.
Yeah, and I guess if I can say one last thing about this is that I feel like the way that he approaches this is like demonizing any woman who comes forward about him, right? So it's like almost like kind of red-pilled in a way, like kind of very like incel-pilled or something. I don't know. That's kind of the vibe I get from it, but yeah. All right.
I had to witness the love of my life having his world crushed.
I wrote up the thing and I was just sitting there for like 20 minutes just looking at the monitor. So the plan was that I was going to upload it and then I was just going to just cut myself, like, with a knife that I had around. The main method I've always used has always been cutting. So yeah, that's just what I was thinking. I didn't have access to anything else at the time. I don't know what it was, but Vanessa kind of came into the room and I remember she came to the office and she gave me like this very long hug. She was just telling me everything will be fine. I remember feeling like this warm because I felt really cold. She went downstairs. She made me my favorite food, which was like steak with mashed potatoes. It's a classic for me. She sat there. She was just like cutting the piece herself and just feeding me because I don't know. I was like a potato at that point. I don't know. It made me feel like the sense of peace that I didn't have at that point. I really do think that for some reason she wasn't in my life, or maybe she went to the store or something. I definitely would have died. I mean, I can't really explain it to you, but I don't really want to go through that ever again.
What changed between then and March of this year that prompted the sudden relapse? Because we saw a bunch of articles come out, and obviously Vanessa posted on Twitter that you were in the hospital after another suicide attempt.
There was like a month in January where I was like, I think I can fix this. I think this is workable. I have hope. We can do this. And then in February, I feel like realizing sick, and then I was just like, it's over. There's nothing you can do.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to pause again or be a pause, Andy, but somebody in Bo Black's chat just said something really like that really is good or really kind of summarizes it well is Swoopaloop84 said, it's kind of dehumanizing, in my opinion. Like, she doesn't exist because she didn't speak to tech. So,
Yeah. Yeah. Also, pausing's
What I
good.
basically convinced
Don't
myself
worry
was that
about
I
being a
started
pause Andy or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. I thought people were getting taken down on Twitch for not pausing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually funny how Twitch culture is. It's like the opposite. Like, people who like regular Twitch or whatever are like, I don't want you to pause. I just want to watch the video. But like for our
Oh my
community, it's
god,
like,
that's so funny.
you gotta pause it so you can like, because then what's the point? You can just watch it yourself, type thing. Yeah.
Exactly. But I think that kind of speaks on the culture, completely off topic, and how we're all lonely. We want to experience things together. But I mean, this is old at least, so it's okay to pause.
Yeah, let's be
fully
pause
shifted my thoughts
Andy's
to, well,
all
if
day,
I
every day.
can't fix it in this
Hell
life,
yeah.
maybe I can be Gonzalo too. I can die and then be reborn, and then I can try again. Honestly, looking back, I feel like I legitimately went insane. Now that I'm explaining it to you, it's embarrassing. It just sounds so stupid. I mean, I've always been kind of.
I didn't even notice. He just said you could die and be
very bad.
reborn.
Compounded with what happened, compounded with having pretty much no one at that point in my life. It just felt like I went crazy, and then I turned to the worst possible option.
Nobody in this situation can know for certain besides Zero and Katie. So let's look at what we do know, and I'll come back to this in a second. In the messages we were provided, it's very clear that Zero is being flirtatious, and according to the dates, he knew her age at the time. I'm not going to read them, but these messages on screen are 100% unacceptable, and he'll be the first to tell you that. A lot of concerned individuals on social media have been saying things like, Zero should be in jail, or my guy, he was getting pics from underage girls, he's a pedo. Well, if that's the case, then why hasn't he been Drake Belled yet? What the fuck? Zero will never see a second of jail time or even court over this. There's a few reasons why. First off, Katie is anonymous, and for legal action, you have to obviously file charges.
guess he's not a
Since
pedo
there's
if
no
he's not
actual
in jail.
documentation
I
or
get it.
sexually explicit images.
Sorry, what did you say? He's not a pedo if he's what?
He's like, well, if he's a pedo, then why hasn't he been Drake Belled yet? He was like, he went to court and everything.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's weird because in the newest video he just released, he makes a distinction between just because it's not illegal doesn't mean it's not moral. But here it seems.
Yeah, that's true. That's another thing I noticed in his most recent video. He says like, oh, you can't use age of consent as an argument, but he does use it in this video, so.
Yeah. Wait, so all pedos don't go to jail? Oh, what? Oh, he's twisting me.
Yeah.
Is exchanged, this isn't a place where the federal government would get involved either. Even Zero's confession wouldn't hold up in court because it was made under extreme stress and outside pressure. If that's what you were expecting, I'm sorry to break it to you, but realistically, it's not going to happen. Now, the million-dollar question is Zero a pedophile? Now, I know that this is a very emotionally charged subject, and some of you have probably already made up your minds. But when
His
it comes to
confession was made
that would
under
suggest
extreme
past, present,
stress and outside pressure.
Sorry, what?
I just want to make sure. I point out that he just said that Zero's confession was made under extreme stress and outside pressure. All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Keep that in mind.
future and potential harm of children, I think it's important to make sure that the shoe fits nice and snug. For instance, let's take someone who more than likely could be categorized as a pedophile, EDP445. EDP had messaged multiple underage girls, and despite almost getting caught one time, still ends up in a sting operation with a 13-year-old.
You've been exposed for this before. Correct. Do you fantasize about females under the age of 16, yes or no? Sometimes. Yes. Okay.
People who are pedophiles like children. We've seen the same thing happen on To Catch a Predator. It's nothing new.
You know, you look familiar to me. Oops.
That's right. Oops, he's done it again.
Repeat offenders literally cannot help themselves. It's classified in the DSM-5 as a paraphilic disorder, which means that they have persistent sexual urges or fantasies about children and act on them, or it causes them extreme distress or difficulty in their interpersonal relationships. Jisoo didn't have third-party witness or evidence, yet had she not come forward, Zero would still be manipulating children in our community. Let's ignore the fact that the earliest evidence for this claim by Leffen is 7 years ago, during the same time frame that Zero was involved with 3 grown women and 1 lying that they were. Even after gaining significantly more money and more access to minors, there's been no new cases. Before he was canceled, he even ran an entire team of children. This would be the perfect case study if I've ever seen one. So I reached out to some of Team Zero to see what they had to say on the matter. Yeah, I was a part of a lot of videos he made regarding the young members. As far as I remember, there were no issues or inconveniences during the time he ran the group. Overall, he was a really nice person and always treated all of us with so much respect. It was really awesome to see how someone who I looked up to supported both me and the other younger members so much. He honestly has helped me a lot in many areas. I'm sure it's the same for anyone else he has helped, and I will always be grateful for that.
So Kirash, when did you start your time on Team Zero?
Well, I actually started as a member when I was 15 years old. Right now I'm 17. When I was 15 years old, so March of 2020. Okay, so as I'm about to turn 16, that's when Zero reached out to me. We did a video together, we played, and then he said that he is going to invite me to Team Zero, and that's when it happened, March 13th of 2020.
It's my understanding that you guys had like a group chat too. Did you ever get any weird vibes from Zero? Did he ever ask you guys to do something you probably weren't comfortable with?
Absolutely not. Of course not. We had a Prodigy group chat, and like we had Zero in it as well. He wasn't very active, but like when he was active, he would just ask us to film a video with him. He did an amiibo video. He did a video where he would fight each of us. It was just mostly us Prodigies interacting with each other. But no, he's done absolutely nothing weird in the group chat. Like he's only spoken a few times, and when he would, it was just for getting us to film a video with him.
Oh, okay. So it's more like purely business.
Yeah.
Knowing that there was a private group chat and this went on for 4 months, I just want to reach out to some of you guys in Team Zero to see if there was any red flags or if you ever felt like Zero was using you as a way to kind of get some gratification.
No, never. I've never felt anything like that. I felt like this was just like I was just like happy and I felt proud of myself. Like I don't think that's the case.
Well, thank you for your time, Kirash. I really appreciate it. If you guys want to check out his YouTube channel, he does some Smash news there, a few recaps, and he's also an incredible Luigi player. So if you guys want to check that out, I'll link that in the description. But yeah, thank you for your time, man.
Yeah, no problem.
Let me get this straight. He had the Disneyland equivalent of a pedophile's paradise and didn't ride Space Mountain once. Damn, Zero's really dropping the ball here. So what?
Well, that's with the assumption that what happened with that girl is not true. Right?
And not only that, like he just said also with that interview, he's like, oh, so basically your relationship was purely business. Like, yeah. So it's like, okay, there's a difference between like a business relationship and like a sexual relationship, obviously.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, to assume that his preference is women, like those were two dudes he talked to and not a girl. I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, I don't think it proves anything. I think this is like one of the most pointless parts of the video. I said that when it came out and we talked about it. I just thought it was like completely irrelevant. Like it doesn't prove or disprove anything of the situation. It's just that he can have a business relationship with underage boys playing Smash. Okay, like as far as I know, he's not bisexual or gay, so he would have no desire to even do anything beyond business relationship with him. Plus, he's contacting them for their Smash skills, not because he thinks they're fucking cute boys or what have you. So, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, boss, it says one red flag is with Technicals is that he never shows things that aren't aligned. No interviews that aren't dunks. No chats with nuance, etc. Oh god, dude, I'm dying in this game. Sorry. Sorry. I'll press play on this. Yeah.
His whole team was full of dudes. That only proves he isn't a gay Smash pedophile. Technicals, who cares? To which I'd respond, I guess that means you can cross off 90% of his options. You'd think he'd diversify his profile a little bit. Let's just recap. It would be impossible for Zero to go to jail over this. He never exchanged any images. Every other story involves an adult, and he hasn't had a slip-up in 7 years. He must be the Dexter of pedophiles or the most patient barber I've ever seen. Cause this isn't cutting it. Do I condone the conversations that took place? No, and I hope I've made that very clear. What I'm trying to say is that I don't believe this to be the result of a specific or malicious preference, as is the case with repeat offenders such as pedophiles and Discord mods. What I think we're looking at is a culmination of a fucked up childhood and trauma, resulting in emotional immaturity and a lack of genuine and fulfilling relationships. When Zero first publicly shared a story of how he grew up in Chile, we discovered how his father exposed him to sex at the age of 5 and brutally beat him and his mother. After the age of 11 to 12, he hardly received a proper education, and when he finally went to middle school, he was molested by an older boy and began to think and act as if he were gay to cope with the trauma. Just one look at Chile's extraordinarily progressive age of consent laws should give you an idea of how that worked out for him. I'm not just saying this so you'll pity him. I'm just saying his circumstances were pretty fucked, and it's not unreasonable to assume that a traumatized, depressed shut-in would have a lack of meaningful and genuine relationship experience. But I don't know Zero enough to make that conclusion, so I found someone who would.
It's just another appeal to emotion.
Yeah.
So, Vex, what is your relationship to Zero?
Well, I honestly do think here's the thing about the Technicals argument. I actually do think there's like a distinct possibility that like because of his past, he had like he made like a social mistake and he's not actually like pedophilic or whatever.
Yeah.
But I can see that argument. I know other people like deny that argument, and maybe I'm in the minority with this, but I do think that's a distinct possibility. But at the same time, there's no way to prove or disprove that. So,
I mean, I am not going to doubt somebody's like childhood experience, but there are plenty of people who do go through like molestation who don't molest people afterwards. You know?
Yeah, exactly. That too. So I can see the argument. I don't think it's strong enough to defend Zero to the extent that Technicals is, but I don't think it has zero value like some other people say, for me personally. But
or maybe it has lots of zero value. Sorry, pun.
Well,
I mean, it technically has lots of zeros. Okay, that's
there's a
pretty
lot of
awesome.
puns he can make with both their username.
Sorry.
Part of EVV with Chia, and that was like his first connection. And Chia brought him over to my place to stay. It was like, hey, I got a friend that can house you. And then he left, and then he came back around the end of 2012.
So he would be going in between like Chile and then back with you.
Yes. In 2014, that's when he really like stayed with me, and that's when we did like the big stream. You know, he was living with me for a majority of that year. And then around of like the end
Why
of
the fuck we
2014,
getting
that's
down
when he moved out to
biography?
California.
What was he like? What was Gonzalo like in 2011 to like 2014?
He was a confused teenager. You know, he was hyperactive, young, confused teenager.
What do you mean by confused? Like, is there any examples?
We even
He didn't even know
fucking
his sexual
child
preference at the
pictures.
time.
The
When he was
fuck?
17, he actually got in a
I
relationship with somebody that was
know.
older than him.
It's
Well, it was
just
2 years
it's
older. I
a
think the person was 19.
humanization
I tried
piece.
my best
That's
to
what
help
it
him.
is.
You know, put him in the right direction as his oldest friend, but
Was this a same-sex relationship with someone older than him?
yes, it was.
I mean, when I was 17, I was still trying to figure out if I was gay or not. I didn't feel normal around girls. I just didn't feel like I was appropriate for girls. And I tried being gay for like a year. Felt like I was forcing myself to do something that I didn't want to do because it felt like the other option was worse. So I was a mess, you know. And then after that, I was just kind of like, I don't want to do anything with anybody at all.
Did you ever notice anything off about him? Like, was there anything weird when he was staying with you?
I want to start off by saying he was annoying and like really hyperactive. Didn't really understand, you know, what was okay to say and what wasn't okay to say. He didn't even know what mold looked like on waffles.
He didn't what?
He didn't know what mold looked like on waffles because he ate moldy waffles.
He ate moldy waffles.
Yes.
It's embarrassing to say, but I didn't know a lot of very
fuck?
simple things. You know, like I didn't know why, for example, World War II happened straight up until I was like 19. I didn't really learn about it in school. I just know this guy with a mustache, really horrible human being. You know, that's kind of what I knew. But I didn't know any more than that. You know what I mean?
Of course, you know, there's the time that him and MTK were literally like in a Walmart hiding, you know, playing hide and seek.
Okay, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Hide and seek.
Okay, do it.
Where is it? Put the camera away, man. We're in a store. Come on, it's fine. Nice to have out.
Okay. What?
Put the freaking camera away.
Okay.
We're in a store. It's in America.
It's fine.
It's not nice to do.
It's not nice?
No.
Why?
There's other people around. If they see them in your camera, they might get upset.
Really?
Yes.
No one got upset. It's fine.
Not courteous.
Okay, just give me 1 minute.
No.
Did he tell you anything about his past childhood or his family?
Well, his parents split up when he was very young, you know, between like 4 or 5 years old, and he had a lot of issues in school. Particularly, he was getting bullied a lot, so he didn't go to school because of that. And then afterwards, he decided to go back, and then he completed middle school and high school within like a 3-year period.
Just a lot of really bad things. Not only just the, me, getting molested, but also just the fact that I got into a lot of fights at school. A lot of, maybe like in 6 or 7 really bad fights. I actually got expelled for one of them. But I remember my mom went to like 10 different schools. No one will take me. And for the next 2 or 3 years, I was homeschooled. Being homeschooled meant I did nothing. I just didn't go to school. Maybe 12 to 13 to like almost 16 here. I just kind of sat home and played video games. I didn't do anything. I felt like I had no purpose in life. I took this test that kind of catches you up on a few grades. And I remember it was very embarrassing because when I took the test, the woman who was doing the test, it was this old lady. She felt bad for me. So she actually cheated on the test for me. She straight up just told me, you're the youngest person who's taken this test in a long time. I don't want to fail you. So she kind of just let me pass. And I'm pretty sure she inflated my grade too. So it's not like I did anything, And then my mom begged me to go to high school. So I went to this special high school. It was not a normal high school. It's a special high school where other kids that have issues go to that high school, and it's like easier. The kids are older. So some of the kids that I went to high school with were actually 20. Some people were like 25. It was not a normal high school with teenagers. I went with some adults. I don't think I would have passed a normal high school. I don't think so.
When you look at Zero's development over the years, even as recent as his marriage to Vanessa, you'd be hard-pressed to establish any kind of significant behavioral trend, considering how the single instance in 2014 is the only existing point of contention. Now, if that's enough for you to still be against Zero and think that he's an irredeemable person, I kind of understand where you're coming from, but if what Leffen and Jisoo said is true, you wouldn't need to lie this much to prove it. A pedophile will usually do that themselves. This may be a little personal, but I like Zero, and if he decides to continue making content, I can't think of a single reason not to. If you just thought to yourself, wow, that's a pretty risky and controversial opinion, Technicals, then I'd argue that this opinion is 1,000 times less controversial than what a majority of the Smash community already openly accepts. Remember when I said at the beginning, I'll show you how 2 of the biggest cases in Smash have never been solved? Well, the other one is Nairo. After I made the curious case of Captain Zack, I made a public apology and removed Nairo's mention from my ESAM video. Not because I thought he was innocent, but because I couldn't prove he was guilty. In hindsight, I missed a few glaring holes that I probably could have discussed in the video. What I didn't anticipate was the influx of canceled players DMing me, but after noticing how positively Nairo's return was received, I got an idea. I could use this newfound wave of acceptance and critical thought to get even the worst of my skeptics to believe that there were others like Nairo. If you can start a hashtag after fucking over Nairo and then give him thousands of dollars, the least you can do is write a tweet. Hashtag apologize to Scott. Well, I do see the disconnect logically to say that Anti being lied to, still a child predator, but Nairo being lied to, he's a hero.
It's also because Nairo's a loved player, and I've always been a hated player for my whole career, so it's like, there's definitely a bias to it.
However, that card has far outplayed its use. So it's time I tell you what I really think. Nairo's case, in its current state, is objectively worse than anything that Zero has ever done. Yet he was officially unbanned from 2GG and
Collision, removed from the global ban database, has a hashtag that trends every other month and still has a significant audience over on YouTube. What do I mean by in its current state? Well, exactly what I've been saying. You can't exactly prove that Nairo is innocent or guilty of sexual misconduct with a 15-year-old in 2017. And while Zach might not have been entirely truthful, that doesn't mean Nairo is. I cannot offer any more details, but should Zach or any other party continue to escalate this, my attorney will be dealing with this legally while I continue therapy. What do you mean if a Zach continues to escalate this? You said that you were planning to take legal action, and the reason you couldn't share your 30-page document was because of legalities, and you were saving it for court. So why is this addressed as a cease and desist if you're taking action regardless? Correct me if I'm mistaken, but your attorney said that you've had no criminal charges filed against you. So wouldn't any legalities be a direct result of you and your attorney's decisions? There's a very, very, very slim chance that an 18-year-old like Captain Zach did anything beyond a consultation before essentially agreeing to the terms of your settlement. Even if it were the case that your settlement required you to not release the details of your innocence, why on God's green earth would you ever agree to that? Call it a detective's intuition, but something doesn't feel right here. On the same day that this was posted, 3 other tweets would come out within 22 minutes in support of Nairo. I'm gonna read all 3, and you tell me if you notice a pattern. I have seen the 30-page document and the evidence spoken of here. I won't be saying much else about the situation, as I legally can't. I'd appreciate it if you guys could at least give this a read. I believe Nairo and support his voice. I've read the 30-page document, seen the evidence, and can confirm that they exist. I am legally bound from saying anything more, but I believe Nairo. I believe Nairo and I support his voice. Please read it fully. I have read through the 30-page document, and
Is this the only argument here is that other people got away with it?
Yeah, the whole Nairo thing is just to say that people canceled Zero, but Nairo did stuff just as bad or worse, and they didn't cancel him in the Smash community. That's pretty much the whole point of the segment.
Okay.
So I don't think it's super necessary to watch, but
So far, we've got like the arguments that like Technicals couldn't get into contact with what's her name? Katie?
Katie.
And then the other one was like, Zero had a bad upbringing.
Yeah, he was like stupid growing up and didn't know social cues and was like super emotionally stunted. But then once he stopped getting stunted, I guess the argument is like he wouldn't go for someone like Katie or whatever, and that's why he's currently like engaged to someone of age, of course. So
and okay.
and he's like, oh, it only happened one time. Doesn't mean he's like a permanent like pedo. It's just that he was like socially inept and then made a mistake.
And then there's the fourth one, which is like, he managed a kids esports league, and he didn't do anything bad, right?
Yeah, which I think is a complete non-point. But yeah, that's the next one. But yeah.
And he didn't do anything bad. I'm sorry, I'm just writing these down.
Okay, I think the rest is just Nairo. You can like skip around to check. I don't know if later he mentions it. Yeah. I mean, it's important for his video for like within the context of the Smash community, but in context of the drama we're talking about currently, it's pretty much irrelevant.
You could probably go to like the last few minutes as he wraps up the actual video.
Yeah.
This is all
watch
like
the John
who
Swan.
cares, dude?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Using this as the reasoning, a majority of prevalent
Yeah, sorry.
I was saying the Nairo segment's important for like his video and what he's trying to convey, but for like the situation we're focusing on, it's irrelevant.
Yeah.
Now, normally, I would be put on a registry for the rest of my life. But Smash is actually quite unique, because as long as I threatened those children to not report it long enough, I'm in the clear, baby. Thanks to whatever geniuses masterfully crafted this document, my actions are put on the same playing field as malicious gossip and physical assault. Stalking is in level 4, but doxing is in level 3. Who the fuck? What? What the fuck? Who proofread this? Salem? This standard of proof in all cases shall be determined on a sliding scale from, at a minimum, a mere balance of probability for the least serious punishments, up to close to, but not as high as, proof beyond a reasonable doubt for the most serious punishments. Not only do they not need to prove anything beyond a reasonable doubt, but they can actually just ban you off a mere balance of probability. God bless America. Panelists may draw an inference adverse to the accused who is asserted to have committed an offense under the code of conduct based on their refusal, without compelling justification after a request made in a reasonable time in advance of the hearing, to appear at the hearing and or to answer any relevant questions. Get this, if you refuse to go to a hearing, the panelists are allowed to think poorly of you, and considering that in some cases, all they'd need is a mere balance of probability, that's all they fucking need. Why do they need a compelling justification so you don't get interrogated, but they don't need a compelling justification to ban you? Do you see what I'm getting at here? any new evidence which may bring to light the innocence of the accused has a statute of limitations of the duration of their initial suspension or ban? What does this even mean? If they find out you're innocent after your ban expires, they just won't fucking do anything? Sorry, time ran up. Can't do anything. Case closed. Regardless of who you are, this arbitrary set of rules was designed to fuck you over. And even though we know that Jisoo and Leffen are objectively in the wrong, they're just gonna continue to get away with it as long as we're quiet about it. Because if there's one thing these people actually care about, it's pretending to be a better person than you. When I first took on this case, I'll be honest, I had quite the few reservations about Zero. Some of you might even remember me saying things like, I can't do anything, I'm not a fucking miracle worker. But after thoroughly reviewing the case files, the motivations, the state bylaws, the contradictions, and the traffic violations, I came to where I am now. Zero's conversations with Katie were 100% irresponsible and wrong in my opinion. The issue for me is that this isn't something that was caught in the moment. This happened once 7 years ago when he was 19, and then never happened again. The only inference I could reasonably pull from that is that he either realized it was wrong and stopped it himself, or his mental maturity finally caught up with him after years of trauma and a lack of proper education. He's been with Vanessa for 5 years now, and they're happily married. I can't for the life of me point to anything that would correlate him being a current danger to children, like Leffen would suggest. Zero never exchanged images with Katie, which is his worst perceived crime to this day. Yet Nairo had undeniable sexual activity with a 15-year-old and has still not provided his full defense for his innocence. His attorney says that he could ultimately exonerate him, so why hasn't he? He made it sound really easy. If Nairo feels like his audience isn't owed a detailed explanation, then according to the severity of the allegations, he isn't owed a platform either. And you can tell your attorney I said that, because I'm not an 18-year-old, and I can promise you it's gonna take a lot more than some half-assed legal jargon to make me fold. Given the lack of confidence from those in charge, it's not surprising that Jisoo and Leffen have also avoided accountability for this long. That doesn't really matter though, because a Sigma waits for no one, and as I've stated before, legal action is being taken. Whether you decide to support Zero in the future is entirely up to you. But let's stop this arbitrary game of deciding who is and isn't a redeemable person based off who we want to believe more. I'm not asking for justice. I'm not even gonna ask you for an apology. You don't have to say anything. So I'll just say the only thing that's left to say. Welcome back, Zero. Read for yourself, ask the right questions, and who knows? Maybe you too can be a detective. But for now, this case is officially closed. Until next time.
Oh no, it's not
so
close.
that's the video. So yeah, that's the video. I mean, so what the video kind of boils down to is like, we have all the facts, and I feel like both sides kind of agree on what the facts are. It just comes up to matter of opinion on whether you think it was a one-time thing, or do you think like Zero's like currently a danger to people, or like how you want to perceive that, or what your opinion is, or whatever. Which I think, yeah.
How old was
I mean, it's
Zero
just kinda
when this
opinion.
happened, and how old was the girl?
She was 14 and he was 19 or 20. Which one was it?
Oh damn.
Come on, chat, help us out.
Yeah, I actually don't know. People are saying
Okay,
19 and 14. That's like
19.
really
Yeah.
bad. Yeah,
That was
yeah.
19.
But yeah, so I mean, it just comes down to like matter of opinion. I'm sure most people would be against it, but like, and Technicals is against it as well in the video. I'm not gonna try and put words in his mouth, but he's saying like, I guess it's the opinion of whether you think he's currently like this, yes or no. So
Well, the unfortunate part is that because instead of actually addressing the way that Technicals went about this, instead of actually defending his own video, he decided to just attack everybody else. So he never, because you know, we pointed out some ways that he framed this in such a odd, like, just you know, very very bad journalism, like very.
I think he could have made him. Here's the thing, like I think he could have made an effective argument in this. I think he could have like very well. Like I have been in the position like just like a week or two ago where we were arguing. You know, I mean the ages were older, obviously, but like you know, you can effectively argue like okay, this dude did some shitty things, but from what we can tell from his actions now, like it looks like he will
he deserves a second chance kind of thing.
Yeah,
Or
he
at
could have
least
done
exist.
that without making this dog shit argument that like we need to invalidate whatever happened with the victims. And we need to completely disregard what his confession was, right? Like I think that personally for me, like 14 and 19, I feel like the younger you are and the bigger the age difference, it's a bigger deal, right? But like when you get older, when somebody's like 17, 18, and then the other person is like 20, 21, you know, and then I think, you know, as you get older, like age difference doesn't mean as much, but the 14 and 19 is kind of is a little bit weird to me, and
Really weird.
Yeah.
yeah, it's just a little bit weird to me. And you know, if it really was that,
Well,
yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah. I know. I was gonna say. I mean, and so you're saying like I feel like you're saying it in the context that without like it gets weirder when you can remember that it's fucking ice in your pussy. But yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Like strictly
It does get
strictly sexual is like using like I mean it'd be like say you're like a famous person and you speak to a fan. It was a literal fan, it was just a
Yeah.
fan. She was so flattered. All she wanted to talk about was Super Smash Bros. And he kept switching it to fucking let me see pictures of you and shit. So, but yeah, I mean, if
Yeah.
it was a normal, I guess because I get the vibe that you're talking about normal-ish circumstance where it's like people that know each other physically and they're like they would want to start an actual relationship, right?
Yeah, but it seemed like
Yeah.
he was kind of pressuring her sexually, where she
Yeah.
may have not been wanting that. And I think Technicals had the ability, possibly, because I don't know that I believe that this guy is a P word. I think he might be a little bit creepy, and I think he might be pushy,
Yeah.
right? I might think
Mhm.
he's very pushy, actually.
Yeah.
eh,
Thing is, it's difficult because we're like
Yeah.
comparing Zero like 6 years ago to Zero now, and based on like
Right.
his
Yeah.
past, it seems like the way he matured is at an unnatural pace. But maybe he is as mature as like a typical 20 whatever would be now, but he just did it at a
Yeah.
different time. So I don't
Yeah, and
know.
that's the thing. It is possible. That could have been a thing. But like Technical shifted it to be about, hey, you guys defended a dude that flirted with the 6-year-old when he was 20, kind of thing. The whole Zapta thing. But we'll get into that. But okay. But before we move, honestly, I only saw 3 minutes of the new video, and like he starts it off by saying that Augie was weird as fuck
Yeah.
for
Well,
saying that.
we can get into the new video when we watch it.
I know.
Yeah.
I just want to say because he said like he expressed that. Whoa, 15, 18 is. You think that's normal, Augie? Or I think that's fucked up. Like the way he expressed that, like, he was so quick about it. Okay, that's okay. But like the way, in his opinion, with Zero, he's like, he'll be the first to tell you that was wrong. Like there's no like consistency in that discuss. That's all I wanted to say basically. But yeah, we'll get into that when we get to it.
Yeah, I guess my main points would be like there clearly wasn't like a I don't know from the logs. Did you guys think that there was like a mutual like kind of want to be in that sexual space from what you guys remember?
I didn't see anything from her end at all. If anything, she was just like acting like extremely inexperienced, which makes it all the more uncomfortable. And John will go through it anyway, so we can remember it. But yeah, I read them all, and it was fucking weird.
I just think he could have, this couldn't. It didn't have to blow up like this. And I think he took things way too personally. I mean, when you write out the arguments, it's just laughable. It really is. Let me see here. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. Like, this is it, right? Main arguments. Technicals couldn't get into contact with Katie, so we can't know if we can believe that. Then what happened with Katie was irresponsible, but it only happened one time. Also, another one that he was like, oh, well, that confession was done under duress, but also he's saying what happened with Katie is irresponsible. So which one is it? Then the other argument is Zero had a bad upbringing. He managed an esports league, and he didn't do anything bad while doing that. And then Nairo did worse and got away with it. What kind of arguments are these? Do these look like strong arguments?
Side by side, it almost so terribly.
It does
like
not
dominoes,
look good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Oh my god. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good.
What was it? Also, Zero. His confession under duress or whatever. Okay. All right. We'll move on to the next video.
The John Swan one.
Yeah.
John Swan. Wait, that's the guy that lied about Dream, right? Just want to make sure we're clear.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude.
that's the guy who lied about Dream. Fucking scum of the earth.
Piece of
Glad
shit.
we're all caught up.
Seriously. Can't believe he would do that.
Technicals is a YouTuber who is known for doing the impossible, uncancelling the cancelled, and turning the community's anger back towards the real perpetrators. For a channel with only 80,000 subscribers, he has a reputation and influence far beyond what his modestly sized fanbase would suggest. His work has been praised by many, and he single-handedly rebuilt the careers of some of the most publicly detested creators in Smash. But what if the person he was defending was actually guilty? What if Technicals was so blinded by his own ego that he vindicated someone who was rightfully shunned? What if he let his personal grievances impact his work to the point where it is devoid of common sense? And what if this wasn't the first time? Today, I'll be dissecting Technicals' work and the recent drama he's got himself into, exploring his motivations and what made him this way, as well as rightfully exposing the Smash creator known as Zero, the one who got away.
This may be a little personal, but I like Zero, and if he decides to continue making content, I can't think of a single reason not to. Even after gaining significantly more money and more access
Do
to
we have this
minors,
also
there's
at
been no
1.5?
new cases.
I mean, this is
Oh, we don't. You're right.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you for reminding me.
Bad. I mean, 1914, it's indefensible.
Again, I just want to stress that I don't think Zero's a pedophile.
You're making it real hard to believe you. Before he was canceled, he even ran an entire team of children.
Are you saying that you can do a pedophilic action but not be a pedophile?
Yes.
Okay.
He hasn't had a slip up in 7 years.
Why do you call it a slip up? Where is he slipping up from?
Slipping up means getting caught in the act.
What do you think he is?
Red-handed.
Red-handed is just rubbish.
Tech's brother got busted in a group chat Tech owned. And Tech's brother would post nude images of himself and Lolicon that he had allegedly drawn as well.
Technicals. Did your brother post his dick in this chat with minors?
Yes. Read for yourself, ask the right questions, and who knows? Maybe you too can be a detective.
Oh, okay. Let's set the scene. Technicals is a YouTuber primarily known for his thorough investigations into the controversies of the Smash community. He's created many long videos dissecting, exposing, and exonerating people in the Smash scene who so supremely deserve it. In fact, he's a creator that I've worked with in the past. I made the intro for his fantastic video on the Sky House, as well as the title card for the video that we're going to talk about today. I always considered his work to be one of the best, and undoubtedly the next one in commentary to make it big. Even though I knew absolutely nothing about Smash, his videos were always incredibly engaging and kept me hooked the whole way through. To be honest, I considered him to be the last one to go off the edge and start saying some insane stuff. He always seemed super level-headed and sensible. But everything I once believed got flipped on its head on the 17th of November, when he dropped his video titled, "What Really Happened to Zero?"
Today officially marks the beginning and end of an era in Smash history. In the past year, we've seen a growth in distrust of leadership, entire cases turned upside down, and a once silent majority no longer afraid to question the status quo. I mean, why shouldn't they? The loudest ones are the reason both you and I are here in the first place. But as I said before, that ends today. Because today I'll show you how two of the biggest cases in Smash history have never been solved. Until now.
In July 2020, serious allegations were brought to light that threatened the reputation of one of the Smash community's biggest titans. They focused around Zero, a Smash YouTuber with over 1 million subscribers. Zero had built a reputation over the previous 15 years of being one of the greatest Super Smash Bros. Players in the world, setting a world record of 56 consecutive tournament wins from November 2014 to October 2015. There seemed to be no stopping Zero and his continual success. So the community was rightfully taken by shock when Jisoo, a rather large player in the Smash scene, started to make some rather severe accusations against Zero. The community, of course, ate them up without much thought, as they always do. And that's when Technicals comes in. Technicals' past investigations have always been made with the intention of rebuilding a subject's reputation online, and include a public call to action, pressuring the Smash community to apologize or welcome people back. What happened to Zero is no exception. The first 13 minutes of the video is exactly what I would expect a good Technicals video to contain. Tech breaks down 5 separate false allegations against Zero and solidifies that Jisoo is still human garbage. There was certainly a severe amount of misinformation and exaggeration when people came out against Zero, and Tech was able to skillfully make sense of it all and rightfully blast people who messed it up. But after we reach the 13-minute mark, the mood changes pretty drastically.
This, in my opinion, is probably the only serious and legitimate problem that people have with Zero. Everything else is either fabricated, as we've seen, or extremely, and I mean extremely, over-exaggerated, which is honestly a testament to just how clean Zero's record is if they have to lie this much.
Spoiler alert, Zero's record is not clean at all. Not in the slightest, actually. Technicals begins to recount the allegation levied against Zero by Katie, an active viewer of Zero in 2014. They began chatting on Skype when Zero was 19 and Katie was 14. These messages consist of nothing short of Zero grooming this young viewer who looked up to him. Surprisingly, Technicals' video does not include a reading of the messages or do Katie's story justice at all, highlighting only 10% of Katie's 1,300-word tweet longer, so 90% of the context is missing. It was at this point that I realized that Technicals was trying to build a narrative.
Obviously, I'm talking about it because it's a narrative. Every video that talks about shit like this is a narrative, obviously.
Since Tech omitted pretty much all of Katie's tweet longer, I say we explore some of the missing sections to gain a better understanding of the case at hand.
Dear Zero, my name is Katie. I used to be in the Smash community. I was 14 years old during our conversations on Skype from September 2014 to January 2015. We met online when you were streaming on Twitch, and I messaged you over chat. You seemed to take an interest in me and gave me your Skype username. I, starstruck, made a Skype just for this and began chatting with you. I'll note that I was decently educated when it came to internet safety, but it mainly regarded things like don't message a stranger and whatnot. But you weren't a stranger. You were Zero, a top player. You won the E3 Invitational and several tournaments before. Having any attention from someone like you was mind-blowing to me. That's what made me an easy target. I was a young girl enraptured with the idea of being friends with someone I looked up to and admired. You used me in this state to flirt, manipulate, and ask for sexual favors from me. To remind you, this is what happened in our conversations. You called me kitty, kitten, honey, all mine, while flirting the entire time.
Tell me some more about you. Like, what do I not know about you?
Oh, I'm 14. I'm a girl.
Yeah,
I'm
this is
smart,
definitely
and I
the
love
strongest
Smash.
part
Also,
of
do you think
John
we could video
Swan's
chat one
video
day
is just
sometime?
reading
Not
out the
now. You don't have
messages.
to.
Which is
Yeah.
Why does this feel like new information? I thought, why wasn't
it technically wasn't, but the thing is, Technicals flashed it on screen and didn't read it out, but when you like read it out, especially in the way
Yeah.
John Swan did, it kind of like hits home a little different.
Technicals
What did
literally talked about Katie for like 1 minute and then went into the suicide stuff about Zero. Like if he was actually an honest journalist as he calls himself, he would have read this tweet longer in his girl voice that he uses. That would have been a like this already seems fucking like whoa. This is like this okay, but yeah.
Yeah. Someone in my chat said John completely destroyed Tech in this video, and I'm a Tech fan. Damn, dude.
Damn.
It's rough.
Yeah, I thought this video was pretty good.
You hate to see it. You hate to see it.
Young girl enraptured with the idea of being friends with someone I looked up to and admired. You used me in this state to flirt, manipulate, and ask for sexual favors from me. To remind you, this is what happened in our conversations. You called me kitty, kitten, honey, all mine, while flirting the entire time.
Tell me some more about you. Like, what do I not know about you?
Oh, I'm 14. I'm a girl. I'm smart, but I love Smash. Also, do you think that we could video chat one day? Sometime? Not now. You don't have to.
Yeah, sure we could.
Go, Zero, go. Imagine me with pom-poms and a cheerleader outfit or something.
Lamau, adorable.
Thanks. Wait, you, the legendary Zero, just called me adorable?
Yeah, you're an adorable cutie.
Thanks.
So adorable.
No, seriously, this is like a big deal for me. You're like one of my role models / favorite persons. Just, I'm your official adorable cheerleader. Seriously, I'm blushing so hard right now.
Adorable cutie.
Oh, be quiet.
But you loving it. Can't lie to me.
Yeah, I am.
Lol, you are so adorable. OMG, too much.
Stop.
Kitty cat Katie.
Seizure.
You're going crazy for me. You just love it. You're loving it, girl. So loving.
You manipulated me. For example, you called me a pervert and made me believe it when in reality I was being goaded to say things by you.
Kate, you a perv though. It's okay. You growing up. It's gonna happen. You are still a baby.
You also told me I was your secret, and so I couldn't tell anyone about our conversations. Do your viewers know why you're probably falling off your seat right now?
No, you're my secret.
What? I'm your secret? The fuzz does that mean?
You're such a cutie. Mad adorable girl. Yeah, no one knows what we're doing.
Wait, what? I'm your adorable girl. That's really creepy, but also really cute. I mean, what?
You call it creepy, but you love it. You're like, I hate you, but love this and this.
No.
Yes.
I will never admit it.
You're loving it. Predictable. I just know it.
I won't admit it, ever.
Yes.
Never. Zero, please. The worst offense I can remember is that you asked me to masturbate with ice and take pictures. I lied when I told you I masturbated as you asked, and then I declined sending you pictures. The worst part of all of this is that I did not take screenshots of this particular situation since I was so embarrassed by it. You wanted to make this activity a habit, that every 2 weeks I would do what you say for a day.
I promise I'll be normal. If every 2 weeks we could do something like that, or in that day, I could go all in.
Swear on the river Styx?
Jason, I promise you. As long as you promise me that those days, you are all mine.
Fine. Here's why I never came out about this. I blamed myself. I admit that I was extremely enthusiastic in our conversations because I was just enamored with the fact that I was talking with the top player. I idolized you, and you used that to your advantage. But don't take it as, oh my god, Zero's so hot. No. Not that kind of love. Well, maybe a little. I mean, what? But I love you like I want to be like you. I mean, I'll be your little cute, adorable kitty that's also your personal cheerleader when you need it. I'd probably do anything for you. Not bad for a 14-year-old girl, huh?
Oh wow, I'm surprised. I had no idea you felt so strong about me. I'm honored. You're adorable and very nice. We could definitely talk more and stuff. I'd like to know you some more.
But because I was so naive, I considered myself responsible for years and thought that my experience would be invalid because of my actions. I didn't take screenshots of the worst situations. The screenshots I have were actually when I was so starstruck that what I thought was happening to me was special, so I kept them for posterity. Only later did I realize that the messages you sent weren't good for me at all.
I love how you react so funny to things. Mad adorable. It's like when you rub a cat's belly, and then they just roll around.
You will not rub my belly.
Yeah, why only do that?
Despite the wave of stories that have been told lately, I believe I will still receive immense backlash. She wants attention. She just doesn't like him. But trust me, I wish this never happened. And I wouldn't wish this amount of mental stress on anyone as well. These months of my life have haunted me for years. Ever since we stopped talking, it's been in the back of my mind. Whenever I saw a video of you, or saw you talking to other top players I admired, or saw a fan talk about how great of a person you were, I would feel sick to my stomach. And this feeling has been growing even stronger these past few days, telling me that I have to say something, that I have to speak up to end this conflict. All I want now is closure, a genuine apology. I was a kid back then. I was stupid. But you are an adult, and you should have taken responsibility and said no. You never should have encouraged any of it.
What grade are you in?
9th, so I'm a freshman.
OMG, you're a baby hand. Haha, adorable. Smash skills don't matter, kitty. You'll grow out of it eventually.
I'm now an adult, as old as you were when we first talked, and I cannot imagine ever talking to a minor the way you talked to me. You knew what we were doing was unacceptable, and you should have stopped it way earlier than we did. I realize that you have the power to reject everything I accuse you of that I don't have evidence for. I understand that this was 5 years ago, and that you have very likely matured and changed since it happened, but I want you to realize the effect you've had on me. I've grown as a person too, but I've had this burden on my heart for years, and I want to let it go. I will very likely never return to the Smash community, in part because of what happened between us, but I want to close the book on this situation for good. Signed, Katie.
If we assume that all of what Katie says is true, this is disgusting. Remember, Zero is 19, and he is aware that the girl he is engaging with is 14. I think the word grooming has somewhat lost its meaning over the past year or two due to the label being attributed to cases that don't really justify it. But let's make this very, very clear. This is textbook grooming, and it's repulsive. In fact, I'm pretty comfortable saying that based on this, Zero should not be allowed back in any online setting where you would have the ability to interact with minors on a daily basis. This is pretty standard in nearly every other profession that involves children. If you're a teacher and you get caught grooming a student, you are removed from your position and not allowed to work as a teacher going forward. The same goes if you're a counselor, coach, or tutor. From just looking at the screenshots Katie provides myself, the level of precision and research that would have been needed in order to make these would have been next level. But thankfully, we don't have to do forensics on the screenshots to judge the validity of the allegations, because Zero actually confessed. And he went one step further and confessed to stuff we didn't have screenshots for.
Hey, I can't sleep, and I just can't take this back and forth. I don't think it makes sense to keep this going. I just want this all to stop and for me to at least atone. I also want people to stop defending me. I don't deserve it. Katie, the screenshot you guys were wondering about the ice cube thing, it's true. The claims that Katie makes are true in general. There are no graphic pictures or anything of the sort, but it's unforgivable regardless.
Okay, pack it up, guys. Case closed. We have a confession. This was probably the stance of most people prior to Technicals' video. If you have a confession to inappropriate conversation with minors, that's game over for you in the online space. But what Technicals does next is completely out of left field. In fact, the first time I watched it, I admittedly couldn't contain my laughter. Just roll the clip.
If you're an observant reader, you may have noticed the stark contrast of tone from his previous responses. That's because Zero wholeheartedly intended for this to be his suicide note. And had it not been for Vanessa, that may have well been the case.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to pull myself back from rolling my eyes so far back. Okay, sorry. That was rough.
We need the pauses. I just realized, yeah, we've been zoned in.
Yeah, no, man, that okay. For the previous part, that was very painful. It's very painful for me to listen to.
Yeah.
Just painfully cringe or whatever. And this part's cringe too. This part is cringe too. I'm not liking it. I'm not having a good time.
In those chats, Katie mentioned her age 3 times, by the way. So yeah, it's not like you missed that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Case. If it's not too personal, what stopped you from committing suicide?
Technical spends the next 3 minutes interviewing Zero and Vanessa, recounting details about Zero's graphic suicide story. This entire section completely took me by surprise, and I can see it served no other purpose than to emotionally manipulate the audience to feel bad for Zero. We just spent the last 2.5 minutes going over claims that he asked a 14-year-old girl for nudes when he was 19, and then we spend an entire 3 minutes where he has the opportunity to speak about his darkest moment. The manipulation becomes even more blatant when after 3 minutes of pulling at your heartstrings with this part of the story, Technicals just jumps right back into the allegations. Here he glosses over the messages and broadly calls them
100% unacceptable,
and then delves into the legal argument that no one with any notable platform has ever made, at least not to my knowledge. I can only assume this because the tweets he shows to transition into this section have no likes and 3 likes, respectively. If any big names were making these arguments, or if this was even the consensus in general, don't you think he would have pulled some more popular tweets? I don't buy it. Everyone is aware that the police are notoriously terrible at prosecuting online crimes, especially when there isn't explicit material involved. Technicals knows this too. By debunking an argument that no one was making in the first place, Tech is priming the audience to accept his version of the story. It's all about building a narrative.
Obviously, I'm talking about it because it's a narrative. Every video that talks about shit like this is a narrative, obviously.
And that becomes even more apparent in the next section of the video.
Now, the million-dollar question is Zero a pedophile? Now, I know that this is a very emotionally charged subject, and some of you have probably already made up your minds. But when it comes to a label that would suggest past, present,
future, and potential harm of children, I think it's important to make sure that the shoe fits nice and snug.
This definition is so specific and has such a high bar that it cannot be reasonably applied to most people that society would be pretty comfortable with calling pedophiles. You have to remember that most pedophiles never offend, and that pedophilia is simply defined as sexual feelings directed towards children. Twitter pedophiles have even coined a phrase for this, NOMAP, which stands for non-offending minor attracted person. You would probably call these people pedophiles, and you would be completely justified in doing so. But under Technicals' definition, they wouldn't qualify because they themselves have stated that they will not and have not harmed or abused children. When you arbitrarily raise the bar for definitions like this, it starts to have unintended side effects. For example, should a YouTuber with a child fan base that has admitted to being a non-offending pedophile be allowed to create content for children? Absolutely not. And the same goes for any other profession that involves children. But Tech's definition allows these people to weasel out on a technicality, and it becomes even more confusing as the video progresses.
For instance, let's take someone who more than likely could be categorized as a pedophile, EDP445. EDP had messaged multiple underage girls, and despite almost getting caught one time, still ends up in a sting operation with a 13-year-old. People who are pedophiles like children. Repeat offenders literally cannot help themselves. It's classified in the DSM-5 as a paraphilic disorder, which means that they have persistent sexual urges or fantasies about children and act on them, or it causes them extreme distress or difficulty in their interpersonal relationships.
In this part of the video, Technicals completely misrepresents the DSM-5. I can't tell if this is due to pure ignorance or him trying to build a narrative, but I'll let you decide. In response to the question of, is Zero a pedophile, he references pedophilic disorder and reads out the qualifiers. But the only problem with this is that pedophilia and pedophilic disorder are two very different things. In fact, the DSM-5 actually makes the distinction in 6 different places. In the new DSM-5, pedophilia is depathologized by differentiating between the sexual preference for prepubescent children and the disorder in case of additional factors. These factors include experiencing significant distress and impairment by fantasies and urges, or the acting out on behavioral level, including CP consumption and or committing hands-on child sexual abuse offenses. Clinically, this is an important distinction because a high percentage of pedophiles do not act on their sexual urges, and 40 to 50% of sex offenders that have engaged in sexual contact with children have equal or higher sexual arousal with adults. But of course, Technicals either admitted this information or he just didn't read it. And you should probably do that if you're trying to make the argument that Zero is not a pedophile.
Right, your goal is to prove that Zero is not a pedophile, right?
Yes.
Pedophilia.
Sorry, what?
Hmm?
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah,
Was that your voice in there?
No, that was Nick.
Oh. I thought
Oh
it
my
was
god,
Blacks.
you're just
I'm
like
sorry.
book smarts, dude.
Yeah,
What the fuck?
sorry. Sorry.
Pedophilic disorder has a much
Well,
higher
Nick
bar,
talked in the
and thus the
video.
qualifiers that he reads out cannot reasonably be applied to Zero. There is no clinically accepted definition for pedophilia, it just doesn't exist. So let's remove the DSM-5 for a minute and focus on the definition that is generally agreed upon. Sexual feelings directed towards children. Under this definition, would Zero be considered a pedophile? Just to remind you, when he was 19, Zero groomed a 14-year-old girl for months and pressured her to send him pictures of her performing sex acts. So, let me repeat myself. Is Zero a pedophile? I'm going to let you come to the decision on your own, but needless to say, Technical's complete misrepresentation of the DSM-5 is totally irresponsible and clinically incorrect. It plants seeds in the audience's mind that Zero cannot possibly be a pedophile because he doesn't fit the extremely strict qualifiers, when that definition is talking about something completely different.
I want to take the reins here for a second and just ask
go ahead.
a simple question of each person in this chat. I'm 19 years old, right now. I turned 19 in August, so I'm 19 now. I'm the same age that Zero was when this shit happened, okay? If I was caught talking to a 14-year-old girl, asking her to shove ice up her pussy and send me pictures of it, regardless if the girl did it, how would each person in this call Augie, how would you feel about that?
You would be a sick fuck, and I would never talk to you again, and I would make that abundantly clear on my public platforms.
Oh, Lex, how would you feel about that?
I'd be confused, mindfucked, angry.
Would you be willing to talk to me again? Would you be willing to have me back in the community in any way? Would you associate with me in any way?
Probably not.
Edwin?
No, dude, that's gonna be a hard no. I mean, oh, Jesus, no, dude.
Snipster, what do you think?
Oh, God.
I would think that you're a massive fucking degenerate, and I would have no problem burning that.
But is it just degenerate? Is there another word you maybe want to use? If a 19-year-old tries to...
You're a pedophile. You're a fucking PO.
Okay,
You're a fucking PO. You're attracted to children. You want children.
So chat, consider that, okay? Consider that. If I, at the current age I am now, talk to a girl, I would be derided, okay? I would be shat on beyond belief, and I would deserve it. I would deserve it, because the idea of me as a 19-year-old talking to a 14-year-old is fucking repulsive. What the fuck do you have in common with a 14-year-old, Zero? Tell me. Tell me what you have in common with that 14-year-old.
The next part of Technical's video serves 2 purposes. To further build his case why he believes Zero is not a pedophile, and to debunk this hyperbolic and stupid tweet made by Leffen. I could think of several ways to cover this tweet, but the angle that Technicals chooses honestly shocked me.
Even after gaining significantly more money and more access to minors, there's been no new cases. Before he was canceled, he even ran an entire team of children. This would be the perfect case study if I've ever seen one. So I reached out to some of Team Zero to see what they had to say on the matter.
It's my understanding that you guys had like a group chat too. Did you ever get any weird vibes from Zero? Did he ever ask you guys to do something you probably weren't comfortable with?
Technicals interviews 2 of the kids that Zero worked with, where they told him that they got no weird vibes from him. I mean, why would they? the relationship was purely business, as Tech himself states.
But no, he's done absolutely nothing weird in the group chat. Like, he's only spoken a few times, and when he would, it was just for getting us to film a video with him.
Oh, okay, so it was more like purely business.
Yeah.
I fail to see how interviewing two boys in a business chat that Zero was a part of adds literally anything to Tech's point. And from what we know, guys aren't even his gender of preference.
Right, your goal is to prove that Zero's not a pedophile, right?
Yes.
How can you prove that Zero is not a pedophile by interviewing people who've been around him and said where they go, well, he never was weird around me. How does that prove he's not a pedophile? That just proves he didn't molest them.
This is just saying that he's not manipulating the children of the community. Because I directly show a quote from Leffen saying that if he wasn't removed, he would still be manipulating children.
Can just for a second, Bossett makes a really good point. He says, did you notice John used the Oxford definition? What a good guy, going to the source widely considered the most authoritative instead of the first Google result. Very nice one, Bossett. I'm sure that will come up soon.
I don't want to be a dick, but it's like, oh, you're not a pedophile? Okay, dude. Name every child in the community. We'll interview every single one of them.
Fucking God,
I'm just saying,
I honestly don't get what your point is.
Because, all right, so your overall goal is to prove that Zero is not a pedophile.
Yes.
Right. How can you accomplish that further? By randomly interviewing people who have been, like, around him.
He literally brought these kids into, like, the mainstream. He brought them out of fucking being just an average player to top players. So if the assumption is that Zero likes kids, Zero manipulates children, he takes advantage of them, why isn't he taking advantage of any of the children he was fucking directly working with?
But does that mean he's not a pedophile manipulating
Which he obviously showed an interest in because he specifically said, I like them, I'm going to sponsor them to support them so they can grow in the community.
I'm losing brain cells by just watching this. It's completely irrelevant, Technicals. Hold on though, this next bit of text video, it's just outrageous.
Let me get this straight. He had the Disneyland equivalent of a pedophile's paradise and didn't ride Space Mountain once. Damn, Zero's really dropping the ball here. So what? His whole team was full of dudes. That only proves he isn't a gay smash pedophile, Technicals. Who cares? To which I'd respond, I guess that means you can cross off 90% of his options. You'd think he'd diversify his profile a little bit.
So, instead of responding to a very legitimate point about sexual preference, Tech responds facetiously, saying that essentially there aren't that many girls for him to groom, so he should be fine. And that he doesn't understand why Zero wouldn't just groom some boys as well if he really was the vicious pedophile that he's claimed to be. Look, I get it, it's a joke, but I would expect that after this joke we actually would get a legitimate response to this very fair question, but we just don't. He moves right on to the next point. You heard the argument he had with Nick. He doesn't really have an answer to this question, which is why he deflected with jokes, hoping nobody would notice.
Let's just recap. It would be impossible for Zero to go to jail over this. He never exchanged any images. Every other
I'm sorry, just 1 second. 18 through 13 and 19 through 14 and 17 and 22 is wrong. Well, okay, 21 and 17. And there was no flirting in that panel. That's completely unrelated, completely different. Like, Silver King, I get what you're saying, but like, but if you looked at the logs, like we read through those logs, there was nothing there. There was literally nothing there.
Oh, you defended a pedophile recently? Nice.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
There were hours of calls, not hours of calls, Silver King. Not hours of calls. There were like 3 calls, and it was in a public Discord. There were 3 calls that were private, but those were all still in a public Discord, and those were explained very thoroughly. Oh my God. I would suggest there's a YouTube video that I put up that goes over the entirety of the thing. We went through all of the logs. The entire time Queen Alexa was deflecting. 21 and 17, I would say, is a huge difference between 14 and 19 because the development of children is much more different back then.
Wait, are they comparing Zero to Alexia right now?
Yeah, they are.
Why? Alexia didn't even say
But no.
anything like overtly sexual.
Yeah,
Or
there was
at all.
nothing
All that
sexual.
drama.
Yeah.
How? Oh,
They just
I don't
wanted to
know.
hang out.
It's probably
Yeah.
not enough time to catch me up. Never mind. Just I don't know.
Pel the Pelican. When you're 14, your development is much different than when you're 17. Just like if somebody was 20 and dating a 30-year-old, I'd probably not feel too weird about it. Okay, anyways, we're going to resume.
Story involves an adult, and he hasn't had a slip-up in 7 years.
Yeah, dude, he just kind of tripped and fell and grew to mind it for like 3 months and asked her to shove ice up her pussy. Not my idea of what a slip-up is. And what exactly is he slipping up from? Slipping up from being attracted to minors? This explanation just makes no sense, man. And saying that no images were exchanged is just poisoning the well. He asked for them. It doesn't matter if the girl's intent was still there. Now, to Tech's credit here, he does clearly disavow the conversations in the following section.
Do I condone the conversations that took place? No, and I hope I've made that very clear.
But come on, let's not beat around the bush here. He did not make this clear, like, at all.
What I'm trying to say is that I don't believe this to be the result of a specific or malicious preference, as is the case with repeat offenders such as pedophiles and Discord mods. What I think we're looking at is a culmination of a fucked up childhood and trauma, resulting in emotional immaturity and a lack of genuine and fulfilling relationships. When Zero first publicly shared a story of how he grew up in Chile, we discovered how his father exposed him to sex at the age of 5, and brutally beat him and his mother.
And here we go again with the emotional blackmail. It's insane to me that no one else has called this out. Oh yeah, he might have asked a 14-year-old girl to stick ice up her pussy, but did you know he tried to kill himself? He may have groomed her for months, but did you know how messed up his childhood was? Like, it's just so blatant.
I don't know if it's emotional blackmail as much as just his opinion, right?
Well, I would call it an emotional appeal. I wouldn't call it blackmail, but it's definitely an emotional appeal, and it's not really like it's not really related to the overall point, right? Like, oh, we should just forgive bad behavior because people have bad childhoods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True, but I mean that I feel like that's actually Technical's opinion, and he isn't just bringing that up to, like, I don't know, maliciously try and like emotionally blackmail
It's
people.
not even an opinion. What he's doing is like somebody in here is saying he's trauma dumping on someone else's behalf. Kind of, yeah, I would say he's just using an emotional appeal to make you feel bad for him, so you'll be more forgiving of him.
Yeah.
I guess.
When you literally just listed all the reasons why you should pity him. This is so bad faith. It's insane.
I'm just saying his circumstances were pretty fucked, and it's not unreasonable to assume that a traumatized, depressed shut-in would have a lack of meaningful and genuine relationship experience.
I wonder how the audience would react if this was said about someone like EDP. Imagine if he went out with a statement that said, guys, my father beat me, and I was bullied in school. I haven't had a genuine relationship, so that's why I messaged the 13-year-old for nudes and tried to meet up with her. He'd be laughed at, ridiculed, and told there's no excuse. And rightfully so. None of this excuses Zero's behavior. I think I just want to quickly talk about something that has been made abundantly clear to me over the course of Technicals' video so far. It's pretty apparent that Tech is making excuses for Zero throughout, and very little attention has been spent on the actual allegations themselves. Just to remind you, Katie was groomed for months by a person she looked up to when she was just 14 years old. Zero took advantage of her for his own twisted gratification and caused her severe mental distress in the process. The twit longer that we read at the beginning of the video makes me sick to my stomach, and I can't imagine the strength this poor girl had to go through to come out about this abuse of power. Why are we making excuses for this? Why are we trying to minimize it? What Zero did is repulsive, plain and simple. I guess here we are. Sorry for that tangent there, but it just makes me really upset, you know? Like, I shouldn't even have to say this right now. The internet's gone completely crazy. Okay, let's get back to the video. The next section is pretty uneventful. Tech interviews some of Zero's friends and Zero himself to try and give some context as to why he's socially awkward and shouldn't be held to the same standard as the rest of us. Yada, yada, yada. This goes on for 4 minutes. You can watch it yourself. I'm not going to go over it. It's completely irrelevant.
When you look at Zero's development over the years, even as recent as his marriage to Vanessa, you'd be hard-pressed to establish any kind of significant behavioral trend, considering how the single instance in 2014 is the only existing point of contention. Now, if that's enough for you to still be against Zero and think that he's an irredeemable person, I kind of understand where you're coming from, but if what Leffen and Jisoo said is true, you wouldn't need to lie this much to prove it. A pedophile will usually do that themselves.
I'm honestly a bit confused on what he's saying here, because I think there's more than enough to establish guilt while being completely truthful. Is this directed at me? Am I missing something here? Whatever, let's move on.
This may be a little personal, but I like Zero, and if he decides to continue making content, I can't think of a single reason not to. If you just thought to yourself, wow, that's a pretty risky and controversial opinion, Technicals, then I'd argue that this opinion is 1,000 times less controversial than what a majority of the Smash community already openly accepts.
Oh, no, he's not going to do what I think he is, right? Tech spends the next 6 minutes discussing Nairo. And to be fair to him, the section is honestly pretty good. This is what he's best at, dissecting responses critically, something that I wish he'd done in his section on Katie. However, this section also serves another purpose, and that is to make Zero's case more palatable. Because the Smash community welcomed Nairo back without much reservation due to a legal document that apparently exists that no one has ever seen, he implies that Zero should also return, because what he did was apparently not as bad. Because as Technical says,
at least I know for sure what Zero did and didn't do. Can't say the same for Nairo.
Finally, we're nearly at the end.
When I first took on this case, I'll be honest, I had quite a few reservations about Zero. Some of you might even remember me saying things like, I can't do anything, I'm not a fucking miracle worker. But after thoroughly reviewing the case files, the motivations, the state bylaws, the contradictions, and the traffic violations, I came to where I am now. Zero's conversations with Katie were 100% irresponsible and wrong in my opinion. The issue for me is that this isn't something that was caught in the moment. This happened once 7 years ago when he was 19, and then never happened again. The only inference I can reasonably pull from that is that he either realized it was wrong and stopped it himself, or his mental maturity finally caught up with him after years of trauma and a lack of proper education.
I really don't like the way Tech is framing this. By saying that this only happened once, he's negating that the grooming of Katie actually took place over the course of 3 months. If Zero messaged her for like a week and stopped, maybe I would believe this a bit more, but he was living and functioning in society as a pro Smash player and his actions have no excuse. Don't mess me with this. Whose mental maturity finally caught up with him? Bullshit. I don't buy it. Okay, so why did he stop? Well, there could be so many
That's a
reasons
really
why.
good point
He could have
that
been caught by a
Technicals
friend or
didn't
family
make
member.
clear.
Maybe he let it slip out during a conversation. Or maybe he got struck by paranoia from seeing something online. Just because we don't know of this happening again doesn't mean it hasn't. And it doesn't mean that Zero should be allowed to post content for children again. I'm personally not comfortable with that at all.
I can't for the life of me point to anything that would correlate him being a current danger to children, like Leffen would suggest. Zero never exchanged images with Katie, which is his worst perceived crime to this day.
He asked for them, doesn't matter if he didn't receive any, the intent was still there. How many times do I have to go over this?
Nairo had undeniable sexual activity with a 15-year-old and has still not provided his full defense for his innocence. His attorney says that he could ultimately exonerate him, so why hasn't he? He made it sound really easy. If Nairo feels like his audience isn't owed a detailed explanation, then according to the severity of the allegations, he isn't owed a platform either.
So, my question is, where do we draw the line? If Nairo isn't owned a platform because of the severity of the allegations against him, why should Zero be owned one? Sure, sexual contact with a minor is certainly worse than what Zero did. I'm not denying that. But they're both bad, right? If you ask for images but don't receive them, does that make it automatically fine for you to continue making content? The moment you start drawing these arbitrary boundaries, what is and what isn't acceptable starts to become murky. The solution? Both of them should be shunned from the community. Let's stay consistent.
I'm not asking for justice. I'm not even gonna ask you for an apology. You don't have to say anything. So I'll just say the only thing that's left to say. Welcome back, Zero.
Why are we welcoming this guy back? Why is everyone okay with defending this dude all of a sudden? Look, I'm not going to sit here and tell you what to think. If you want to support Zero in his return, that's fine, go for it. But surely I can't be the only one that thinks this is insane. This dude's clearly depraved. You've seen the messages. This isn't the sort of person we should be welcoming back. In fact, I don't believe he should be allowed to create content for children again. This sort of stuff is like a one-strike policy for me. Imagine this applied to anyone else. No, you see that teacher that asked a minor for nudes? He only did that one time, so he should be allowed to continue teaching at a school. This doesn't make sense, does it? It's insane to me that people are defending this guy. Tech, like, come on, man. Why did you get involved in this? Actually, come to think of it, some of you could probably ask me the same question. What's my stake in all this? Why did I spend $20 on these shitty suspenders for this bit? No offense to these people, but I don't think I have anything to gain from trying to win over people from the commentary community again. Those who hate me won't stop from this video, or any video really. Honestly, if I wanted to be in the good graces of anyone right now, it would be Technicals and his crowd. If I was interested in numbers, I'd just join them. He's ratioing commentary creators constantly. He's winning the game of Twitter likes by like a whole margin. So why am I doing this? Well, simply, I believe Tech is in the wrong. His video clearly makes excuses for Zero, there's no question about it. And he's let his hatred for certain people in the Smash scene take over his common sense and reasoning. Someone needs to come in here and set the record straight, and I decided that that person's gonna be me. I would love to end on that dramatic note, but unfortunately we still have a little to go. I think it's important that we discuss Zero's response when he returned. I wanted to put it earlier on in the video, but I couldn't find a place to weave it in nicely, so it's going in here. Zero starts off his video by promoting Technicals' work and discussing the document created by Jisoo.
To start off, you probably heard of all of this from a document made by Jisoo, which was then later spread by multiple media outlets. This document contains a very large amount of lies, falsehoods, big exaggerations, and honestly, it is nothing more than a piece to assassinate my character and ruin my image to the general public. There is a lot to go over, but the easiest and best way to learn the truth is to watch these two videos made by Technicals, with one of them actually being released today. Technicals did extensive research for half a year to really dig the truth, interviewed many people, gathered so much evidence, and honestly, he put two pieces together that could explain what really happened better than I could with my own words.
But the most contentious part comes around 2 minutes in when he gets to his confession that I mentioned earlier.
You have also probably heard of a so-called confession from my part. Simply put, this document is nothing more than a suicide letter that I wrote during a tremendous mental breakdown. I had fully planned to take my life right after posting that document because I pretty much lost all faith in that scenario, seeing so many of my close friends deciding to take the situation, to throw me under the bus for personal gain, seeing how people were reacting in general, and me just feeling like I could not defend myself properly. Pretty much took the last bit of hope that I had left, and I decided not just to give up, but to sabotage myself on purpose.
What does that even mean?
No.
It sounds to me like Zero is saying that in his darkest moment, he admitted to stuff that he never did to ensure his career would be completely over. That could not be what it's supposed to mean, but it's so vague that realistically it could mean anything. I sabotage myself, like what? Apparently Technicals hasn't received a solid answer from Zero on this matter either, but it's up to you whether you want to believe him on that. If we progress on the assumption that Zero admitted to stuff he never did to ruin his career intentionally, there are a few things that just don't make sense. The first time you see the twit longer in Technicals' video, he actually alters it to remove around 2/3 of it. The rest of the statement is actually pretty important, so let's have a read of the rest.
Hey, I can't sleep, and I just can't take this back and forth. I don't think it makes sense to keep this going. I just want this all to stop and for me to at least atone. I also want people to stop defending me. I don't deserve it. Katie, the screenshot you guys were wondering about that Ice Cube thing, it's true. The claims that Katie makes are true in general. There are no graphic pictures of anything of the sorts, but it's unforgivable regardless. I want to just be clear about it here. There's more than one girl I spoke to in the 2014 period a bit earlier. Her name is Laura. Originally, she never told me she was underage. She said she was older than me. I have screenshots of this, but it doesn't matter nor make it better. But years later, she contacted me and said she was actually underage. I apologized to her privately recently and told her I feel absolutely about it. The picture that was exchanged and she's from another country. I really want to atone, and I just want the discussion to stop.
I don't if you caught that, but Zero actually defends himself in several portions in this TwitLonger. This doesn't sound to me like someone who's trying to intentionally sabotage themselves at all. I simply don't believe someone would be willing to self-destruct/admit to solicitation from a minor, and then also defend himself in the next paragraph by explaining he was catfished by Laura, claiming he can prove it, disputing CP, claiming Laura was from another country. Why on earth would you admit to the Ice Cube thing and then contest other things within the same TwitLonger? This just makes no sense. Even in his confession about Katie, he clarifies that there were no pictures exchanged. I don't buy this excuse that he sabotaged himself. It sounds completely ridiculous. Imagine EDP used that same excuse and said that his confession on video was just him sabotaging himself. No one would take it seriously. Does Zero think we're all just gullible?
Now, I need to make this very clear to everybody watching this video. I have never received explicit images from any underage individual. I have never sent explicit images to any underage individual. I have never made travel arrangements with ulterior motives with any underage individual. I have never been touched or touched in any shape or form any underage individual. And I have never had conversations with only the intention to groom an underage individual or take advantage of them. Anything you may have heard or seen that suggests otherwise is a lie.
Did we read the same messages? Because that's what it looked like to me, mate. Talking about messages, Technicals accidentally leaked these ones on stream. It's Zero talking about Katie, and shocker, he doesn't sound like he's sorry at all.
Also, this may be huge, but the next challenge is Katie. And the biggest question is still, who is she? And is she really who she says she is? I was thinking, if Jackie gets canceled, or is close to, which is very possible now, we may be able to pressure her hand to get Katie details. I have a great feeling there's manipulation in that story, and Katie herself. And since Katie's a ghost in the wind, we may be able to uncover her. So I'm just saying this could be a play. Jackie's a snake. She will throw Katie under the bus for self-preservation, if she has to. So we could use that.
For everything Katie went through, this just seems like a slap in the face. This guy clearly does not care about the damage he's caused. You know, the question I had while all of this was going down was, why is Technicals batting for this guy so hard? There's no question about it. What Zero has done is repulsive. So why is Tech trying to make excuses for him? It was on my mind for a while. At first I thought that he did it all to spite Jisoo, who definitely sucks big time, by the way, but that didn't quite add up to me. Then I thought that he did it because he became friends with Zero, but apparently he hasn't known him for that long.
Yo, Muddle
So
Reaver, thanks for
why?
the sub.
This just makes no sense.
Hell yeah.
Well, my answer came from a place I didn't expect it. From the folks on Reddit. This situation involves allegations surrounding Technical's brother. And before anyone has a go at me for going after family members, Tech's brother was a public figure in the Smash scene at the time of these allegations, and has since amassed an audience of nearly 1 million followers on TikTok, over 40,000 YouTube subscribers, and 12,000 Twitch followers. Back in the day, this situation got so big that Tech had to make a public response. Tech still shouts him out publicly and talks him up on podcasts.
The guy in that sketch is my brother. He's also a content creator.
Oh, what's his channel?
Pixel Drink. He's also on TikTok.
Oh,
yeah.
Check that shit out.
He was even at VidCon this year, rubbing shoulders with some of the biggest creators in commentary.
Just to clarify, this is the same guy we met at VidCon?
Yeah. This is definitely fair game. So, with that out of the way, let's progress. Last year, allegations of sexual misconduct were levied against Technical's brother, known online as Turtle SSB or BJ. The allegations stated that in 2016, BJ had sent not safe for work art and nudes of himself to a group chat with the minors in it.
So if you're unaware, TwitLonger was released earlier today about me addressing some things that happened in 2016 when I was 19 years old.
For most people that know BJ, you may know he's a pretty good artist. He would constantly share drawings he's made on his social media into our friend group chat because they were really nice and it's a skill to be proud of. I don't know if it's as well known, but he was also very much into creating NSFW art as well.
So as some of you may know, I like to draw. So back in 2016, I wanted to get better at drawing, so I started drawing NSFW art in an attempt to improve my skills at drawing anatomy. So I did that. I started drawing hentai.
No matter what he drew, I would usually appreciate it simply for what it was because it was so well done, NSFW or not. I remember one night opening Discord and finding out that he made a very graphic drawing of my friend 16 and I 17 having sex. He sent it to our Discord server. To me, this was extremely disturbing and disgusting. I did not consent to this. Plainly said, I felt violated and humiliated by this drawing's existence.
It became a running gag in the group chat that I was in that had people from 13 years old up into, I was the oldest, I was 19. It became a running gag to sort of ship each other together in pairings. So how it started was there was art that was drawn of me with another person in the group chat who was obviously underage. I think I was the only person that was an adult at the time, without my consent. And a couple other images were drawn with similar pairings of other people in the group chat. So then I took it upon myself to join in on the joke that we were all partaking in and drew an image of Albie with another person in the group chat who I will not name.
He was also 19 at the time of making it, which makes it even more disturbing that he made a drawing involving 2 real-life minors. Remember, not fictional characters. To him and a few others, it was seen as a really funny drawing and they posted it over and over laughing about it, but I remember expressing how uncomfortable I was over it. It is beyond me why he would do this, but he also proceeded to upload this drawing to the Rule 34 website.
Those images don't exist anymore because I deleted them. They were on Rule 34 up until a couple days ago, but then I deleted them because I didn't want them to exist anymore because they're really weird and gross. So I went to go take them down because I haven't looked at it since 2016. Really dumb of me to post it online anyway.
Now I want to address another problem I have with BJ. I don't think there's too much explanation that we'll need to go into these simply because it's all in the screenshots. To give context, there were a few people involved in a group chat in which the majority of the members' ages range from 13 to 16, while BJ himself was 19 at this point, I believe. Here are some messages and screenshots saved from him interacting with them and sending nude images of himself.
So let's move on to the nude pictures that were shared in the chat. In this chat, this group chat that had people from 13 years old to my age, 19 at the time, the conversations would often veer off into like adult topics like porn, sex, etc. Just thinking back on that now, that's like a red flag. I should have removed myself from the chat as soon as conversations started to veer off in that manner. We would often try to like shield the 13-year-old from like those kind of conversations conversations, but they would still have it in the chat. Like, there's nothing stopping them from scrolling up and reading it. They would also like make separate group chats amongst themselves, myself not included, where they would share nude photos of themselves with each other, which is really weird thinking about it. It was like a weirdly sexual environment. Conversations would often delve into like adult topics, and they would share nudes of themselves and lewd pictures amongst themselves, and sometimes in the chat that I was in. So I thought it would be funny to post a picture of myself in the chat just for like shock value. I thought it was really fucking funny. I was rolling laughing after I posted it.
In the next pair of screenshots, you can see him imply that he would be sending a nude image and is immediately informed and reminded of a 13-year-old being in the chat. Looking at the timestamps, you can see he disregards this and proceeds to send the image anyways.
As you can see in LB's Twitlonger, I was made aware that of the person that was 13 years old in the group chat, or 14, I think, I can't remember. And I posted it anyway. So they were like, oh, bro, don't post it. Remember, there's a kid in this chat. And I was like, oh, and then I just posted the picture.
This final set of screenshots are just a collection of him still repeatedly sending nude images of himself to the same group chat over and over while knowing it's full of minors. By the way he responds, you can tell this is no accident.
So I posted that picture of myself, and that was pretty much the end of it from there. I don't feel like there's much I can say about that. There's no excuse for it. Fucking weird.
Okay, so this is weird as hell. But what does Technicals have to do with all this? Well, let's watch his response and find out.
This is in regards to the Twitlonger about my brother. Yes, I was in the group chat.
Excuse me, what? Technicals was in this group chat? Tech, no!
I was in every group chat because I was the leader.
Technicals, why?
I was the leader of the crew that we made, which was this gigantic chat group of people in high school, adults, all this other shit. Yes, I was in the group chat. And I made it very apparent at the time that if anyone had a problem with someone in the group chat, to come to me and we would resolve it. At the specific period they're referencing in the Twitlonger, I remember this because me, along with everyone else, came to BJ and told him that was a really fucking stupid thing to do. Don't do something like that again because we are in a group chat where, you know, it might be bad for other people. Told him it was stupid, never to do it again, and guess what? He didn't do it again.
Hey, it's John from the future here. This isn't even true. If we look back in the screenshots that were provided with the Twitlonger, we can see that the first time BJ did this was the 24th of December, 2016. And then he did it again on February the 18th, 2017. So he did do it again. That's just a complete and utter lie from Technicals.
Most people were just outraged because it was an outrageous thing to do, because that's how my brother is. He does fucking outrageous things and then doesn't think out the consequences of his actions. And obviously that came to bite him in the butt here because someone had receipts of him being outrageous. I did what I could at the time, told him it was a bad move. I didn't condone any of that shit.
That was quite the roller coaster, wasn't it? Okay, let's break this down. So at no point did Technicals, as the leader of this chat, think that the not safe for work art being sent into the chat with minors was a bad idea. At no point did he think that the people drawing minors performing sex acts should be removed from the chat. At no point did he think that having his brother in the chat full of minors after he sent his dick was a bad idea. Look, I get it. He was younger back then and he may not made the right call, but why is he still defending his actions to this day? When all this stuff came out, I assumed that Tech was also a minor at the time, since BJ said in his statement that he was the only adult in the chat.
I think I was the only person that was an adult at the time.
But it came out later that they're actually twins, so therefore, Tech was also an adult at the time.
Obviously, I was in the chat and we're twins.
So you were the other... Okay, well, I didn't know you're twins.
Maybe we just have different standards, but if this was me, I would have removed the people sending the not safe for work art, and certainly would have removed BJ. Look, I understand that slip-ups could potentially happen. For example, you could forget how young some of the members are and send some not safe for work stuff on accident. But this was not an accident. It wasn't just like a few slip-ups. According to Tech himself, it was a running joke.
It's a joke. It was a running joke.
Of naked children? Is that what he was drawing? Like, what did he draw?
It's just so bad, dude. When Tech was called out more recently for this, I think the natural response would have been to take the fall and walk it back. But this guy just went completely off the rails and decided that it would be a good idea to post the depiction of the minor having sex with BJ. He just put this up publicly on his Twitter.
God, it was so insane when he posted
One of them is pretty crudely drawn, with the other one being far more detailed. Needless to say, I scrubbed my phone's cache and muted Tech on Twitter. I do not know why he decided it would be a good idea to post this. Only after getting called out and flamed by fans and fellow creators,
yeah, I saw
he decided to
it.
delete the tweet. Couldn't have come sooner, mate.
Kind of
This whole
mind-blowing
situation is absolutely insane to me.
that.
But it does also put the Zero stuff into perspective. If Tech had to come out and wholeheartedly condemn Zero, he would have had to condemn his brother as well. And to a certain extent, he would even have to condemn himself.
I don't think guilty by association really counts in this because everyone realized it was shit, even BJ realized it was shit, and never did it again. If you want to tag me with that somehow, that's cool. I'm not gonna get canceled for it, and I won't really care past this response. So, yeah, that's all I have to say.
Okay, so humor me here. What if we remove the actions of BJ for a moment, so we're not using guilty by association? Let's see exactly what Tech is guilty of himself by comparing his statement to his brother's account of what went down in the group chat.
In this group chat that had people from 13 years old to my age, 19 at the time, the conversations would often veer off into like adult topics like porn, sex, etc. Just thinking back on that now, that's like a red flag. I should have removed myself from the chat as soon as conversations started to veer off in that manner.
Yes, I was in the group chat. I was in every group chat because I was the leader.
Conversations would often delve into like adult topics, and they would share nudes of themselves and lewd pictures amongst themselves, and sometimes in the chat that I was in.
Technicals owned a group chat with his brother. Did you not?
Did you own the group chat, Technicals?
Yes, I was the leader of the group.
Okay, so you're just snipping a detail.
I thought the word owned was funny.
Hold on. So you're telling me that Technicals at the age of 19 was the leader of a group chat where minors were sending nudes and lewd images of themselves, and he did absolutely nothing to stop them? His brother seemed to notice that sexual stuff was talked about very often. So Tech, as the leader, had to have been aware of this as well, right? And yet, he doesn't address this anywhere in his response at all. I'm not trying to imply anything here, but this is incredibly strange. I could not imagine a situation where I or anyone I know would ever let this happen.
Back then, on Messenger, you couldn't delete messages, so the image was just stuck there.
So you're saying the nude and lewd images of the minors were cached on your device as well? This just keeps getting worse and worse. Why would you ever let your brother post this video? It's so incriminating. It's important to note that when you're the leader of a group chat like this, where adults and minors are mingling, the responsibility to keep conversations from veering off into inappropriate directions does lie on you. It's also your responsibility to make sure that the minors are aware of boundaries so that situations like the one we discussed today can be avoided. It's a responsibility that Technicals should have taken more seriously. I would be okay with him if he came out and admitted that he could have taken more action at the time, but he's doubled down on his stance again and again and again. He was an adult, and letting this shit run wild was an absolute failure on his part. It's so incredibly irresponsible that I can't even begin to put it into words. His morals are clearly all over the place if he thought that this was okay. And just to remind you, this is the guy we're getting behind to tell us who should and who should not be let back into the community. Throughout Technical's time of creating investigations into Smash, I believe that he's done some genuinely great work. Some people have unreasonably had their reputations completely ruined and deserve a second chance. Technicals was able to vindicate these people, and with that, he achieved a certain level of credibility within the space. But some people are better left to the side. I know Tech likely feels a lot of attachment to these topics,
Edwin left.
since it's
I didn't
affected him on a
realize.
personal level in the past.
Oh shit!
But I
What the
believe that he's
fuck?
let his emotions get the
He
best
probably
of him.
went to dinner
And when you're
or
working with
something.
delicate cases such as these,
Damn.
it's important not to let facts be dictated by your feelings. It pains me to say this, but I don't think I can take any future Technicals video at face value anymore. And I invite you to ask yourself the same thing. Is this the person we should be listening to when it comes to who should and who should not be allowed back into the community? I'm gonna let you decide. But needless to say, I'm pretty disappointed. Tech, I don't hate you, man, but you've deflected everyone that has tried to knock some sense into you these past few weeks. So maybe something like this is the only thing that'll get you to listen to some reason. I hope you'll change for the better. For everyone else, thank you so much for watching. And I'll see you again next time. Bye-bye.
So yeah, that's the argument against Tech. Pretty strong. I would say I agree with John over Tech, probably, overall, but... Now we have what happened today, which is the response.
The commentary double
response.
standard.
Yeah.
You guys might have seen some of the beef that was happening on Twitter, and then a smorgasbord of videos. This is why I can't forgive Technicals, the problem with Technicals 0 video, and of course there's a video that John Swan made, which we'll talk about a little bit later.
Do you mind if we watch it at normal speed? Or 1.2?
Yeah, we can watch this at normal.
Okay.
As you guys probably noticed by the title of the video, this isn't about any one channel in particular, like Ethan Klein. I just used him as bait to get all the bottom-feeding commentary channels who actually need to hear this message. I have no problem with people who want to criticize me or my cases. That's perfectly fine. But in the midst of all of this chaos, I've noticed a very obvious double standard. There's a case that perfectly illustrates what I mean when I say there's currently a double standard in the commentary community. Not to be confused with Turkey Tom on Twitter, that's just his handle. Zaptai, who is now currently known as Bigby, was a popular commentary channel in 2017. He was involved in a flirtatious relationship with a 16-year-old catfish who was actually 14 when he was 20 years old. Now I can already hear the people screaming, "Dude, he was 19 and she said she was 17. This is literally Call Me Carson." Well, if you do a 5-second Google search and calculate the ages according to the time frame of the allegations, you'd realize almost instantly that Zaptai was 20 the entire time. Also, 5 years ago, 4 months after the original Twitlonger was posted, Zaptai said, "Was talking to a 16-year-old a fucked up thing to do? Yes, won't challenge that." Why would he say that talking to a 16-year-old is fucked up if he had only spoken to her sexually when he believed she was 17 and then broke it off when he found out she was 16?
Let's make this clear. He thinks she's 16 at the time, not 13.
She had allegedly catfished the, at the time, 19-year-old Zaptai, saying that she was 17 or 16 years of age.
I'm gonna take his word though, and since he's not gonna challenge it, the official age gap for this accusation is 4 years. I just want to make it very clear before I go further into this, I don't believe that Zaptai is a pedophile, neither do I believe Zero is a pedophile. Okay, I'm just using this case to show you guys how there's a double standard with how coverage works on some of these more serious accusations, because it's not just about my Zero case. It also spills over into coverage on other people, so I think it's a pretty interesting thing to talk about. Now that we've established that, let's go over the redemption arc and the arguments made in Zaptai's defense. Before we go over the specifics, we need to know exactly who we're dealing with here. One of the major proponents of Zaptai's comeback is a creator known as Augustus. Augustus often covers philosophy on his channel, and one of his working theories is that
Augustus.
I think it's Augustine, maybe. I'm not sure. Or it's Augustus. It's one of the two. I don't know. I know it was told to me before, but I completely forgot.
Okay.
That
Yeah,
as
people are
long
saying
as
it's
the two are in high
Augustine.
school, an 18-year-old.
Sorry?
People are saying his name's Augustine.
Oh, okay. Right. It's Tiffany? What? His words were from. Oh,
Dating a 15-year-old is fine.
In the context of a high school relationship, yes, 18 to 15 is fine. And in this specific context, a 3-year age gap is totally fucking fine in a high school relationship.
He would later coin this the high school context theory. I, being a scholar myself, thought this was weird as fuck.
A senior dating a freshman is something that, on its own face value, I don't necessarily have an issue with.
I think
all
that's
right?
weird as fuck.
That's creepy.
Okay.
But maybe there was something I was missing. So I hit the streets in desperate search of his acolytes to see if anyone could enlighten me. It's fucking bright out here. Hello? What's up, man? Hello, everybody. I'm Reporter Tech, and today we're down on the streets to see what people think is acceptable when it comes to a high school setting. Specifically, if an 18-year-old dating a 15-year-old is fine. Let's go. What's up, man?
What's up, brother?
Do you think it's weird if an 18-year-old dates a 15-year-old?
Yes. Point is, one's an adult and one's a child.
Yeah, but they're both in high school. Like, one's a senior, one's like a freshman.
Okay, so you take my friend Josh here. He was 27 years old and a senior. Would it not be weird?
Well, it's like a high school setting. So, like,
He was in high school at 27.
so if I'm like a substitute teacher in high school, would it be weird if I dated a 15-year-old?
Absolutely.
It's just bad faith.
Okay. It's just a lot of people on the internet have been calling
What's
me a
your
pedophile,
opinion
so
on
I was
that
trying
take,
to,
though?
go-
Because it seems pretty split on whether or not it's acceptable for, like, what is it, like 18, 14 in high school? Specifically?
I've seen it. I personally, you know, I personally am not like a huge fan of it, but that's just something that's going to happen in high school, and it seems like it is relatively normal, you know. Even if we think it's weird, you know. So, yeah.
I don't think it's extremely normal. I mean, when I was in high school and looked at the 8th graders versus the 12th graders, it literally looked like adult versus kid. Like, it just... When you see them side by side, like...
18 and 14 is, I thought that's like freshman and senior, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there is a difference for
Something
sure,
like
but
that.
like I had friends who were 14 who were dating seniors in high school. So, I don't know. Maybe it's just my view kind of skewing this, but like I think that's reasonable. Usually the relationship doesn't last that long, but yeah, it's happened. So,
I don't know. I mean, it's not the most dangerous thing. Like, I wouldn't call, like, the 18-year-old straight up a pedo, but it is really weird. I mean, when I was 18, I literally saw, like, 14-year-olds as kids. Like, I would have never
Yeah.
done that in high school.
I
And I know a
personally-
lot of other people who wouldn't, or if that happened, then laugh at them and call them, like, pedo or sus or whatever. Like,
Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of it, personally, but I mean, also, I guess it's just something I saw. And also, you know, as you get older, age differences aren't as big of a deal, but that's usually because both of you are developed, both of you are like full grown adults.
yes, of course.
Yeah. So,
Like, I wouldn't criticize like, if I were to date, like, a 20-year-old, I wouldn't say that's sus at all.
yeah.
Because that's a 4-year age gap for me, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, 18, 14. I think that's
It's a little weird.
pretty bad. It's more excusable if it's, like, 16, 18 in a high school setting. I think that makes more sense.
I think what the issue is
Or
that
even
also
15.
like 14, it's still like 50% of like the people are not fully developed yet. I was like fully
Yeah.
developed when I was like 12. So for and then a couple of my friends were like that too. So yeah,
Well, there's a
I don't
difference
know.
between being fully developed physically versus mentally.
Yeah, definitely there is. Yeah, there is.
I think that's more what people are talking about when they say fully developed is the mental aspect. But
yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's a tricky one. I think it's weird for sure. But and it's definitely like not. It's not normal, but I don't know if it's infrequent enough to call it abnormal either. So, yeah.
yeah, I mean, whether it's normal or not is not the discuss. It's more of like, is it okay? In
Yeah,
my
because there are plenty
opinion,
of normal things that are immoral, right?
yeah.
So, yeah.
I think the high school argument makes sense for like 1815 stretching it, but definitely 1816.
Yeah.
1814 seems like way too big of a gap for me to be personally comfortable
Yeah.
with condoning, but
Yeah. Yeah, I guess the more that I think about it, the more weird it is. Because I don't know. Like I never dated in high school anyways, so I don't really have a whole lot of like context for that, but yeah, I'm not really sure. I guess 100%. So, yeah. Anyways, Edwin said re-add me. Oh, okay.
oh yeah, we need him to react it because he hasn't seen the full thing of this video.
Hi, Edwin. Maybe we
All
should
right,
start over for
this.
him.
Oh, well, you can start at 3 minutes where I left off. I mean, I don't know if I missed anything really.
Okay.
The way I perceive high school context, by the way, and I think Augie probably explained it too, but like, I guess it was like somebody happens to turn 18, you know, a little bit later, you know, but I don't know what I just missed. I was just gone.
I think if we stretch it from the beginning of high school to the end of high school, that gap's too big.
That's like 4 years though, because that's
Yeah.
freshman, senior. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
different.
Yeah. For my high school, it would have been 5 years because we start high school at 13. So,
Whoa.
yeah, that would have been. I would not be okay with that at all.
Yeah, 13 is too young, I think. 14 is
Yeah.
pushing it, I think, as well.
I think for me, in my mind, I think like 15, 18 is pushing it, and then like beyond that, it's unacceptable. 100%. That's my personal view on it, but everyone has a different one. I'm not going to say one's
Yeah,
right or wrong.
I agree with Technicals. Like, this is pretty fucked up. Like, unless it's like sexting for like Ice Cube pictures, then I guess we can let that slide, you know. But otherwise,
Nice,
yeah.
Edwin. In a high school context, you wouldn't be 18 until the end of your senior year, so I get where Augie's coming from. Possibly. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is because, again, I didn't date in high school, but I did have friends who dated seniors. It was like the cool thing to do. And as I said, as you get older, like age difference doesn't mean as much.
Yeah, but I feel like
But
the
14,
older person in the situation should
yeah.
know better.
Older
the
person should know
18-year-old.
better. I may be looking at it from also like from the younger person perspective.
Yeah. Of course, yeah. I mean, just because like the younger person thinks it's cool doesn't mean it's like okay.
Yeah.
From the younger person perspective, like I feel like most of us, or maybe I don't know. I definitely knew like younger girls when I was in high school. I knew girls in also high school that were dating older guys that were out of high school. You know, like
Yeah.
that was not super uncommon at all. And
Yeah.
I didn't really have judgment as a 14, 15, whatever year old. You know, I didn't judge it. I didn't see it. I didn't know better. Whatever.
Well, as
'Cause
an
that's
adult,
a kid.
should we?
A teenager doesn't know better, and neither did the girl probably. So yeah, it isn't the adult.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how if I think it's. I don't think it's normal, but I don't think it's abnormal either. So I don't know.
Yeah, but being normal or not doesn't make it right.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. Like.
Yeah.
pickpocketing or mugging could be like relatively like common, but does that make it right?
Yeah, it's normal to get pickpocketed in like a bad street, but it doesn't mean it's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. True. True. Okay.
Necessarily have an issue with.
I think
all
that's
right?
weird as fuck.
That's creepy.
Okay.
But maybe there was something I was missing, so I hit the streets in desperate search of his acolytes to see if anyone could enlighten me.
Bossett does make a good point here. It's kind of not material. Tech's argument seems to be Augie had a take. Let's spend 15 minutes on a skit about it, even when it doesn't
Oh my
make a
God, this is-
difference in the story.
Don't tell me you're exaggerating, please. Okay, hopefully.
The skit's kind of funny though, but yeah.
All right.
It's fucking bright out here. Hello? What's up, man? Hello, everybody. I'm Reporter Tech, and today we're down on the streets to see what people think is acceptable when it comes to a high school setting. Specifically, if an 18-year-old dating a 15-year-old is fine. Let's go. What's up, man?
What's up, brother?
Do you think it's weird if an 18-year-old dates a 15-year-old?
Yes. Point is, one's an adult and one's a child.
Yeah, but they're both in high school. Like, one's a senior, one's like a freshman.
Okay, so you take my friend Josh here. He was 27 years old and a senior. Would it not be weird?
Well, it's like a high school setting. So, like,
He was in high school at 27.
so if I'm like a substitute teacher in high school, would it be weird if I dated a 15-year-old?
Absolutely.
Okay. It's just a lot of people on the internet have been calling me a pedophile, so I was trying to, go out in the real world and ask some questions.
I mean, that's kind of sketchy, dude. 15.
Not even in like a high school situation.
Not at all. You're not giving her the body enough, know what I'm saying, time to develop, know what I'm saying? That's because the pussy could work, know what I'm saying? Don't mean you can, know what I'm saying, you can fuck it. You know what I'm saying? You gotta let the mind develop and know what the fuck she's doing with the pussy, you know what I mean? So if you got somebody that's more mature than
Very
you,
true.
like that's still rape though, you know what I mean? You gotta let her, know what I'm saying? You gotta let the mind.
Why
catch
did
up
you
the pussy.
remove your snack emote, Bob? Like, Twitch removed it! Twitch removed my snack emote, dude! Now you guys can't express munching on snacks.
To be fair,
Isn't your snack labeled Bull Black Crack?
Yeah? Because it was a
Okay.
cracker that people eat.
Oh,
What's
oh,
wrong with
okay.
eating crackers?
Well, within the context, I think it's okay, right? Anyway.
Yeah, Twitch removed that shit. I don't know why. Someone said they got banned from Twitch chat for spamming my Mayo Monkey emote. What the fuck, dude? Why? are
Bull
people
Black,
so racist?
speaking of removing things, what's on the screen? Can you read that? Can you do one of your Twitter voices? Gotta get.
What's on the screen?
Yeah, gotta let the mind what?
Gotta let the mind catch up with the pussy.
Yeah. Is that like a Bible verse or something?
Yeah, in the
don't do it, Bull Black.
in that chapter, yeah.
In that
chapter. But I
that
wanted to
specific
pause
version
here.
of the Bible.
I wanted to pause here.
the-
Part of the reason why I'm having trouble with this 18 and 14 argument is because a lot of like 17 and 18-year-old boys are not like fully mature either in their heads, right? Like, I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, depends on the person, but yeah.
And I don't get it. Like, this is a dude that defended a 19-year-old sexting a fucking 14-year-old. I don't get it. It's so weird to me. It's like, okay, you're judging somebody else for a bad take when like you literally did way worse. I don't know, man. It doesn't make sense.
Some people don't know the struggle.
You know what I mean?
The mind has to catch up with the pussy.
That's it. You wanna fuck a 30-year-old girl, will you?
Hey, it depends.
Mine's not there. It depends. I'm saying, you're not gonna, hey, she could be thick as hell.
You're wearing a nice, and listen.
What, the zebras?
Sorry. Bossett keeps making fire takes here. For every one of these interviews, just imagine Tech is asking, is 18 to 14 a weird age gap, and should we call them pedophiles? Count how many answers he gets to that he leaves in. Okay.
Get that?
You know what? They're clean.
Damn right they are. Do you think it's okay if an 18-year-old dates a 15-year-old?
Absolutely not. That's just weird behavior.
Let's say it's in like a high school context.
I think if you're a senior dating a freshman, you're a weirdo, and I do not want to be anywhere near you.
What if this guy was like a senior in high school and he was
think it's
dating your
weird,
freshman daughter? What would you do?
I mean, I wouldn't find him, but
Oh
I
my
would probably get
God.
some people too, because that's just fucking weird. And
Holy
if he's a
shit.
senior dating a freshman, that's off limits.
You get someone to find him?
Yeah. Pay like a hitman or something.
Oh, okay.
I don't really think you think that's really weird. I think you're just
I
virtue
do.
signaling.
I
so.
do. Yeah, I'm virtue signaling.
Because I don't think I don't know how you could have such a strong issue with 1815, but then be so charitable to Zero.
I never said, fuck yeah, dude, this is sick.
But your
Yeah,
video
no.
obviously paints a narrative that Zero is worthy of forgiveness. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think people are redeemable. You obviously agree since you're friends with Zaptai. This guy right here says that it's fine if 18-year-olds date 15-year-olds. Do you have like any comment about that? This guy is he's 20.
That's trash. It's absolutely trash. That guy gives me pedophile vibes.
He gives you pedo vibes.
Yeah, pedo vibes.
Dude, the furries are attacking RFC. What the fuck?
Yeah, and he's kind of poisoning the well when he goes up to people and says, "Hey, look at this guy." This guy says that 18-year-olds dating 14-year-olds is always okay. That's like, and then they're saying like, "Oh, he's giving me pedophile." Like, you're poisoning the well. That's not really how you like get a good answer out of people, because already you're tainting their perception. So
Exactly. Like, or you know what? If you want it to be that way, he could also say, "How about this guy?" and show Zero's face and say, "He thinks it's okay," or he sent or he was sexting a 14-year-old girl asking for ice pictures in her pussy. You think what? You think he's a pedophile? That would be completely fair. Then it's completely fair.
yeah. This what would you say if you found out this guy was telling a 14-year-old to put ice in inside herself? Like, jeez, dude.
470,000 Facebook users.
Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. Well, are you guys down to answer like a question? Is it okay
I'm
if
a tech fan, but this point is super in bad faith. Yes, it is. It's all in bad faith. I'm sorry, Pel the Pelican, but like I have looked through Tech's videos, like at least those two videos. Well, this video and the last one, and I while I can appreciate that he puts together the videos well, like his arguments are garbage. The arguments that he puts together are just absolute garbage. So
an 18-year-old dates a 15-year-old?
Not unless they have somebody's consent, like another party. Anything that just involves two people, there's usually like some third-party user agreement that you want to be a part of, and then turn it in, and then whoever higher up, right? So check that out and shit, and say if it's good. If not, probably.
So you think it should like
Translate,
go up to
Edwin.
Congress? If you're like 18, you need to fill out an app.
yeah, translate, Edwin.
Wait, okay, rewind it.
Yeah.
Consent, like another party. Anything that just involves two people, there's usually like some third-party user agreement that you want to be a part of, and then turn it in, and then whoever higher up, right? So check that out and shit, and say if it's good. If not, probably.
Oh, I think he was saying, I don't give a damn about that shit. If she's hot, I don't know. But it's unclear. He was kind of slurring.
I don't give a
He
fuck
could be
about
saying-
that. Technicals is fucking hot as shit, bro.
I mean, me vale
He
la
wants that
chingada,
tech
like,
cock, man.
I don't give a fuck about that bullshit. I think is what he's saying, but I couldn't really get the rest. He kind of moved the mic away, so we'll see. Maybe we get more later.
So you think it should like go up through Congress? If you're like 18, you need to fill out an application to say, yeah, I can fuck this 15-year-old.
Pretty much.
You got a channel? What's it called?
Yeah, maybe they're on the same page.
Haitian J the rapper?
Every Monday,
Holy
I
shit.
post on new content.
23, about to jump from the free throw line. 10 months
Oh,
old.
boy.
And this rap game, I'm an effort.
Damn, he's even grilling his own
Okay,
interviewees.
well, I'm a pedophile. Is that okay?
No, man. You
Showing them off, man.
Come on, man. You kidding me right now?
Do you think it's weird if an 18-year-old dates a 15-year-old?
Nah, I wouldn't be fine with it because I got an 18-year-old and I got a 14-year-old.
What if it's like in a high school setting?
High school setting?
Yeah, high school context.
I still wouldn't be okay with that, man, to be honest.
This is me right here.
Oh, wow. Hold on.
I already
Are you a
did.
boxer,
Wait,
man?
did I? Am I a boxer? Yeah, somewhat. Yeah, I fought this bald nigga named Esam. I don't know if you heard of him. He's kind of famous.
Did you beat his ass?
Yeah, I whooped his ass.
Oh, yeah, dude.
One last question. Can I pet your dog?
Sure, go ahead.
Oh.
Sleep on me if you want. Haitian J coming in hot. Get your head.
Why does he
taken
keep doing this like little intro?
I don't know. That's
off,
kind of weird.
Boy.
Yeah.
I guess
Tough,
he's
dude.
on
I
site.
think it ruins the whole video, man. I think it ruins all his arguments.
News reporter on
that
site.
intro.
True journalist.
Yeah.
It is.
I mean, he didn't even need the intro to ruin his arguments, but yeah. Yeah, the intro just makes it more annoying, I guess.
Those
But-
provocative images.
It was funny when he walked up to that guy and said, "I'm a P word. Is that okay?" So I
Yeah,
have to give him that
dude.
much, you know.
I like that
Yeah.
segment. Yeah, it's funny.
Hi, Dale.
Were there on both ends or just from her?
just from her, and apparently the pictures in her underwear were on her Twitter and her Instagram. They
So-
were public consumption. They were on social media.
So we have no child porn involved. Zero.
It being public images doesn't mean it's impossible that it's child pornography. In 2019 on Instagram alone, they removed 1.2 million photos and
Okay, he
videos,
goes for that
including
shit
child
again.
nudity and exploitation. And even on Twitter, they've been sued for refusing to remove child pornography. This is not a good argument.
One thing I do have to say about that, like, I get what he's saying, as far as like people in their underwear and bra or whatever.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
maybe I'm missing something here, but there are a lot of people on Instagram who are underage who post their bikini pictures online.
100%.
Yeah,
It's
and I'm
uncomfortable.
very uncomfortable with that. There's a reason I'm not on Instagram. So
Oh,
yeah,
See, well, I think he's kind of framing it as if like the Zaptai was like seeing a girl that had CP on her own Instagram or something, which is like not the case. But I don't know. I never seen any pictures, but she may have had like bikini. I think that's what it was. I don't know. So she may have been one of those girls, and I think she was what 14. So that is a very sketch thing. Even though she never said she was 14, but it was still very sketch. But at the same time, the way he says, we don't know because Instagram removes it. So he's kind of making it sus. But let's keep going.
Apparently, the pictures in her underwear were on her Twitter and her Instagram. They were public consumption. They were on social media.
Dude, what the fuck is this? No, put that shit down. What the fuck is this? Is this chick 14?
Man, what are you talking about? She told me she was 16.
Is this your cum? Did you just cum on this right now?
She's not even naked. I got those from her Instagram.
In this one, she's covering her tits with one arm, and in this one, she's in her underwear. You're an arm's length away from going to jail, and you're just fucking chilling?
All right, how about I beat your fucking ass? Is that what you want?
No, man, what the fuck? I'm trying to see
God.
what the fuck is going wrong here, because you're...
You fucking bitch. I'm not going back.
In America, there's a test known as the DOS test, which is a 6-factor guideline to determine whether imagery would constitute child pornography. It turns out it doesn't have to be 100% nude, so the fact that he had sexually suggestive images, depending on the guidelines, you're not 100% in the clear. All they'd have to do is
What the
prove
fuck,
whether a
dude?
visual depiction of a minor constitutes a lascivious exhibition of the genitals or pubic area. But does that really matter? Because at best, you have sexually suggestive images of a 14-year-old girl saved on your phone. Forget the DOS test. You don't even need that shit in Canada. From the official Canadian government website, child pornography is duly defined as both any visual representation or any written material or audio recording that advocates or counsels sexual activity with a person under the age of 18. You could try to argue that, but everywhere I've searched, including court cases, text messages can be and are considered child pornography in Canada.
Doesn't that
So
work
we have
against
no child
zero?
porn involved. Zero.
I guess, yeah. I think
It's so
I think the
stupid.
point he's trying to make is that Zero and Zaptai are the same. Not that
Well,
both of them are
I wish he
guilty.
would be. I wish he would be, but you know he's not including zero whatsoever. And it's just like the technicalities. Can YouTubers just stop playing lawyer for a second? Like it just sounds like so like it sounds like he's putting on a big boy suit. Like it's I don't know, it just feels fluffy.
yeah. And another thing that was yeah, so Bosset is fucking on fire tonight. Okay, Bosset, I'm just gonna be reading all of your comments here. He says, I think it's reasonable to compare I collected CSA images to I looked at a girl's Insta. So sure, yeah. And then Bosset says, look at the rest of the definition.
Oh, I guess
where is
rewind
it?
5 seconds when he showed it.
Exactly.
He just dunked on his own argument. It requires explicit.
Rewind 5 seconds. when he
Despite
showed it?
representation or
Okay,
any
let's see.
written material or audio recording that advocates or counsels sexual activity with a person under the age of 18. You could try to argue that, but everywhere
They pick sexually explicit activity.
Yeah.
I mean, well,
Yeah, it has to be sexually explicit.
I don't know what the chat logs with Zaptai said, but I mean, that's
yeah, exactly. I feel like we should have watched Nick's video on Zaptai as well. Like,
Yeah.
fuck.
I know, might as well fucking include him in the
I'm
war now.
really. I mean, I watched Nick's video on Zaptai like 2 years ago, but I'm out of the loop.
Oh, it's the
100%
next one.
on like the details.
Where I've searched,
like,
including court
It's not this
cases,
one. It's the
text
next one. Let me see.
Oh,
just can be and are considered child pornography in Canada.
So we have no child.
Oh, maybe it wasn't.
But okay, this is like so annoying. Like, okay, in order to defend the guy you did a video on, you have to all of a sudden try to debunk Nick's video on another person. Like, what?
Hornball.
It's
Zero.
so random.
Despite this,
I
harsh
think the point of his video is to say that they are treating Zaptai or Bigby differently than Zero because they're biased towards Bigby and not Zero.
I guess
He's trying to say that his video on Zero is comparable to Nick's video on Zaptai.
I guess that's cute. I wish he would just argue, like, defend how shitty his video was. 'cause-
Points under. Tech is being very careful about what he's showing and saying is the point. Okay.
reality.
The one with 2 points under. Okay. A photographic, film, video, or other visual representation, whether or not it was made by electronic or mechanical means, that shows a person who is or is depicted as being under the age of 18 years and is engaged in or is depicted as engaged in explicit sexual activity, or 2, the dominant characteristic of which is the depiction for a sexual purpose of a sexual organ or the anal region of a person under the age of 18
That's
years.
a good eye, boss. Damn, because yeah, obviously, if it's just a picture from Instagram, I don't think that would qualify. If she sent it to him, like, you own child porn, you know, I don't think that qualifies.
Yeah.
It's not like,
yeah, well, yeah, it depends exactly what the picture was.
Yeah,
That's the thing. It's like the details that we don't know.
right.
But
Well, if it-
also
say
under
it's just-
this,
say it's a
go
girl
ahead.
pupa, like a 14, 14-year-old, I guess, posing in a bikini, just posing. I don't think that
Okay.
would qualify.
Boss
Yeah,
says
I
A,
don't think either.
So Boss says A, it does not match the Insta photos, and B, it hits Zero's thing, which is very true.
It also hits the pixel drink thing immediate. Because, like, remember in John Swan's video, Technicals brought up the images, the drawn images that his brother made to show how, like, not big of a deal it was, which didn't work because it was a big deal, and then he ended up deleting it. But this definition right here is almost exactly that, because it was like a drawing of a kid. That's only in Canada, though. I don't think hentai or like lolly, let's just call it lolly for like simple terms, or lolly hentai. I don't think lolly hentai counts towards CP in America, but I know for sure it does in Canada based on like
he goes
obviously
into it,
this
but
image
apparently
here.
there was a topless one with her arm covering her tatas. Yeah, but I guess it has to be like, I don't know. Is she wearing a top in it, or?
Are the pictures described?
So I guess like she's underage. She posted that publicly on Instagram, and then Zaptai's under the assumption that she's of age because she did that. Or I don't know. Like we don't know.
I think she told him that she was 17. I think that was what the issue was with Zaptai or whatever. But I don't know. Does he literally just gave an example of one of the photos? It was her being topless. Are you being purposefully blind? Don't get mad, okay? I'm just going through this. Does that count as being explicit CP? Yeah, that's the thing. Does it? I don't know.
Like maybe we should have watched Nick's video on Zaptai, because like a lot of these arguments, like I'm not familiar enough with the story.
Engaged in or is depicted as engaged in. I'm not saying good, but I'm saying Insta photos likely don't qualify. Okay, yeah. No. I believe, Jessica, that there are, that this is the photo. One of those photos was like a topless photo, but engaged in I'm not sure. So yeah.
What was the age gap with Zaptai and the girl?
Wait, the skit where the bear person was holding the pictures, was that supposed to be Zaptai? Was that supposed to be?
Yeah, Zaptai.
I'm sorry. I understood that was Zaptai, but was that supposed to be like accurate, as in like he was holding the pictures of the photos he was sent? I don't think so.
It's a joke. Oh yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if that's like actually what happened or if it's an exaggeration. It's probably. I assumed it was an exaggeration, but I haven't looked at the. I'm so unfamiliar with that case.
Okay, so
currently,
Zaptai thought
'cause
she
it's
was
been so long.
17, broke it off when he thought she was 16, when in reality she was 14. Okay.
Yeah. So once he heard it, like he broke it off once he figured out the age type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll get later. Nick will educate us something.
Yeah.
Oh fuck. Yeah.
No,
Maybe
but I
after
think
this
it's
we should watch next video.
yeah. So I think it's fair that yeah, if he thought that she was 17, and he was what, 19 or 20? I'm not too concerned, but like I can see that there's a gray area there. Like if she's covering her boobs or something, and she's topless. But again, it does have to be sexually explicit activity, right? Like an actual sexual activity, or depiction of a sexual organ or the anal region of a person under the age of 18.
And someone in chat was asking, I mean, because you have to go into the. This is almost like comparing the two, and I feel like the big difference is intent. Like when you're acknowledging that someone is 14 years old and you're persisting on, hey, let's see some pictures. You're my only one. You're my kitten. You know, it's much different than when you're 20 and you think it's I guess 16. Okay, you could that is a sketch. Okay, sure, but like there wasn't any pressuring for sexual pictures and all that kind of stuff. It's a different context.
Yeah. From what I've seen, I don't know. Again, it's been a while, but from what I've seen, the messages from Zaptai were less prying, and also, apparently, as soon as he knew that she was under the
He
age
cut
of
her off.
17, she cut it off. But with Zero, that didn't happen at all.
Well,
And-
apparently,
and-
according
was
to
14.
Jess, like he kept talking to her, but just not in a sexual manner.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I
guess
don't
it's
think there's anything
slightly-
wrong
Yeah,
with
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Honestly, like I don't see anything wrong. The breaking it off once the age came out is also
okay.
the right thing if that's a story.
Right. Well, he stopped talking to her when he found out that she actually lied the second time and like that she was actually.
Yeah.
Okay. No. So see. Okay. I'm kind of sketched because I did watch his videos when Tech first did his. In December though. It was already
Yeah.
December, like 2 months almost. But basically, she lied twice about it. So first she was like, "I'm not actually 17. I'm actually 16." So that's when he's like, "Okay, well we can keep talking. I mean, we've been talking for a while." And then she revealed that she was actually 14. He's like, "Okay, no, fuck this shit. I'm out." So that's when he cut her off completely.
Jess says, "I'm not fighting against Zaptai. I just don't want you guys to say anything that will be used against you. Like, oh, look at these people talking about stuff they don't know about." I appreciate it, Jess. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, I'm just trying to understand because again, there, are Instagram photos every day that there's a reason I don't use Instagram, but yeah, yeah, here's a link of Nick's Zaptai video. Okay, we'll look at that next. Yeah. Yeah, no, I wanted to pause, especially since Bossit drew our attention to this. That's all. I didn't mean to cause any frustration. That's all. So I do appreciate it, Jess. I do appreciate it.
See, but okay, if I would argue that maybe his mission is to get us not talking about Zero, because this is all distractions. Like, okay, cool.
Yeah, that's true.
But like the bigger point is that, see, in one story, Zaptai's, the girl was like, "Yeah, no, I apologize. I fucked that. I shouldn't have done that. Whatever." She came out and said that. In the other story with Zero, she was like, "I want you to own up. You fucked up. My way of thinking growing up. You made me feel bad." Like, I think that also in itself is so major when someone actually feels victimized versus someone like doesn't. I don't know.
Yeah. So wait, somebody is saying that there's a sorry. It's a okay. Yeah, clearly I don't know a whole lot about the Zaptai situation, but yeah. Stardust just want to let you know that a big Technicals fanboy named The Franchise is spurging out live on stream right now. You should try to get him on your channel for content. Jesus Christ, dude. If you want to link him our Discord, I'm happy to have him on. But we need to finish this video first. So
finish this one.
Yeah. Jessica is the real MVP. I didn't mean to like cause any distress or anything. I just am trying to understand it. So yeah.
Or any written material or audio recording that advocates or counsels sexual activity with a person under the age of 18. You could try to argue that, but everywhere I've searched, including court cases, text messages can be and are considered child pornography in Canada.
So we have no child porn involved. Zero.
Despite this harsh reality, Nick, Augustus, and Tipster are still brave enough.
If it is somebody covering their top and they're topless, I would say it's definitely creepy, even if it's not legally CP. I would say it's creepy, even if it's not legally CP. Yeah. So
to stand by Zaptai, and to that I say,
nuclear ass take.
Oh, Tommy wants to call in. Okay.
Tommy C?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh shit. We gonna get exclusive?
I mean, we haven't even gone to his part in this video, but
he's still awake in Germany?
I guess. Yeah. A lot of this video is just like.
I like how his emoticons are hopping on your screen.
This is an amazing frame to post. I just linked you, Tommy, the Discord. You can just jump into the lobby. I'll drag you in. It's creepy if it's like covering if it is somebody covering their top. It is definitely creepy. So, but
yeah,
I don't know the whole context. So, all I can say is that so far, of the two videos I've watched of Technicals, I'm not very impressed by the quality of the arguments he puts forward. So
yeah, for sure.
Tommy C in the house.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
Hello, Tommy.
Hey, Tommy.
It's so good to hear from you. It's like 3 a.m. and I'm just about to call in tonight. I just wanted to like maybe help you out on a few things, and then you guys can watch the video. So just going back, I don't know how much it matters, but the criminal code for Canada, I'm pretty sure he was in Ohio at that time. So this was 2016, correct? When this particular incident took place?
I believe so.
I don't
2016
think,
or 17.
I hate when everybody goes into law and shit because it really has nothing to do with morality. But no, I don't know if that would have applied to him if the crime or alleged crime was committed in actually Ohio. You probably have to check Ohio law. The other thing was that I really wanted to point out is, look, you can make the argument that both these guys have giant red flags with their behavior, and I wouldn't doubt that. I actually said in a stream that I think what makes the difference between Zaptai and this guy is when Zaptai found out, he stopped, he felt guilty, he apologized, he came publicly, he publicly admitted, and then pretty much stuck to that story. With the difference with Zero was, he came clean and confessed. Recently has recanted the confession under duress. And if you notice on my stream, at one point there was a leak by Technicals, actually deleted this. There's a conversation between Zero and Technicals about getting Katie right after that. So Zero has no remorse about the whole situation.
Yeah.
And I've been on the thing is, I'm kind of portrayed in this as somebody who's repeatedly calling this guy the P word. And I really wasn't. I probably had the most liberal take out of everybody. I was like, look, everybody makes mistakes. Stuff happens. Like, this guy moved on. Technicals is right. There's no repeat offenders. But I think the video's garbage because it glosses over the fact of what he confessed to. Now, he went on later and recanted the confession, and they mention the confession, but they give you a red herring by talking about the suicide right after that. And I thought that was pretty deceptive. So he goes after me. Yeah, he goes after me on I guess because I'm old. I don't hear that every day. But at one point he says, well, why don't act like you're such a fucking hero not going after people. You go after people all the time. Well, were you defending yourself when you went after Elvis the Alien? I was like, no, I wasn't. That's fair. But I was defending Zaptai at the time. So when you get to that part, just remember, who are you defending here? Zaptai. Because I think there's an inherent difference between the two things. I'm not really uncomfortable saying that. One guy had no remorse, right? And was only stopped because he was stopped, right? The other guy stopped on his own, had tons of remorse, and left the internet. And I think that's, I mean, if we're going to be held to this, if he wants to be held to the standard that each situation is different, which I think is fair, I don't think that, the commentary community, as he put it, is a hive mind. I don't know if we're being held to everybody had the same opinion, and in some cases, I never called the guy a pedo. In fact, I'm on record with the only stream that I ever did on this saying I don't think that's fair. So I mean,
I agree with you.
I said I don't.
I don't
now,
even.
Yeah.
I don't even.
Sorry,
I don't even think that he's a pedo, but I think
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I think that and I think that Technicals had the opportunity to make a really good video, but if you just look at the arguments that were put together for the video, they just fall apart. They're just
deceptive.
garbage.
They're deliberately deceptive. I also find it funny that Nick's he really doesn't I have a little part, Augie has a little part, Tipster has a little part. And Nick's kind of spread out. So Nick's stuff is a little less directly addressed. And I think this is what this whole problem really started, is criticism over videos. And it turned into a big dick waving contest. And I'm going to say on both fucking sides. And by the way, that's not me attacking Nick now. You can look in November when I said this was a dick waving contest on both sides that got out of control. So I don't know why I'm being attacked so personally. I was the one that, I left the door open. I didn't join in on the thing. I think there's definitely legitimate criticism in there, but overall, I think it's deliberately deceptive because he knows our communities don't overlap, and it's just a move. Getting in with Elvis the Alien. I was criticizing Elvis the Alien because he cowardly apologized to Zaptai, took it back, and then he's recently apologized again. And I went after Elvis the Alien for that reason. As far as I don't think I fucking target bait unless it's defense. I did use the word self-defense in fairness to him, but I've always defended my friends, and I don't target people quite like that. Do I mock them? Do I make fun of them? Do I criticize them? No, but I don't. I think the last time I got in a dick waving contest was with Keemstar, and boy, did I learn my lesson there. So that's all I wanted to say. All right, take care, guys. See you, Bobak. Take care.
Have a good one.
Tommy, I hope I helped.
You did. And also, I just have to say, I'm really disappointed that you lied to us. I thought that you were, I can't believe that he outed you as being an older content creator who does drama sometimes.
I thought Tommy was in his 20s personally.
I
thought he was too.
Before I got on that I want to go that, and I you might think I got my feelings hurt because I'm older. I literally hear that every day, and the guys joke about that every day. I do find it funny if he thought I was that pathetic that he had no problem coming on. And that's what I think, the moving towards Elvis the Alien thing, as you'll see as you get farther in this video. I think these are all typical sort of moves. It's not commentary. This is about owning your enemy and climbing the fucking ladder. If he thought I was that pathetic, an old man that does YouTube drama at my age, when, by the way, Elvis the Alien's 32 years old and Bionic Pig's 27. If he thought, he really shouldn't have come on, because I thought the interview went great. I liked the guy. And then when Nick got into it with him, I criticized them both, and I stayed the fuck out of it. And Bobax can back me up on that.
Yeah, I think he did.
I stayed the fuck out of it. I never went after. I thought the first video. Here's what I made Technicals. I said that the first video he did was shit. That's what he did. That's it. That's all I said. I said it was shit, but whatever. It's one fucking video. The stuff that went on around that, I can't defend. Right, at any level. I still love my friends, but I can't defend it. And that's just the way it went. But I never attacked him personally. I said his video sucked, and that's what Nick did, and that's how this thing got going, and that's how it became a dick measuring contest.
Yeah.
Take care, everybody. Have a good
one. And I just sent you I can't believe that I really did think you were a POC woman just like me. I sent you a picture.
Oh my God.
You really screwed up my future in BreadTube. Thank you.
No, if he was a POC woman, if he was a POC woman, him and Nick would still be together.
Yes, that's what.
Oh my god.
This is the picture that he sent me. Okay.
Oh.
What the hell?
Yeah. I swear to God, I thought you were like
still
me.
Be with Nick, definitely. I mean, that looks like a trans POC woman, so definitely,
No, it's a hot Indian broad. Is that what that is? All right. Have a good night, everybody. Take care.
Have a good one.
Tommy.
He's like,
Tommy
fuck
just
all this
caught
Nick mention. I'm out. I'm kidding.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the main reason we'll get to this later in the video. I did want to ask Tommy about it, but it seems like it's late for him, so I'll just let him go. It's not super important. But I think one of the main reasons the Technicals brought Tommy up is because Tommy seemed to like leap really like quickly on Mini Lad being like a pedo or / degenerate or whatever he said, but like more charitable to Zaptai. I think that was also one of the other points. But yeah, besides that, I agreed with most of what Tommy said.
I guess we'll see, because he hasn't gotten to the Mini Lad stuff, so we'll see what he's got to say, because
I think the two core okay, so the core difference between Zaptai and Zero is one of the core differences.
Oh, he wants to answer you, actually. He's back.
All right. Yeah.
Bobax, I want to answer you. The video on the Mini Lad thing is me asking one of my guys, is it okay if we call this guy a pedophile? In other words, I was inquiring about it. They told me, and I laughed. That's it.
Damn. Then it seems like it was clipped kind of dishonestly.
I didn't know about the video. Remember, I do my stuff live. I'm a streamer, but I do it more of a show format than like an internet stream or like a Twitch stream or something like that. That's the way I have a beginning and ending, I have credits, the whole lot.
Yes.
It's just the way I do it because I'm a boomer. So I didn't know about the story at the time. So I asked, I think Verse was there and I think Vault was there, a person of color, by the way. Just want to let your audience know.
Nice.
And I said, so can we call this guy a pedo? And then they gave me the explanation, told a joke. I laughed at the joke, and then I added my own joke, and I said, yeah, it's because he's a ginger. And it's presented that I meant that literally. So go check it out for yourself.
Yeah. So I guess it was clipped dishonestly.
So there you go.
Thanks
the
for
Mini Lad,
cleaning
I'm
that up.
not terribly familiar with the Mini Lad story. I don't even know what the age range was in that. I was inquiring about something that I did no idea about. And that's what I'm saying. It's deceptive editing in a lot of cases.
Yeah.
I don't know about every situation. I'm not going to say every point he had is wrong. I think the point that he made that people have different ideas about this and what's right and wrong, and some of it's cultural by interviewing people on the street, I would totally agree with him. In fact, if you go back and look at my Technicals video, you want to know how I went lighter on Zero than anybody. I just said there is a difference between the two. And I think that's more of a red flag than Zaptai's situation.
Yeah, I would agree.
And it's terrible Zaptai got dragged through this because he really didn't deserve it. All right. Again, I'm sorry, guys. Anything else? Because I'm definitely going to bed this time, I swear to God.
Yeah, I think that's it.
All right,
Nick
guys.
reunion?
Bye.
Damn, Edwin, please.
I had to do it. Good outro. That was funny. So yeah, I mean, I agree that's the core difference between the two. And then the other thing he said that I wholeheartly agree with, Tommy said. The two things
look,
that I agree
for
with
me,
was,
it's like also a big factor for me personally. Is like when I was saying earlier, like if there's a victim that's badly hurt, like and presenting, their own testimony, I think that's a big factor. And that wasn't there with Zaptai, but that there was a few with Mini Lad. There was a few victims that were very hurt and like descriptive about how he was sexting them and acting all that works. And same with Zero. So it's like that's the big factor that's missing with Zaptai. There's no guilt. There was guilt with him, and the girl felt bad. She did, but not in the victimized way, but in the guilt way. So it's like if that's not there, that's not quite the juice that this dude wants there to be.
Yeah.
The other thing that Tommy said that I agree with is that this has kind of turned into a whole I guess
dick
measuring contest. Yeah, because at the end of the day, it's like we know what Zaptai did. Like both sides know pretty objectively what Zaptai did, and we know pretty objectively what Zero did. I don't think there's any information on either side that has been construed by either side.
Law badgers. I'm getting 4 ads on your stream, Stardust. I'm a subscriber.
Okay.
What's going on here?
I don't know.
What are you struggling? We need more donations?
No, you shouldn't be getting an ad if you're a subscriber. I don't know why it's doing that.
Firehouse.
Mini
I
Lad,
think
I read the logs of Mini Lad, and he's so much worse than Zero Stardust. He needs to go to jail. I don't know anything about Mini Lad, so I'm not going to say anything.
Wait,
on
oh my
it.
god, I'm not a subscriber. All right.
So as I was saying, at the end of the day, it's whether you're like you think Zero and Zaptai are comparable or not or whatever comes down to opinion, and I think there's like good points on both sides to an extent. I have my opinion that I think they're not comparable and Zaptai's way less guilty in comparison, but at the end of the day, it's just opinion versus opinion, and people are just like clashing their dicks over it. There's no like,
They're not realizing all their dicks are tiny.
Yeah, and I don't think either Zero or Zaptai are currently like trying to like pedo after kids. So like at the end of the day, it's just like we're not trying to protect anyone or make a movement or whatever. It's just like opinion and dick slapping contests and like who's more in the right. Yeah, exactly. But it's funny, so I like it. And
Hey, dude, I literally
I think it's funny.
I just bought my own subscription and you gifted me one at the same time. What happens there? Did I
get 2 months or something?
What the hell? As soon as I clicked, it thanked me, and then it said that thank you, Testicle Johnson. What's up?
Testicle Johnson, thank you. I want a refund. I'm so sorry.
All right. Well,
ever notice how often Boblax talks about dick? Does he?
Do I?
I don't think he does.
I think I talk about it as often as everybody else.
Tommy brought up the dick waving first.
Lots of people love talking about dick when talking about situations. Yeah.
Yeah. Tommy talks about dick.
Bisexual art. Nah.
Okay. All right. Let's press play on this thing.
Anytime I brought up the Zaptai case, the response is always, it's legal, so who cares?
But he said he was planning a trip to Washington to come see me and have sex. And once again, one Google search away, it shows that Washington had a consent age of 16.
Not to mention, the age of consent in the state where Heather resided, being Washington, is 16 years old, so it would have been completely legal for them to meet up and have sex. The general rule of thumb in these situations should be that if you can't get the guy arrested for it, then don't try to destroy his life over it.
The caveat of using a legal defense is you have to make sure that everything's legal, or else it all falls apart. And since you guys want to bring up the laws in Washington, even if you were in a high school context, you would still be a registered sex offender. Given that the images were only sexually suggestive, let's assume that you're off the hook of any federal CP charges. You would still be in direct violation of Washington's law on communication with a minor for immoral purposes, which requires mandatory registration as a sex offender. Get this, you'll like this. Specifically, if the communication took place electronically, it's considered a Class C felony that could carry up to 5 years in prison or a fine of no more than $10,000. If you're thinking, well, Technnicals, there's hardly enough evidence to convict him on this. Well, then you're in luck, because this law covers both words and conduct, with a focus on the predatory purpose of promoting a minor's exposure to and involvement in sexual misconduct. Basically, the fact that Zaptai talked about how much he wanted to fuck this girl over text is literally all you would need. Also, you know, the fact that legally it's considered child porn in Canada doesn't help your case either. That's just a tiny thing you guys forgot to mention in your video.
You don't know how the fucking law works, dude. This is so idiotic. Like, okay, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm the idiot here. Tell me if I'm the idiot. But in order for someone to be prosecuted, doesn't there have to be someone to prosecute it? Like I could commit a crime, but if nobody like sues me for it or prosecutes me, won't I just get away with it, right? Like, I'm so sick of this annoying. He broke the law. It's do it. He's gonna go. Like, stop it. Stop all this fucking like thought lawyers.
Well,
thought
yeah,
crime
Tommy
fighters.
just came on here as well and said his thing. So I mean, you know,
It's so they keep thinking like, I got point over you. Look at this. It would still you could still go to jail. No, the girl literally felt bad for what she did to Zaptai. He ain't going to jail. There's resentment. There's no resentment. I mean, it's not that. Anyways, such a waste of time.
We genuinely don't have any idea whether things like you're worth getting arrested for were a joke or not, because we only see what Heather wanted us to see. Before you say, oh, who joke about something like that, let me help remind you that I just vindicated a YouTuber who told the girl it's rape time in the DMs.
Yeah.
It's rape time is hilarious, by the way. I just want you guys to know that is hilarious to me. If somebody messaged me and said it's rape time, I would think it's very funny.
Yeah, I don't think that's the same. I don't think that's the same at all. Unless he said it's rape time and she said rape me, I don't think those are comparable at all.
This was your it's rape time moment.
I'd be so fucking pissed if someone said that while defending me.
So without Zaptai knowing her proper age, it's entirely possible that he had considered this at the time. And to expand upon that anymore would really be condemning Zaptai for a thought crime.
Thought crime? This isn't 1984. Even if we write that off as a joke, where's the joke here? Still waiting to get filled in on that punchline here. Now stop me if I'm mistaken, because I don't have a law degree, but I think it'd be a little bit more than a thought crime if he had sex with a 14-year-old. Hey, officer, what's the big deal? She told me she was 16, and that's the age of consent. Yeah, that's not how that works. Think about it. You're 2 years into college, sitting around your dorm room thinking, you know what? I could really go for some junior pussy. You know, junior mint's no mint. So around 2:30, when you know they're getting out, you just kind of survey the crowd. You're thinking to yourself, well, I'm at a high school. This is a high school setting, and context does matter. So
he's definitely taking that argument that Augie was saying just like completely the wrong way. Like, there's clearly, like, a context in which Augie is saying, like, they're in school together. You're not waiting in the parking lot.
Exactly.
So you take your pick of the most fertile jailbait, make sure as fuck you're in Washington, and just go to town. Disregard the fact that this isn't Twilight, and doing so would be incredibly illegal in 19 other states. It being legal doesn't make it morally correct. I mean, the age of consent in Angola is 12. I don't think legality is the argument you want.
Why are you making legal arguments then? Homie, like, what's going on? Why are you making legal arguments if it's about morality?
Want to be making here, unless it's in defense of him not knowing that she was 16, which is not the case.
Is he actually a lawyer?
This segment's kind of funny, though. Outside the point that's supposed to be Bigby, which obviously I disagree with.
Dude, dude, what the fuck are you doing here? You're not supposed to be within 100 feet of here. Those are kids.
It's legal in the state of Washington, you fucking asshole.
Imagine if someone said that one creeping on girls. It's legal!
Yo, what the? Zaptai! Let her go!
What?
Let her go! God damn, you got away again.
What? Let her go?
What about, like, if they're 20, they're, like, in their second year of college, and the other person's 16?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, it's wrong, or absolutely, like, let's go?
Absolutely, it's wrong. What I think that a 22-year-old or 20-year-old looking for a 16-year-old that they didn't even know, yeah, I would think that would be kind of...
What about, like, 16 and 20?
Yeah, I guess it starts to make you question a little bit. You worry about the young kid for sure. So I guess it would all depend, again, what the relationship with the kid and the family was. But you definitely want to be careful in those situations, I'd say.
What if I was, like, 20 and my girlfriend was 16?
That's a little less blurred line. I think although that is the age of consent.
You're not for it?
No.
So if they're like 20 trying to date a 16-year-old, you think that would be weird?
I mean, it's still messed up if they're 18 anyway, but technically they're allowed to do it unless they're 19 or anything else like that.
Okay. What if they're like 20 trying to date a 16-year-old?
No.
Sir, what's your opinion on the age of consent? Too high, too low?
You're not catching me on that shit.
Awesome.
For $5, will you tell me if you're a pedophile? I can blur your face, be honest.
No, I'm not a pedophile.
Are you sure?
Be honest.
No.
For $5, will you tell me honestly?
Oh, this is the best part of the video.
I can blur your face, be honest.
After this.
No, I'm not a pedophile.
Are you sure?
I just want to see what he says here. He told me yes later over pizza. I unfortunately lost the footage, so just trust. Wow.
What the fuck?
For $5, will you tell me honestly if you're a pedophile?
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
Yeah.
It means that you like kids.
Yeah, I love the kids.
You love kids. Okay, well, here you go. Thank you for your honesty.
I mean,
God damn it.
Shrek.
it's Mickey Mouse.
What the fuck?
Well, it's Mickey Mouse. Of course he loves kids.
Dude, Mickey Mouse fucking.
Look,
what the
I have always
fuck?
said there is something eerily similar about Mickey Mouse and Michael Jackson. Okay? There's something very eerily.
Oh, you're gonna trigger Edwin.
I'm sorry, Edwin.
Yes, they were very well dressed, apparently.
very, very well dressed. They both wear gloves for no reason. Yeah.
Well, Michael Jackson was very insecure about his vitiligo.
I understand. I was just joking, Edwin. I'm sorry.
Okay.
They sounded
We can
the
go-
same
we-
too.
let's get derailed.
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah. Sorry, what'd you say?
Let's get derailed Michael Jackson show. Woo! No, I'm kidding.
Shrek, for $5, can I ask you an honest question? Are you a pedophile?
No. No, I'm not a pedophile.
You and Mickey disagree, but here's the 5. Thank you.
Wait, which Mickey said it?
There was a Mickey down there that was with like a chipmunk.
Who said it?
Dude, which Mickey,
He
dude?
said that? No, I was like, he's a pedophile?
Yeah, I guess.
All right, no, I'm not a pedophile.
Okay, cool. Well, you have a good day, Shrek.
you too.
Appreciate it,
Shrek's
man.
about
In
to
the
go
context
beat
of a high
somebody
school
up.
relationship, yes, 18 to
Yeah,
15
dude.
is fine.
15 is pedophilia. 16 is legal. That's the difference, man.
Yeah. I'm not really impressed by the weird clips that have no context.
Let me
You're a
explain
disingenuous piece of shit. You know
Well,
that?
the tipster
Why are you getting
time,
excited?
dude.
Can you
Oh
just
my god, Tipster is such a badass in this.
settle down?
Because
like,
you're a
for 2 seconds
fucking
so I can talk?
dishonest fucking hack.
Are you done yet, or can I?
Yeah,
Can I?
we are done.
We had a
Get the
friend,
fuck
huh?
out, stupid bitch.
We have
Hell
the
yeah.
exact same
Go
age
ahead,
gap for Zap
Tipster. Hell yeah.
tie
Get the
here,
tip,
as we do in
dude.
the mini lad case. And you went pretty hard on that, Tipster.
He then asked if he could take my virginity, and I told him yes. Obviously, extremely inappropriate conversations to be having with a 17-year-old girl. For you guys to defend him is unacceptable. Under no circumstances should anyone be defending these actions. He needs to be registered as a sex offender. This guy needs to do time for these horrible atrocities that he has committed against these 2 girls.
So what the fuck is this? I stand with Bigby? That's a pretty hefty turnaround, don't you think? If you
Wait,
guys
is Bigby
actually...
different from Mini Lad?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I don't see why they're related. I don't know why he's comparing.
And now we have to get caught up on the mini lad
I
situation
know,
as well, which is
goddamn it.
another
Look at
thing
fucking-
I
look up
actually am not familiar with. So
I
I
skipped
can't
out on the fucking
really
drama videos. I'm
comment.
like, I'm not touching that.
we've skipped too much homework, dude.
I know, Jesus.
Skipped too
Christ.
many
If you called each
assignments.
other out on your bullshit, then I'd imagine you
We'll
would have
fail
done
the
that
test.
already. But you haven't. Mostly because Tipster is a pussy, but also because YouTube is the only thing he has, and he doesn't want to alienate himself from his friends. But mostly it's because he's a pussy.
What?
Oh shit, we're fucking live. Hey guys, Dixter here. And
Dude, the
before I
McDonald's
deactivate my
secret
Twitter account
menu
real quick-
is on the screen.
Yeah.
Dude, this is like one of the best parts of the video. Dude, these are my favorite parts when like Mickey says he's a pedo and like this shit comes up. Like
Okay,
these are my
okay.
favorite parts of the video,
But it's
man.
funny because Tipster literally tweeted about the McDonald's secret menu, so I'm wondering if he actually did a show.
He did, dude.
But is this from a stream or did he just crop this in? I don't know.
I don't know. He might have.
This vid
I don't know.
honestly.
He's
Sorry,
Dude,
I'm just
what if-
reading a comment. This vid honestly makes Tech look more like a hypocrite than the others. Damn.
What
yeah,
if
but the skits are funny.
The skits are
Technicals
horrible.
ran that banished journal account? That'd be so fucking funny.
All right, let's listen to this.
Okay. Y'all need me in there. I've watched these stories about 100 times each. Really?
For another emotional breakdown, my wife doesn't like it when you guys point out I'm flirting with girls online, so I'd appreciate it if you'd stop it. In other news, Zaptai should be registered as a sex offender and definitely serve time for these atrocities. Wait, hold on. Huh, Nick? Yeah, but that's what I said for Mini Lad. Wait, but what?
Why is he comparing Nick to like I don't know, a globalist or something? Like
What do you mean, globally?
like this conspiracy of globalists like ruling everything, you know?
Dude, Nick rules the commentary community with an iron fist, dude.
Oh, really? For real?
No.
No.
I I figured.
He's just
you
a
know.
huge dick.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Let's
He's
talk
just
about
loud,
cock,
but
man.
everybody always treats him like I don't know. I don't really know. What is the deal with Nick?
Huh?
Big
Boba's
and
not scared of
scary.
Nick. I'm not scared of Nick.
Yeah, I'm
I
not
don't give a
scared of him
fuck
either.
about that fucking fatty, dude.
Oh my god, dude. I was trying to be like funny while not insulting him that way today when I typed that tweet out, but
Wait, what
Nick's scared
tweet?
of us.
Did you
Nick's
call him
scared of
fat?
you guys? Wow. No,
Nick's
I just
never
said
gone after me.
I just said I can't believe that he's like I can't believe that Nick is a larger dude. Like I thought this whole time that he was just a thin dude. Like, you know?
Yeah.
Can't believe he lied to us. So
Well,
we all got catfished.
that's-
Check general chat.
Yeah,
I'm
what the
about to-
fuck?
you know what? I agree. I mean, I knew he was larger dude, but when I saw that video of him waddling, I thought, okay.
What the fuck?
I don't know. He was,
Edwin, what the fuck?
Yeah,
No.
when he, dude, he's a waddler, man.
the
He is a
video from-
waddler.
when
He
both
does
legs
waddle.
argument him, he's walking, and somebody played fucking saxophone music or trombone, and he was walking. It was fucked up.
Holy shit.
I
It's
haven't
true,
seen
though.
him walking, so I don't know. But please check the general chat. That is what I thought Nick looked like. Sorry. So yeah.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah.
All right. Let's
I'd
see.
like to, what are you typing,
God.
Nico Pluto? Why are you like this?
Is his body goals? I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm like, bro, what the fuck? I thought he looked like that. I didn't know that he was Oh right, Bosset linked the tweet. Yeah. Yeah, I can't believe that Technicals exposed him for that. So.
I'm sure somebody else saw that video, or maybe I imagined it. The tuba with he was walking. Anyway, let's keep going.
Why is it not as bad? It's the same exact age gap. Yeah, but wasn't he also talking to her when he knew she was 16? He was. So what the fuck are we talking about? I'm Dixter, shouty. The fuck out of my face with that. That's what you would sound like if you weren't desperate for Daddy Nick's approval.
Oh,
Daddy
shit,
Nick.
bro. Daddy Nick.
So for red kiwis, it doesn't matter if she lied about her age, because it's still illegal to send sexually explicit images.
If he thought she was 16, that's still bad. There's no way to salvage this. It doesn't actually matter if she lied about her age.
However, Zaptai both received sexually suggestive images and planned to have sex with her, but it's okay because she lied about her age.
It's possible Zaptai thought she was 16 or 17, so without Zaptai knowing her proper age, it's entirely possible that he had considered this at the time. If he thought she was 16, that's still bad. It doesn't actually matter if she lied about her age.
Minilad's case is 2117, which is
Oh my
a
God.
huge yikes moment.
What did this dude do?
He's a pedophile.
Children.
Like an actual one,
Yes.
or like okay?
But Zaptai's, which is 2016, the same exact number of years apart, is fine because the age of consent.
And where Ed is, 16 to 20, that's legal. Now you might be thinking, that's fucking disgusting, dude. And to be honest, look, I've defended 14 through 17.
Nah, I'm just fucking with you. Let's continue.
I don't know if I feel comfortable with that, but hey, it's fucking legal, all right? So whatever. I don't really give that much of a shit. He's a pedophile.
Children.
How fascinating is that? We're gonna play a fun game called Is It Zaptai, where I show you a series of clips and you have to guess who they're talking about.
Why are these situations being compared to begin with?
I don't know, because red kiwis is totally different too. Like
they gotta do the dick measuring contest, man.
Yeah,
Dude, you gotta be fucking informed on like 4 different fucking pedophile or like pedo-y situations to fucking know what's up.
remember the red kiwis one, and that girl was like 14, and then she was like, well, okay, I lied, but I was actually 15. I don't fucking know, but it's not comparable for sure, because he actually got nudes from her numerous times. And after he knew that she was actually 15, he came back and talked to her again later. Dude, this is not comparable. Anyways.
I don't know, like, even what to say, because it feels like I don't know what the goal is of this video.
The goal is to say that the commentary community is hypocritical because they'll go after Zero and Minilad and Red Kiwis, but be super charitable to Zaptai, which is, in his opinion, very similar to pretty much the same.
Mm.
That's what he's trying to do.
Okay. Okay.
I think so.
Out. Are you ready? All right, let's go.
The goal seems to be to muddy the waters. Yeah, that's kind of more of like what I was thinking. Like it's just like incoherent. Even if he's trying to make it look like the commentary community is hypocritical, like he's not drawing the lines very well.
Yeah, he's making it seem like
would agree.
all these people that are deemed pedophiles. Why are they? Why is Zero Zaptai getting a pass? He keeps drawing Zaptai as a literal fucking pedo bear. I mean, look at him again. Oh my god.
This guy literally sent and received images to minors.
Sorry.
Rhizome rated with 42 viewers.
Rhizome, thank you so much for the raid. Very, very,
Yo, that's kind of based.
very base. Thank you so much.
Rhizome hosted with 45 viewers.
Bosset says, if you aren't familiar with the situation, the whiplash between different things makes it look like the community has a pedo defending problem. Okay, fair enough, yeah. Hi, chat. Thank you for raiding. Shout out to Rhizome. Thank you so much for the raid. Fucking based. Right?
Fuck.
Makes an apology video for it, and YouTube puts it on trending. How does a pedophile apologize? Well, I guess we'll find out here.
Okay, that one was an easy one, because Zaptai didn't send any images to a minor, he only received them. This is a clip of Augie calling Minilad a pedophile.
Is it understandable to panic and fucking try to save your career?
I think he went over the line. He went over the line. Yeah. It doesn't really matter.
No, so it doesn't matter what he did.
He could have made the best video in the entire world. My opinion on it wouldn't have changed.
Yeah, I gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, no, this one's about Minilad again. What was the line that he crossed? Oh yeah, sending his dick to 17-year-olds. The major difference is that Zaptai didn't send his dick to the girl 4 years younger than him. He only planned to fly out and have sex with her. So in that regard, it's better.
The girl is 14 now and is 19. Now, keeps saying, but she lied about her age, but she lied about being 2 years older, meaning her lied age is 16. She is still 19. But she lied about her age. It doesn't matter. Her lied age is illegal.
Now, technically, this is Zaptai, but this clip is Zaptai talking about red kiwis in Nick's video on red kiwis. I could see how that would get confusing.
Even in my video, everyone's like, how are you going to make this video and then do the same? I'm like, well, the difference is I never admitted to all this shit on video.
You thought she was 17. You find out that she's 16.
Correct.
And you continue the conversation. At this point, you were 19. And I believe at some point you turned 20.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you, in hindsight, think this was inappropriate? Or
oh, for sure.
Where are you?
Definitely yes. That was just straight up fucking creepy and not all right.
I just fell back into what I usually do. And I only saved the pedo jokes for the people who deserve it the most, and that's pedos. So terribly sorry. I hope we get this right. I hope this makes up for it.
If you guessed that this watery-eyed apology for calling someone a pedo is about Zaptai, then congratulations, you're correct. As a bonus, here's Tommy laughing at calling Minilad a pedophile.
This guy's definitely like, can you call him a pedo? This Minilad character?
I mean, he admitted to like sending nudes to a minor. I don't quite recall.
No, really?
Yeah, I'm comfortable calling him that.
Yeah. Well, he's got red hair. Nobody believed it wasn't him. Fucking ginger.
Fucking ginger.
Pedophile. Pedophile.
Wait. Hey, yo, hold on. Hey, yo, this shit kinda live. You can stay. You can stay. Yeah, you? Yeah. Matter of fact, you can have her. Hey. Jesus Christ. When in Rome.
Wanna know how I got these scars? Well, I'm the Joker, baby.
Zaptai told people he was a sociopath.
Sure, I said I was a diagnosed sociopath, or I said antisocial personality disorder. To me, it's two sides of the same coin. I don't really think that difference matters that much.
You'd think the case would end there, but not for Nick and Tommy C. No. Long after everyone involved stopped giving a fuck, both of them went on a moral crusade on Zaptai's behalf to stop the evil content creators who had already apologized for the misunderstanding.
Elvis and Pig have expressed like regret for doing that publicly.
They've done it privately as well. I don't hold
any ill will towards either of them personally.
I'm 100% against the end, mainly because it was all about his sociopathy that he doesn't have, and what we just assumed he had, you know, based on what he told us. If you have any respect for any of us, just leave the guy alone, really.
Elvis hasn't apologized, and Pig hasn't apologized.
Isn't it a little embarrassing that these two dumb fucks got strung along into posting this defamatory podcast by a 17-year-old kid with a speech impediment?
No, defamatory would be knowingly posting misinformation. Zaptai told them he was a diagnosed sociopath. It's literally entirely his fault that this was even an accusation. How are you still not getting this?
I hate to say it, and I don't think every word he says is gospel, but Jordan Peterson, you don't want to be the guy crying in the corner out of control and not being able to take care of everything when your parents die, because people are counting on you. And in this case, Zaptai was counting on you.
Can you just remind me how dead parents and Jordan Peterson are related to their relationship in the slightest? What the fuck am I listening to?
Well, he's one to speak. He's been relating unrelated things all night, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, true, but
like, if there was maybe a minute earlier, we could probably help him, but I don't know what the fuck is going on right now.
I don't know what the context of that clip is. It's kind of funny to imagine Tommy just randomly brought that up.
Fawcett says, "What the fuck?" Tech clip that in.
Tommy's in here again to clarify.
Really?
Yeah, dude.
Dude, I'm so fucking confused.
It doesn't. I don't think it really matters. It's kind of funny to think that Tommy just
He
randomly
didn't
said that.
I can't sleep. Well, look, the Jordan Peterson thing is definitely funny. I mean, I'm not going to take away from it. But what I was talking about was, first of all, I want to say, like, the already apologized thing is really super deceptive, because they did apologize. The first thing you see when we apologized to him, that was in 2018, right? A year after the fact. When I go after them in 2021, they unapologized for it out of nowhere. If you remember Bobax.
Yeah, I do
what happened
remember.
was Nick had done the interview with Boba, and a lot of without our help, right? Without our help at all, went to Pig and went to Elvis and started what the fuck. And Elvis came out and said, "Well, I was never really friends with this fucking guy anyway. I thought he was a creep, and I think he was wrong." Literally repeating the narrative that they had already supposedly apologized, because there's never a real apologize in the first place. So somebody sent me a tape of that. I listened to it over again, and at one point Elvis says, "Look, I'm still his friend." Well, fast forward 4 years later, he wasn't his friend, and he never liked him to begin with. That's when I go off on him. The Jordan Peterson thing, I admit, was clumsy to bring in, but the comparison I'm talking about is like I said, these are guys that if any kind of left-wing mental health day, I would say it's kind of left-wing sacred cow to kind of virtue signal on. These two guys are there every fucking time. And my point was, they didn't have, like, it was the Jordan Peterson thing I brought in was about strength. And they're willing to virtue signal on this stuff. They're willing to collect all the fucking likes on these type of things. These really easy things to say, like, suicide's important or suicide awareness is important. But they weren't willing at any time to help this guy out, other than that one part. And when Nick's video came out, they reiterated the stuff they said before they apologized in 2018. Does that make any sense?
Yeah. So
all right. The 2017, the initial sociopathic allegations come out. In 2018, they apologized for overdoing it. Nick does his video in 2019. In 2019, not by me pushing it. He found it all on his own, and we found it because Alex was one of the guys that actually accused him. So Nick's thing was, well, if he accused Slazo, who else is he accused? Let's look into this Zaptai thing, because me and Nick had done a video, and still up, by the way, bashing the hell out of Zaptai. So as Nick looked closer, it wasn't what it seemed. All right. Now, between 2018 and that point, they stayed quiet, except to talk to Nick to help him. And I think Bionic Pig helped him actually bust the Zaptai case wide open. In 2021, when I think it was late 2020, 2021, fucking, they were taking shit for not, manning up and sticking up for him. And they went back to their 2017 position that he was no fucking good. That's when I went off on him. The Jordan Peterson thing is, show some balls, show some strength. Very clumsy addition, and really funny if it's like out of context like that. But I saw it in context. It's not that good either, I'll be honest with you. But my point still stands. You guys are fucking cowards. And you will fucking stand up for every left-wing cause that you don't probably believe in, that'll get you likes, but you wouldn't even stick up for your own friend. Yeah. So it wasn't a dead issue like Technical said it was. It wasn't a dead issue. And we did dig it up, but it wasn't even me. It was like, Nick came to me one day and says, I wonder what else this guy Alex accused. I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to that Zaptai. He's like, well, you're not going to get any luck there. There's another thing that Technicals didn't fucking look into. I was the first guy on the ground before anybody got famous. This is just when Baited broke up. When the psychopathy stuff came to light, I'm the one that says, you guys are kids. This sounds like bullshit. If anything, my guess, and by the way, my guesses usually turn out to be right, is this guy is just breaking down and saying, yeah, I'm a psychopath. Yeah, I did this. Yeah, I did. So he's just confessing to absolutely everything. Well, I didn't find out till 2019 I was right. I was the first guy on the ground to say, not to say that Zaptai was innocent, but like maybe there's more than meets the eye. Well, Zaptai, this is true. Zaptai did this to himself, and he just went radio silent so long that me and Nick started making fun of him at one point. We were like goofing on him. So yeah, it's the thing is just completely ridiculous. They didn't apologize, and we just dug it up out of nowhere. They apologized. They helped Nick they apologized. They helped Nick. Zaptai came back in December of 2020. They took shit from us, and nobody directed, not Nick, from the interview. And then they took back the apology. And by the way, update, they've re-apologized.
So you didn't go after Elvis and Bionic prior to their apology retraction. How about Nick's video?
Nick even said, because you knew about this privately. Nick said that we were terribly generous to them in those Nick videos. We give them a fucking break because
so the clip Technicals plays isn't from Nick's first Zaptai video. It's from a following one, like after they retracted their apology.
No, what happened was when the interview. All right, the interview was in December of 2020.
Yeah.
Okay, they both started getting shit, probably from a few comments I made on the stream, like outside stuff. I mean, I streamed for an hour and a half a day, so I probably said, I made a few comments that they were cowardly, right? So then they start taking shit, probably from my fans, right? But I never said go get them, right? Mm-hmm. And then they flipped again. So that's when I got mad at Zaptai. I'm sorry, Elvis the Alien. I wasn't defending myself. I was defending Zaptai. I'm like, you sons of bitches. Mm-hmm. Not only did Nick let you off the hook, now you've completely reversed with the apology.
Yeah. So I think the point
he even says he doesn't know him very well and didn't know him, and he was never friends to begin with. And in that same podcast that Technicals uses as an apology, he says, well, I'm still his friend, and I hope he thinks I'm his friend. And you can check all my stuff. It's out there. And by the way, these videos are the same ones he clipped me in.
Damn.
Yeah, these are the same videos he clipped me in. Now, look, I can't, mistakes happen, but there's too many of throughout this video to think it wasn't done on purpose. Yeah. So,
I called into Tommy's show. I was trying to get him to talk some shit, and he refused to talk shit. And now look at him. He's still not talking shit, which he should be. Technicals is a pussy.
I'm gonna respond to Technicals. Absolutely. There's no, but I'm gonna reiterate and accept. Instead of having to take my word for it, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you. Hell
yeah! Show them how to wave the cock, dude. Because they don't know how to do it.
Hell yeah. I gotta be weird. Maybe I'm getting old. I'm not that mad at him. Like I get why he's pissed, right? I don't know why I got attacked, but yeah, maybe I do because I think Technicals can dish it out but can't take it. So he had that problem with Nick that got out of control on both ends, and I stayed out of it. I think he even said the Crows of Judgment that he's not really concentrating on me because I stayed out of it. So when I did stick my nose in it, I was neutral about just about everything, and I said there's a different. I don't think it's fair to bring Zaptai in, and I think it's really unfair because we have one apologetic person. I've said this before, and one completely unapologetic person that wants to hunt down his accuser. that Technicals thought was a good idea. Now, admittedly, none of that went to print. None of that actually got published. It was an idea. We say things in private. I'm not going to dump on Technicals for that. So, and then him to come back, you're a pathetic loser. Well, I guess then he only went on for clout, I mean, then he only came on the show for clout. And then if he was such a loser, why'd you come on? And couldn't benefit you at all. Oh, wait a minute. That would make Bobax, Augie, and Tipster, and we'd all be one big happy family. I guess. So, he was perfectly willing to come in the community and take advantage of our low views or my low views or everything like that. And I love the Technicals video. I thought it was great. I thought he really did great stuff with me, and I thought it was fine. But I think that was up until I criticized his video saying it's shit. And
so you think you struck a nerve with him, and then he's like, "Fuck Tommy C."
Because that's when he freaked out on Nick. So I can only imagine it was about me. I said the video sucked. That's it. I also said during the John Swan thing, because I went over John Swan's video. I was like, "Look, I don't know if there's a reasonable response to this or not. Technicals is an excellent YouTuber. Practically, maybe he'll have a good response." I gave him the benefit of the doubt on everything. I didn't get in his DMs. I didn't attack him. I didn't join on anything. I stayed out of it, and I expressed publicly that I didn't like what was going on our side. Not that I don't forgive everybody or anything like that. It got out of control on both sides. I totally get why Technical's pissed.
This
is definitely why Nick was pissed, because the one time Technical gets criticized for his video, he goes into a war stance. It was almost at the time before the things got out of control. I thought Technicals felt betrayed by everybody because we thought the video sucks. And another thing, there's this statement in this video. Look, if you don't like fucking Zero, if you don't like this, that's fine. I don't care. Well, I did that, and I'm still a piece of shit.
Yeah, this definitely seems like a case of you getting lumped in with other people in the community. This happens to me. This happens to me all the time.
I never had the pedophile. Well, certainly because we're kind of a team, but I never had the pedophile narrative. Never had it. Not once.
This happens to me all the time on smaller
I said
scales.
I wouldn't leave that guy alone with my kids, but I think that's okay. And I said I'm a lot more comfortable with, and he said, there's different situations. You're gonna have different opinions, but I wasn't afforded that on Midi Lad. I wasn't afforded that on Red Kiwis. I wasn't afforded that on Zero, and I'm not afforded that. I'm not allowed to have a different opinion per case. Apparently, I am a part of a collective that thinks the same, and that thought is everybody's a pedophile when I clearly made it the case.
Yeah.
I even said if there was an issue, call me up and what have you, and I just wish you guys wouldn't do this. When I had the issue with Nick, I said to him publicly, I said, I really wish you wouldn't do this. I don't think this is a commentary. It's about owning fucking people on both sides. And it wasn't about commentary. And, he was pretty much like, well, don't act like you're above it. You're doing the same thing. And no, I don't. I don't think I've ever targeted like that. I'm mean. I'm nasty. I've done horrible fucking things. You can just go watch my Keemstar history. But I don't ever think I just fucking zeroed in without incident. And by the way, me and Elvis were arguing on fucking Twitter, and then I made that video on. I made that stream on him and played the fucking clip where I hope you're still my friend, Zaptai. And I showed the tweets. He was never my friend to begin with. So it's he was deliberately unfair. And, it makes me question, some of the stuff, whenever I think, well, he made a good point there. He's right about that. Well, did he make it up? I don't know. I don't know every situation with John. I don't know every situation with Augie. Maybe he made that. I know he was, deliberately unfair to me. The jokes and stuff, I don't care who he calls fat. I don't care that he calls me out. I think people that whine about that need to relax. We're doing commentary. Mockery and criticism are fine. It does not amount to a harassment, not for me, not for anybody else. But you can say the shit was deceptively edited. You can say it was deliberately unfair. And in my case, where I met his standard, if you don't like Zero, that's okay, right? Mm-hmm. Then I met his standard, right? Other guys didn't. I'm going to be honest with you, right? And I was still a piece of shit that was lumped in that calls everybody pedophile. Yeah. And I don't know, did you guys see the clip with the mini lad?
Yeah, I think we just saw it.
I asked about it. Yeah, but
I think it's about to come out.
Yeah, I played.
I think you just played.
Oh, it did?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it just happened.
My words were, can we call this guy a pedophile, not knowing about the story?
Yeah.
And
they said yes, and I said, well, it's because he has red hair. That's such a fucking bizarre, random thing to say. It's clearly a joke.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's skipping on Boblax. Boblax, you gotta be a little bit. You gotta say something, piss him off or something. I don't know.
Well, I mean, he
I'm
beat it out.
pretty glad.
He's not in the video. Neither is Turkey Tom. That tell you something? Maybe this isn't biased. Maybe this whole thing's fucking biased. You know?
Maybe.
Lomax is fine.
Yeah, I
Lomax is fine
mean,
with him. He really didn't criticize him hard.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, I
Tom
don't
didn't
watch all of
criticize
your
him hard.
shows
He's barely in the
or
video. The only people that were
majority.
in were, you know, I mean, people that legitimately attacked him and people that criticized him like me. And I think I gave him a fair criticism. I invite anybody to watch my Technicals video.
Yeah.
I think it was a fair, harsh, but fair criticism. No insult. Oh, by the way, I stuck up for his brother too.
Damn. Yeah, I don't watch
Yeah,
your content, so I'm gonna take your
like,
word
I-
on it. But it
yeah,
seems like, based on what you're saying, you had pretty much the exact same involvement as me, and I think it's good that I wasn't
No, I had a
included.
little more. I spoke publicly. That was it. That was it.
Well, I've
I
also spoke publicly, like in Augie's stream.
favor
and
of
stuff.
Nick. I spoke publicly, and I don't regret doing it, by the way. I spoke publicly in favor of Nick. I didn't like everything that was going on. I made that note behind the scenes. I spoke publicly in favor of Nick. But again, in that situation, I thought I'm going to support them no matter what. And I'm going to continue to support Augie. You know? And it's just the way it goes. I'll go down with the shit. Fuck it. All right? See you. Yeah. Any
All right.
questions before I go? Any questions?
Yeah, so I think the point that Technicals is trying to bring up here in general is that, like, you and Nick kind of like went after Bionic Pig and Elvis for the Zapdos stuff unprovoked, and you've already proved on your end that he's deliberately like missed.
Bionic Pig and Elvis. He was fucking unbelievably charitable to him in his video. I did.
Oh
So,
shit!
I'm getting tired. Yeah, I did.
Okay.
He interviewed Zaptai. Zaptai said, "I got no fucking problem with them." Okay. And that was it, and that's where it was left. And I called them a coward because I think they're cowards. I think anybody that goes on and starts like screaming around, yelling about the riots, this is terrible. White people really need to know their place. Hey man, don't speak out on that. You don't have the guts to stick up with your friend. And let me guess, they outed him, they apologized to him, and when the heat came on, they unapologized to him, and it would flip the other day, they apologized to him again.
All right.
What the fuck?
Okay.
Man? I think that's a fair criticism, and I think it's fair. And I didn't do it to cancel him. How the fuck am I going to cancel a 1.2 million sub YouTuber with a booming clothing line? That's not going to happen. No, I did. I guess I did it for clout. Oh, I've never punched up before. You know, I'm not, like I've never punched out before, so I guess it was a clout chase. So I don't know. Like I guess I'm not. If somebody outperforms me or has better content for me, I guess I don't have an argument because that, and I'm old. You know,
It's
All
okay
right.
to be old.
I don't think I have any more questions. You cleared up
He's right.
pretty
It's
much
pretty
everything.
cringy. I'll talk to you guys later. Peace.
Okay. See
Yeah.
ya.
Have a good
Well,
one.
I was gonna say,
know
yeah,
what?
he stood up. He stood up for Nick back when they were ride or die family. Yeah. Anyways.
I
Oh
respect
my
it.
god.
And you know what?
That's a whole other.
If you know what,
Typical.
if Tommy if they're calling him old, he's aged like wine, so you know he's aged like a fine wine.
I don't know about that.
Like on the bottom shelf or
Just
which
kidding.
one?
Shut up.
Dude, Tommy's fucking old and crusty, bro.
Okay, I try to be nice to people, and you guys just
Okay, I'm joking. I'm
you guys are just
joking.
being
I like being
shitty.
unnecessarily mean. I love being unnecessarily mean. It's funny. But we have you to bounce
45
it
is
out,
not
luckily.
old, so I mean.
Yeah. Well, it's
Remember, I'm
middle-aged.
coming for start. Nico Pluto has been typing weird shit all night, and I'm starting to think that they
What?
just get so
Oh. He's coming for you in a different kind of way. Okay.
They've been saying weird shit all night. Stop. I don't like to ban people, but stop.
Wait. Yeah. The message before that says, "Who wants pain?" What? I don't know about this
They've been
anymore.
saying Stardust is mine also. Be
Yeah.
fair
Okay.
to
So maybe.
Stardust. Hello?
Hmm. Interesting. All right.
Who are you?
Let's continue.
I'm trying a new thing. Let's see if it works on them. Okay, 9001. I'll let you do your thing.
My grandfather's funeral in 1997.
You should have been a better friend to Zaptai! I've been sitting here for a while now, and I can't think of anything more pathetic than a guy in his 40s running a drama channel, waving his moral superiority over people who have actually successful content. If you want to
Shut
criticize
up.
Elvis, there's probably plenty of things that you can find. But if you're going to sit here and pretend like you're a better person than Elvis the Alien just because you stood by a guy who cheated on his girlfriend with a 16-year-old, you can go fuck yourself.
I do have a message for
Jeez,
Technicals.
fuck.
I would rather you leave the whole fucking thing out if you are making a video on Nick, and I'm pretty sure you are. Please don't talk to me about this. I think you're both
Hold up,
egomaniacs.
pause. Wait.
You're not doing comment.
Okay. Just so everybody knows, The original title to Tommy's video there is actually just Nicholas Deorio, not I'm breaking up with Nicholas Deorio emotional. Okay.
I guess, but it kind of makes it funnier. But...
It is funny. It is funny. I just want to make sure people search up the video. It's not.
Also, you brought up the
funny.
Eminem because the whole argument between Nick and Tommy stemmed from the fucking green M&M.
I think that's
Did it
the funniest part of the video so far.
Yeah, it did. It stemmed from the
dude.
green M&M. That's why it's fucking hilarious, man.
I don't understand why people are upset about the green M&M changing shoes when we still got the brown M&M. She's literally naked, bro. Like she's got nothing on.
Yeah, what the fuck? She's got her fucking big old fucking chocolate titties out. What the fuck?
Hold on. Before I Google this, how old was she?
Oh, she's old. She's the boss.
Okay, good.
The M&Ms?
Well.
Oh yeah, she's old.
The brown M&M is like she's wearing like if she's wearing clothes that are like skin color. She's definitely like she's definitely the sexiest one, I think.
Yeah.
Stardust, I'm gonna post in your chat. Look at my tweet about the M&Ms.
Wait, why are people turned on by M&Ms? I don't know. This is a weird confusion story.
Where the fuck are the female M&Ms?
Oh.
This is bullshit.
I went to the store yesterday and there's no females. It's only men. I ain't gay. I ain't eating that shit, man. Look at that.
Wait, are those chocolate bars now? The fuck?
I don't want to choke on M&M dick, all right?
Exactly. I say this is bullshit, and don't tell me to buy the male ones instead. I'm not gonna eat men. That's gay. Vomit emoji.
Alright, let's go back to the Tommy C roast.
That's so good, dude. That's so funny.
Yeah, dude, I was so pissed. I literally couldn't buy any M&Ms because of that. I didn't even buy any. I'm not eating men. That's gay. Ain't gay.
M&M.
Man. If only the
Terry,
fucking
you're
green
playing
M&M was
cancel
there, I'd
games?
fucking
How I
be
engage in
eating
that
that
kind
shit
of
all day, every day.
You're
Loving it.
honestly telling me that you prefer the green M&M over the brown M&M.
Well, I'm not
That's fucking
racist, so I'll do
racist.
either of them. I didn't say I preferred them. I just mentioned one of them. I'd fucking eat them both, dude. We'll do a fucking quadrillion way, dude. I'll just put them all in my mouth all simultaneously. I'll fucking fuck all or eat all fucking 10 M&Ms at the same time, dude. I don't give a fuck, dude.
Asian
I'm gonna have
girl-
a big fucking female M&M orgy, dude, with their fucking chocolate titties. Yeah, what do we say?
Vietnamese girl and black girl, they both want to have sex. Which one y'all want to have sex first?
Wait, what? Okay, say
There's
that again.
Vietnamese girl hot, and a black girl really hot, and then there's also a Mexican girl. Which one are you gonna have sex with first?
Vietnamese. I forgot what Vietnamese people look like.
Well, they have the eyes, very pretty.
I just see people as people. Race isn't like a super huge factor to me.
I don't see race. I am
Oh my God, he
colorblind.
doesn't see color. This is beautiful.
I color.
Boblack said all
I
lives
do
matter.
see
I'm so
race,
proud of him.
but- Okay, yeah, okay. Stardust, you see fucking eye color technically, but when you fucking meet someone, are you gonna memorize their eye color? What's my fucking eye color right now? Do you know?
I don't know.
What if the Mexican?
But you've seen me multiple times.
okay,
so,
okay,
oh,
hold
does
on,
that mean
hold
you're
on,
black?
hold on.
That's the same way I think about race, dude. I'm
Boblack,
just like, oh yeah.
What if the Mexican
don't
girl's
see
house
color.
is burning down? What if the Mexican girl's house is burning down? Are you gonna have sex with? Who are you gonna have sex with first then?
Whichever one has the nicer
Dude,
personality.
her
to
house
me.
is burning down, and you still say all lives matter?
You don't want to save
Wait,
best
what?
for last? What the fuck?
Wait, what do you mean her house is how is me fucking her gonna help her burning house? What? Is my
Might
cum
help
gonna
her.
take out the fire? Like, what do you...
It might help her feel
stability.
Yeah, it might help her
Maybe
feel
she
better.
would prefer if I get a fucking bucket of water and put it on her fucking house that's burning instead of be like, oh, don't worry, babe, your whole house is burning, all your possessions are gone. Wanna fuck? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Alright.
Do you see burning fucking houses, Edwin? The first thing you think of is like, damn, I'm gonna fuck the shit out of any hot
I
girl
feel
in
like
that
all
house.
Bobblacks
Like, what are you
don't
talking
have to-
about?
All white people should die, and black people shouldn't. Never mind. Let's keep going with the video. This is going
Edwin,
great.
you're getting dangerously close to the sun now. It's
I
not
was
even
quoting a song.
Blacks.
Okay, let's go to the video.
All right.
See,
Stuff
green
before, yes,
M&Ms do
but always in
create
self-defense.
interesting
I never fucking
discussion.
targeted
They
somebody to
do.
take them out.
If you're going to be involved in canceling people, why not admit that you do it to people who deserve it instead of making up this really shitty excuse that you do it in self-defense? How do you cancel someone in self-defense? Oh, dude, I had to bring up the fact he was a
Cancel?
pedophile, or else I was going to lose
Tommy
the mortgage on my
cancel
house.
people.
Was it self-defense when you said no one should work with Elvis the Alien?
Isn't that what everybody's job is in this commentary community? Is just to like not even semi, just like kind of like pseudo cancel each other. Isn't that like the content?
Yeah. I mean, it depends your definition of cancel. I mean, I don't think Tommy cancels people in like the SJW,
Yeah.
like you said the N-word like 2 years ago type way, but he
Yeah.
definitely does,
Okay,
you know,
look.
try to expose and criticize people. So
There's nothing
If
wrong with
if we
that.
were to
you know?
be if we were to be quote unquote objective here and step away from our biases, I would put Tommy on the lowest of trying to cancel. If anything, maybe he sees Daddy
I
Nick.
disagree.
Maybe Daddy Nick would be like more canceler because he's the one that gets people riled up and gets people calling others Alabama Edwin. He gets people, he gets people repeating what he says. He's a bigger canceler.
And he just said here, how am I going to cancel a 1 million YouTuber? True. Yeah, I mean, honestly, you can't really... You can't cancel anybody. You just really make their life a little bit harder. But
Exactly.
like,
It's impossible for almost anybody to cancel anybody. Only very few people can legitimately be canceled. I mean,
the
look
only
at
time
James
you're
Charles.
canceled
Everyone
is when you walk away and you don't feel like
like look at James Charles. He got canceled, quote unquote, by like everybody under the sun, and he's still like fucking making content. So like technically. Nobody can cancel people, but if we're using the word cancel in a way of just like exposing or calling people out, yeah, Tommy does cancel people.
All right.
Then
Wait,
if
hold
we're
on.
using
Okay,
that
well,
definition.
let's define canceling, right? Lucid enemy in the chat says exposing someone for something is canceling. You're bringing light to their shitty behavior. I wouldn't even say that Tommy, at least not typically, he doesn't really do that. He kind of just echoes it once it's already been happened, and kind of laughs at it. It's kind of an entertainment show.
I
He
actually
doesn't
really like
even-
Tommy's takes on things because like he seems to be like the person who cuts through all the bullshit a lot of the time. Like I've noticed him cut through bullshit so quickly. And it's really refreshing to see. And so the only time I've seen like he's critical, but not in a way to like cry bully people or like, to draw outrage. He just like cuts through bullshit. That's basically it.
I do personally think he jumps in some scenarios he jumps to conclusions too quickly.
I'm
Everyone
sure he
has their
jumped to
flaws
conclusion
though,
when he
but-
broke up with
Yeah.
Nick, but either way, he didn't get people riled up against him, so it's
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, it's very
Well, I
ethical,
wasn't taught-
Yeah, he did a very ethical breakup right there.
Yeah. Fair trade.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was emotional, so that title was
He
actually.
doesn't try to deplatform anyone. Yeah, I would agree. I don't think Tommy. Well, Tommy has said in the past, like, I'm gonna tell nobody to work with you or whatever, which is kind of like that. But I feel like that's an extreme
A
exaggeration.
blacklister's not a cancel though.
Yeah, I don't know. We're just getting
Cancel
into
if you get
weird
people riled up.
definitions, but I think Tommy's pretty much the same as any other commentator when it comes to.
I feel like that would be more vengeful because you're telling your colleagues like, "Fuck this guy, no, don't work with him." But canceling's like, "Yo, you seen this motherfucker? Fuck this guy," So he's more underground.
I feel Tommy's on par with everybody else in terms of criticizing them. That's what I think. He's on par with Nick. He's on par with Augie, like everybody else, pretty much. So, yeah. So I don't know if you want to call that canceling or not. It's all just word
guess
definitions
my
at this
view-
point. But I think we all agree at like the level of Tommy's canceling is, which is just
Yeah.
And the
normal
chat doesn't
criticism.
agree. They say that he tries to sway people's opinions to the target. No, he didn't do that with
Absolutely
Nick.
not. No, he doesn't do that.
Or unless,
Well,
unless
he gives his opinion, and other people are inclined to agree with that as a viewer, but that's impossible to avoid. I think he's just normal.
Plus,
He just it's just normal.
he has people call into his show, so if they disagree, they can do it. Even if he bombs them a few seconds in, doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
Yeah.
That's almost
He's
that's
pretty
ethical.
fair from what I can tell. So, yeah.
Uh,
All right, let's return to the video.
Sometimes.
Yeah, enough Tommy ass sucking, dude. It's getting kind of hairy in there.
What do you mean you're sucking his ass the most? I'm trying to pull it back to
That's what I
reality, and
was-
you're like, he doesn't fucking cancel anyone.
That's why I
Tommy
said
Cena
it's getting
saying,
hairy. I don't like it that much.
Stop fucking licking his asshole, bro.
Dude, I don't know if you're catching
He's
the subliminal
old.
messages I'm giving. I'm subliminally getting in his head. I'm the one that's anti-canceling. I'm telling him, go back to Nick. You know, it's happening. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Are you guys done bickering? Like an old couple?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna kiss and make
Old
up now?
couple.
I want them to kiss and make up, yeah.
I ain't gay.
Dude, okay,
I
here's
already
the thing.
said that with the M&Ms.
You know what? Since she didn't click play yet, the longer this Nick and Tommy beef goes on, you know it's gonna turn realer and realer because let's face it, it stemmed out of fucking nothing. But it's gonna become something for no reason. Like Nick's gonna become like next thing you know, he's gonna remove the fucking SFTP logo off his thumbnails. He's gonna start
I
fucking.
think he's already gonna do that.
Oh shit. Okay, he's gonna start taking swings at Tommy. Tommy's gonna like give in and like start laughing at the jokes that the callers make against Nick. And he's gonna be like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, let's go scorched earth.
Stop! You're making them self. I want.
There's only
I'm
two
not gonna
rounds.
do it now. You're making them self-aware, Edwin. You're ruining it. There's gonna be
Either
no
we're
drama
gonna have
now.
a civil war,
I'm
or
gonna
they're
have
gonna
to
make up.
return my
One or two.
popcorn, man. What the fuck?
I give it a month. Pops.
You guys are too much. You're making so much. Oh my god, dude.
You know what? Since we're still derailed, I want to take a moment to appreciate how involved Stardust is in this fucking YouTube thing now because, like, you know, that's a lot of multitasking to handle the Twitchers and now us. Okay, we can go now.
I'm trying. Look, man, if I can't be if I can't be the starring character in one space, I'm gonna be a side character in all the fucking spaces. Okay.
Fuck yeah.
Oh shit, dude. Oh shit. Yeah.
So
Me and
I'll
Stardust
be
are like the opposite. I'm from commentary and like chiming in like on politics, and she's like the opposite way.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's funny because I'm like dragging Bo Blacks through all these like different places in Twitch politics, like the Alexa stream that was
Oh,
fun.
hell yeah.
There was the other panel
Yeah.
with Brittany that was fun. Yeah, and Bo Blacks is like, who cares, you know? So, yeah.
That's because that's how I feel about these conversations. People fucking bicker and try to have intellectual arguments for like 4 hours about fucking white majorities. I'm like, who gives a fuck, dude? It's just a fucking
Yeah.
number. Are you gonna fucking cry when you don't see a white guy down the street for 20 minutes and you see two black dudes walking past? Who gives a fuck? That's what I think, bro. So yeah.
Good shit.
All right.
Dude.
We can continue.
Giga Chad. Hell yeah. Okay, right. Don't worry, Bo Blacks, we're gonna be the starring characters, okay? Soon.
Oh,
Okay?
yeah.
We're just
Oh,
working
yeah.
up to it, okay?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Let's go.
Be worked with, collabed with. If you're trying to collab with somebody with moral character.
Yeah, that was self-defense, right? Fucking get over yourself, dude. Nick, why were you so desperate to get a response from Elvis and Pig when the issue involving them had already been resolved?
Well, you don't want to make a video or you don't want to put anything on your Twitter account to talk about it and commend me on how I did a good job cleaning up your fucking mess because you're cowards. You guys are absolute fucking pussies who nobody should fucking respect.
They don't need to acknowledge your video was fucking amazing for the situation to be resolved. That's not how this works.
We need dates.
It kind of
all
reminds me
right.
of your Nerd City.
So Nick's calling them pussies around December 15th, 2020, because we can see it on the tweet. Now, what date did Elvis and Pig retract their claims? Tommy said it was after the Zaptai interview came out. What date did the Zaptai interview come out? I'm gonna check that right now.
But what I do know is that recently Elvis the Alien followed me on Twitter and we talked a little bit, and then he even showed up to Nick's chat and he says he wants to apologize. So that's old news. Doesn't fucking matter. So I can't wait for that to happen, and this is all meaningless.
Okay, it was after the okay. Everything lines up. I was just double checking if dates lined up, and it does. So what Tommy said was correct. I'm not accusing him of being a liar. I'm just making sure that everything was remembered correctly.
Nick is very quick to judge and very hostile sometimes. All right, that's once you warm up to that, then you see little fuzzy bear. So okay, out of context, I don't know what the fuck he's so mad at Elvis for, but whatever. We're gonna make up though. We're gonna bend all the bridges. You know what? Actually, people joke. They kind of use it against him that Twitch is changing him, but I argue that it's changing him for the better. He's not gonna like that, but he's becoming fluffier.
I think you know what? I think interacting with the commentary crew has helped me a bit too, especially with like the whole like the whole argument, the platforming argument, you know. So
cool.
Yeah, it's really helped me a lot. Yeah, cool stuff, guys.
video where you were so excited that he responded to you that it kind of gave you like this massive ego boost and you started power tripping because you had an impact on his life?
I'm a nobody, but I'm also the nobody who made a video that got 152 views and made you snap, Nerd City. It's almost like you've never actually been criticized before.
It's so fucking cringe.
The most impactful thing I've done with my platform was clean up your biggest
It was
fuck up and give you a
2018.
really charitable representation in the process.
How fitting that the most impactful thing
2018,
you've
he
ever
would have
done
been
is, fuck
21.
up a story so bad that it reflects poorly on all of your friends. I bet John Swan is punching the air right now.
Yeah.
I just gotta say, all of you guys are so young. You're all so young.
24.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, you guys are so young. I feel like you guys are so young and you've been in this for much longer than me, and it is so strange because like I'm simultaneously a baby, but also simultaneously like older than everybody.
Yeah,
you know?
It's so interesting, yeah. And then me and Edwin like eclipse even like people like Nick or whatever. Like as long as Nick hasn't even been on YouTube for half the time I've been on YouTube yet.
Wow.
Yeah.
And he's been on YouTube for like since 2018. So
Yeah.
I've been here since 2011. Edwin's been here since even longer, dude.
Yeah. I've been here
Fucking
since I was in
retro.
high school.
Yeah, same.
Wow.
I was groomed and then I started grooming and now I'm not longer a little
Oh
groomer.
my god. Oh
I went
my
through the whole
god.
phase.
Oh my
I'm kidding.
You always take it a little too far.
Yeah, I going through the evolution of like, and then I'm in commentary.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm kidding.
Oh god.
It's so
This is shit that gets
strange.
clipped.
Demons will make yourself to suitable without hurting
Okay, translate?
Right. What would you consider to be like morbidly obese?
More than 35%.
More than 35, like the body mass index? Oh, okay. What would you consider to be like morbidly obese?
Morbidly obese?
Yeah, like what is too fat to you?
There's no such thing. Everybody's beautiful. And we're designed the way we are, dude. He could eat
Oh, true.
Snickers and gain 1 pound. I eat them and I gain 10.
Yeah, it's like
You know what I
like a
mean?
thyroid
It's
condition.
a thyroid condition, absolutely, dude.
What would you consider to be like morbidly obese?
Oh, they're probably a mouth fetish. Anybody who uses their mouth excessively, that probably.
Huh?
Mouth fetish?
So they have like a mouth fetish.
Yeah, they're probably any mouth fetish. Yeah, you'd be caught in limbo.
Is this the Nick section?
Yeah, that was the next section.
Oh, okay.
This isn't
Nice.
related to Zaptai, I just think it's funny. Some members of my Discord decided to make an obviously fake leak to see if Augustus would take the bait, and both him and Tipster immediately fell for it.
Dude, Technicals wants people to become mods to join my Discord.
Oh.
Please respond. I'm gonna own him.
That's a really bad fucking look, dude. Holy
Dude,
shit.
he's desperate.
don't go
His
full
video's gonna be
crowd.
shit. Like the fuck out of that tweet and spread it.
I mean,
Arizona
well,
tipped 5. Hey
I'm a-
man, you gotta
Go
remember
shit.
that it may be impersonating Tech. Don't be desperate, man. No,
But
I
it's
can
real.
confirm that it's his actual Discord.
Job well done, guys. Great job. I'm proud of you.
I guess it wasn't
was it a real screenshot or not?
I guess it was like a troll or whatever.
It was a troll, yeah.
Oh, okay.
LOL. LOL.
Easy clap.
It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
I've always been an Augie hater since day one.
All right, Augie, listen, if you want me to throw him behind the bus, my PayPal's in the description. So
Aki
slide it
literally
over.
said in that same clip that it was probably fake. Oh.
I mean, you know, okay, in my opinion, like the funny part about this is like, fake or not, like that. I think it's sad that people believe that it's fake because that means it's believable because he's that desperate, and his video can be this bad as it turned out to be. Like, what? How is this an own on us? Like, it's just an own on you. How low people think of you, dude. Think about that. Sit on that like for a second, dude. We all think so low of you that we believe that you're so desperate to get your little fans to fucking try to infiltrate Augie. Oh, I'm sorry. Stop me. I love talking shit on talking technicals.
Augie to get his attention to make him believe a shitty meme is $5.
What we do, we send
What is
Aiden
this
back in
stupid shit?
time. in the past.
This plan was done by the best of the best. Never forget. And shout out to the Covenant and Low Tier God.
Subscribe to Low Tier God, everybody.
God bless you, Augie, but you're a little bit of a dumbass.
Check out my art at jisoo.art. I sell merchandise, some hoodies. That's it. Also, my $1,000 game.
About your GoFundMe.
Your guys' habit of comment first, research later is probably due to the fact that, if you waited to know what you were talking about, nobody would give a shit. I guess when you're making the exact same video as all of your peers, you gotta get ahead somehow. Entertainment? Research? Fuck that, nigga. I'm Dickster. I'm about to hit this algorithm right quick. Guys, we have new merchandise.
Tipster's lost a lot of weight.
The
I'm proud of
high
him.
school context
I'm proud
shirt.
too.
The print's a little bit small. Might make it a little bit bigger to roll it out to you guys. But this is going for $20.
You watch Technicals on YouTube?
Let's go.
Oh, the alien thing.
Uh-oh, kid fans.
Oh God.
Plus shipping and handling, whatever the fuck
Skip
it is.
this. It's a
So,
merch plug. Okay.
That means only anybody who believes anything in this video is just a kid, dude. That's what it means, dude.
Possibly.
When Augustus threatened my career in DMs, I wasn't quite sure what he was referring to. But when this video...
Wait.
When a fucking kid screaming at John Swan? Why?
What?
That's so fucking funny. It's so fucking random.
Check your ego, dog.
John Swan!
You look like an actual P word with all that weird shit you were saying. Meanwhile, you have to reach so far to tag me with shit I've cleared years ago. But yeah, I'm fucked. LOL, ha ha ha. You're a F word. LMFAO.
Augustus threatened my...
What else is there?
My career in DMs.
He threatened his career in DMs. How? How is that a threat?
I think he just called him an F slur.
Yeah. Where was the threat in there?
I wasn't quite sure what he was referring to, but when this video that John
that
Swan
wasn't
made
the
came
evidence.
out, he seemed pretty excited
Maybe he said something else. I don't remember.
Oh, maybe.
about it. This video is 57 minutes long, and there's a lot of points that just aren't even worth responding to. So I'm going to respond to the biggest points in no particular order, and hopefully you get an understanding for why I think this video is so dog shit.
Let's set the scene.
I see you're parroting my setup. That's cute. That's cute. Let me try yours. Guys, my channel still hasn't recovered. I'm currently coasting off my savings, and I don't know how much longer I can do this. The Chris Hansen vids aren't paying like they used to, and I'm losing subs every time I upload. At this rate, I just might have to quit YouTube.
I cannot live off my savings forever. At some point, they will run out. The channel is holding on by a thread at the moment. I've completely been kicked out of all of the YouTube recommendations. Whenever people see my video,
John Swan
in their
deleted this
feeds,
video real
they
quick,
hit
bro.
the unsub button.
I mean, I don't blame him. Why spend 27 minutes responding to a guy with 6K subs who's not even involved?
Please subscribe. I'm suffering right now. I cannot live off my savings forever. At some point,
See,
they'll
that
run out.
fucking
My channel's
crummy?
holding on by a
Jesus.
thread at the moment. I'm in desperate need of assistance.
Now you're gonna have
That's the guy
3
who was-
videos
who
on
was
the same
freaking out,
topic
right?
after you respond to
Yeah.
me. And I can't imagine your audience is gonna be too excited to hear the same shit 3 times.
In the new DSM-5, pedophilia
I
is
got views in it.
depathologized by differentiating between the sexual preference for prepubescent children and the disorder in case of additional factors. Clinically, this is an important distinction because a high percentage of pedophiles do not act on their sexual urges, and 40 to 50% of sex offenders that have engaged in sexual contact with children have equal or higher sexual arousal with adults. Let's remove the DSM-5 for a minute and focus on the definition that is generally agreed upon. Sexual feelings directed towards children.
Just a second. I believe that there's a relevant thing here. Okay. All right. This is the relevant quote from Bossett coming up.
Children.
Your point on the DSM-5 was good until you cherry-picked the lexico definition instead of the more commonly used Merriam-Webster, which actually specifies prepubescent.
Okay, so Bossett initially, earlier when we watched John Swan's thing, said, did you notice that John used the Oxford definition, aka the lexico one? What a good guy. Going to the source widely considered the most authoritative instead of the first Google result.
Is he being sarcastic there? I don't know which
No,
one's
no,
more
I think he's
accurate.
being serious.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But he's only showing a clip from a different definition. I guess he used different definitions. Yeah. John had used different definitions.
No, that's what Bosset is saying, that right now,
More dishonest editing.
what's his
I guess.
name? Yeah, what's his name? Technicals.
Tech,
Technicals is criticizing John for which definition he's using, when the one that he's using is the most authoritative one.
Cringe.
Yeah, most authoritative dictionary. So I mean, we all can't be winners, I guess, but.
DSM-5 was good until you cherry-picked the lexico definition instead of the more
Powered by Oxford.
commonly used Merriam-Webster, which actually specifies prepubescent. You even read out this exact definition, even though you accused me of not
That is
reading.
Oxford
I'm sure these
definition, though,
points would have
actually.
hit
Yeah,
I didn't
no,
realize
that's what we're saying. Yeah, John used
Okay,
the
yeah,
correct
sorry,
one.
I didn't even notice it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
a lot harder if they weren't overshadowed by how much of a fucking douchebag you are. Did you just memory hole how you accused a 15-year-old of being a pedophile and tried to run him off the internet? We just forgot that?
Remember, you were being turned on by a literal child.
If you legitimately feel this way, you need some help. Log off. You need to leave online settings, because you cannot have a public platform when you've admitted to this stuff. And this stuff is going to haunt you.
Yeah, to what Testicle Johnson is saying, Oxford is the standard for the English language. Fuck Merriam-Webster. True.
Hell yeah.
Now, forever online.
Willie Mack even pointed out how you lied about apologizing for accusing him of suicide baiting because he didn't kill himself, and instead doubled down that he suicide baited. You can't make this shit up.
But at the end of the document, he said, I might just upload my next video and then fucking kill myself. Okay, well, he didn't. Those weren't genuine. That wasn't a genuine thing. He tried to weaponize a suicide attempt to try and make us feel bad about him saying he was being attracted to a 12-year-old.
But then he said, I apologized to Pie Man. And I thought, well, saying that you apologized isn't really a fair claim to make, because most people are asking him to.
Instead of going on his points, he's pivoting to the Pie Man situation instead.
Yeah,
apologize for the suicide baiting thing. He never
but John was
apologized
wrong
for
in
that
this
stuff.
situation 100%.
Moments after John's apology aired, Pie Man DM'd me. John said he stood by calling me a suicide baiter,
Everything
saying
here
it was
is
just his
true,
opinion
but-
and I'm free
Yeah.
to disagree.
Twitter pedophiles have even coined a phrase for this, NOMAP, which stands for non-offending minor attracted person. You would probably call these people pedophiles, and you would be completely justified in doing so.
No, now you're putting words in my mouth. Even in this definition you showed, it makes a distinction between pedophiles, hebophiles, and ephebophiles. I know that people joke if you point that out, but if you don't, there would be no difference between being attracted to an 8-year-old versus being attracted to a 16-year-old, which trivializes
It doesn't matter.
the
Both are
label
bad.
entirely. They don't
What do
call
you
me
mean? They're both
Broadnickel.
just as
So
bad.
no, I
That's
would
like
much rather-
saying, wait. I have a problem. That's like saying, like, I don't know, the difference between like a fucking like a serial killer versus a mass shooter is like important distinction. Not really. No, in the context of which is worse, not fucking really. Like, what is the argument that like hebephile isn't as bad as pedophilia? They're both equally as bad. What?
Tech is saying there's a difference between 8 and 17.
There is, but
I think there is. Yeah.
Yeah,
but for sure, but both are bad. Well, not.
But his whole argument, Bosset is on fire, man, dude. His whole argument earlier was there is no difference between 16 and 17, even though he's using the difference between 8 and 17 now. So
notice how this is barely. He hasn't even mentioned 0. Like, there's been no mention of 0, and right now he's inching closer to it, but not addressing it. Like, he just spent like 2 minutes talking about John Swan, old 2-year-old, not a year and a half old Pie Man drama that he defended. John Swan already responded with a screenshot, but like Technicals defended John Swan in that same drama that he's attacking him for. So it's like so pathetic because, John Swan already said like, yeah, that was stupid, blah, 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 I was an idiot. And that was really cringy. Like, John Swan had like a weird like little mini arc of like attacking small YouTubers. And I was like, dude, this is fucking cringe. I looked to the other side, But like, this was the serious one. But either way, like, he apologized, Pie Man forgave him, and this guy was like defending him against random people on Twitter. So it's like, what? Talk about consistency.
Yeah.
Be technically accurate than throwing around pedo accusations like you. I heard a lot of people say this was one of your more solid points, but I disagree. This was fucking terrible.
Interviewing Zero and Vanessa, recanting details about Zero's graphic suicide story. This entire section completely took me by surprise, and I can see it served no other purpose than to emotionally manipulate the audience to feel bad for Zero.
I know this is hard for you, John, but just like how a 15-year-old not killing themselves isn't some kind of emotional ploy to make you feel bad, why the fuck would I say that it's a suicide note and then give you zero evidence to suggest that it was a suicide note? That's because Zero wholeheartedly intended for this to be his suicide note. I'm not
wait.
Zero, so if you want to argue what it is after the fact, go ahead.
You're telling me the interview he had with Zero was evidence that his confession was a suicide note? Bruh.
That's just what he's saying. That's not.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm confused. How does that equate? Okay.
Yeah, that wasn't the point. He was saying he was using it to emotionally blackmail people. Yeah, him saying that it's even that. Yeah, Junko makes a good point. Even if he's saying that this is a suicide note or whatever, this is evidence of a suicide note, it's still like not addressing the point of it being
right.
Also for the purpose of emotionally blackmailing people.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit. But without Zero and Vanessa's first-hand accounts of that event, the only thing that would exist is my words. I think the framing of its only possible use being for emotional manipulation is funny because it's almost like you've learned nothing about suicide.
You won the argument nobody
Technicals
made.
video does not include a reading of the messages or do Katie's story justice at all, highlighting only 10% of Katie's 1,300 word tweet longer, so 90% of the context is missing. If we assume that all of what Katie says is true, this is disgusting.
What? This video is an opinion piece, and even though he states that all the information is alleged and all parties are innocent until proven guilty, he sure as hell doesn't treat it that way. I mean, he basically implies that Zero is guilty in the first minute of the video.
But what if the person he was defending was actually guilty?
What the fuck happened to innocent until proven guilty? Where did that go? That went out the window real quick.
Zero should not be allowed back in any online setting where you would have the ability to interact with minors on a daily basis. This is pretty standard in nearly every other profession that involves children.
So tell me, John, which stance are you lying about to make it sound better for a YouTube video?
Man. Tech just learned about the basic essay structure.
Because in your video titled, Why Onision Will Never Go to Prison, you say that he most likely abuses his position of power to prey on younger girls.
In fact, he is most likely a disgusting and repulsive human being who uses his position of power to prey upon younger girls that don't know any better.
And then you also make a statement against him being deplatformed because there's been no conviction.
He needs to be taken off of YouTube. He needs to be put in jail.
And I said to her, no, he shouldn't, because he hasn't committed a crime, or he hasn't been charged with a crime. Whenever you are charged with a crime, your channel gets terminated.
Which you actually criticized me for bringing up in my video, because I guess the tweets that I posted about the topic didn't have enough likes.
The legal argument that no one with any notable platform has ever made, at least not to my knowledge. I can only assume this because the tweets he shows to transition into this section have no likes and 3 likes, respectively.
I don't know why the fuck the amount of likes or who said it matters. You're fucking with me, right? Like, you're fucking with me? Unless I'm mistaken, I don't see anywhere where you state Onision shouldn't be allowed to upload content.
Holy shit. Okay, thank you. It's starting to hurt. I mean, maybe I'm interpreting this wrong, but when John showed his tweets, it's because Technicals originally showed some tweets saying he should be in jail, like trying to make us feel bad for Zero because he was getting hate online. But essentially, like, those are really bad examples because it was like 2 random tweets from nobodies with 1 like. That's kind of like the whole point that I got, at least, you know? Like, you're trying to show that someone's getting hate, you get like big threads and you get lots of big numbers and stuff. Okay. This hurts.
Except for this comment on your most recent video where it says you campaigned for his deplatforming due to rampant copyright abuse, but you don't even mention the grooming.
Where's the one and done policy there, John?
It doesn't mean that Zero should be allowed to post content for children again. I'm personally not comfortable with that at all. Who uses his position of power to prey upon younger girls that don't know any better.
He needs to be taken off of YouTube.
And I said to her,
Listen, bitch, if you can't show me where you violated TOS, then take your sorry ass to Discovery Plus. I don't think you accidentally have two different takes here. I think you're purposefully doing it to pretend like you have the moral high ground when we both know you're full of shit. I mean, if you broke TOS, I'm right behind you, buddy. I'm right there. I'm right there with you, Johnny boy. This, along with my next point, really highlights how obvious it was you were trying to paint everything in the worst light possible.
Tech spends the next 6 minutes discussing Nairo. This section also serves another purpose. Because the Smash community welcomed Nairo back without much reservation, it implies that Zero should also return, because what he did was apparently not as bad.
I gotta hand it to you. This is some pretty impressive tunnel visioning. To reach this conclusion, you've had to have missed everything I said about Nairo in relation to Zero. Even if you didn't see any tweets, this follow-up that clarifies it in the first 30 seconds. First off, just to clarify, when I say welcome back Zero, I mean welcome back to uploading content, not to Smash events. Despite me never making that argument,
Really, though? Like, was that something we were supposed to just take? That we were supposed to automatically infer from that? Like,
In a week later video upload?
yeah.
Wait, no. John explain or Technicals explains it. John's video came out 2 weeks after this video. He literally is about to say it.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
I think it's worth clearing up.
Yeah, go ahead. Just keep it going.
Okay.
Was out 2 weeks before you uploaded this video. So either your research is that fucking lazy, or you're actively lying for whatever reason. Not like anyone's surprised. We got him, guys. See, look, I knew he was gonna bring up that I lied to Dream. How did I know? Wow, you guessed I'd bring up the single thing that stunted your entire channel and ruined your credibility. I didn't say this because we were cool and I was trying to support you because I already knew you were getting a lot of shit. Who the fuck lies that much about a little trolling? Like some mild trolling, like just the N-word. Whoever convinced you to make a video about a cover-up is a fucking legend.
If Nairo isn't owned a platform because of the severity of the allegations against him, why should Zero be owned one? Sure, sexual contact with a minor is certainly worse than...
Yeah, hot take. If you wait until you're on bad terms with someone to go mask off, you're a pussy. This is one of the reasons why I call this guy a pussy. Why does he wait to like, say how he really feels?
Yeah, I don't like that as well
But
either.
and also like
he is right about John, but yeah.
I only recently met this crew of these weird commentary bros, whatever you want to call them, the Nick and Nagis and Boblaxes. I think like in 2019, early 2019. And I through my own like bad experience with other YouTubers, I didn't really have a lot of people I associated with because I was like, I can't trust anybody. But the one thing I like about these fuckers is that they just speak their mind and like they fight each other, they do it all public, whatever. I'm like, oh, cool. You don't have to fucking have filters because so many people online are fake. I'm sure on Twitch too, but like on YouTube,
yeah, it's very, very common.
Nobody ever speaks what they say. I'm like, it's so annoying. It's like, oh. So that's the one thing I like. And this is how you know that this dude, Technicals, is a fucking grifting, fake ass little bitch. Speech done.
What Zero did. I'm not denying that. But they're both bad, right? Both of them should be shunned from the community. Let's stay consistent.
One is an undeniable crime of sex acts with a minor that has unwavering support from the community, and the other can't even be prosecuted because the alleged conversations don't actually exist. While it's true that both are bad, the cases are wildly different. So expecting the exact same stance on two cases that range in severity is just intellectually dishonest.
Hold on. So you're telling me that Technicals at the age of 19 was the leader of a group chat where minors were sending nudes and lewd images of themselves, and he did absolutely nothing to stop them?
Wrong. Wrong on all accounts. It's interesting that the people that are so adamant about false allegations and knowing everything about it before pushing them is perfectly fine doing it to others whenever it fits their needs.
You know that Twitter video you keep referencing where I said I owned all the group chats? I was in the group chat. I was in every group chat because I was the leader. Technically, I didn't even own the chat because after I looked back at the logs, I had been kicked multiple times, but that's irrelevant. That was made before minor sending nudes was even an accusation because the person who made the twit longer on my brother about how the art made him so uncomfortable was in that side chat talking about sex and sending images that neither me nor my brother was involved in. Any evidence that exists or that you can find would show that I neither condoned nor contributed to any of the activity you're accusing me of. So unless you want to provide more than a paper-thin argument and a fucked timeline, I'd appreciate it if you actually research before throwing accusations into your hit pieces, because this is just sloppy. Your excuse is that no one had access to this information.
This is just downright dishonest. These messages he's showing on screen were only made public by Technicals after the release of my video. How could I talk about them or address them in any way if no one had access to them?
I'm sure you'd love to use Nicholas Deorio as an excuse for not doing your due diligence when that was related to him DM leaking during a Twitter argument, which has nothing to do with you at all. Also, I have no fucking clue who Edgar's Degradations is, and I don't care. Me and you have worked together, we have a professionally established connection, and you know that you could have talked to me at any point. Yet you decided
Edgar's
not to.
Degradation?
Forget the lying to all your friends, forget lying to
he's talking about
Green.
you,
I
dude.
think this really speaks
I
to
don't
your
know, I'm not
character
Edgar.
more than anything. I know that I've worked with Nicholas Deorio and John Swan in the past. That will not be happening in the future. Even when
really?
I was working
What
with
the
Deorio, I
flip?
gave him the easiest part of the Sky House, which was only the finances, and he still managed to wait until the last week to even start working on it, and gave me his piece at 7 a.m. I wasn't planning on working with
Dude,
him
Nick
anyways.
is
He's
lazy
fucking
with that
lazy as
shit.
shit, and I'm not a huge fan of his content either. I think it actually made my video worse. It's just the
God
amount of
dang.
obvious pseudo-intellectualism and moral grifting
Wow,
just to get ahead in the fucking commentary game. Oh, it's so cancer. I fucking hate all of you. Oh, and one last thing, please, for the love of God, do not go on Twitter and harass Turkey Tom. He is not Zaptai. Don't even go and harass Zaptai, okay? I have no problem with him uploading content. If he wants to come back and make a redemption arc, he has to prove that to his audience. And if they decide to support him, they support him. If they don't, they don't.
Okay.
Same exact thing for Zero.
Is this
The next
almost over?
video we're
Yeah,
gonna
see,
do is
he's
gonna
saying
be
it's
a
the exact
PO
same. That's
unboxing
kind of like
video,
the
and then I already
Wait,
have
okay. It's
100K
almost over. We gotta
special in
rewind
the
like the
works.
past
So
minute. He just fucking unleashed.
Okay, let's finish it first, though.
Well, I mean, he's giving out his PO box. I think the last part is just his patrons.
I think there might be something else. I forget exactly.
All right, we'll finish it and then go back to that conclusion part because that shit was fucking random. He just started snowballing.
Wait, okay, so I just want to clarify something before we finish this. So Zero retired from going to tournaments or whatever?
Yeah, and from YouTube. Or no, he was banned from tournaments.
Yeah,
he
he
was
was
banned
banned.
from tournaments.
Okay.
And he stopped uploading because of the controversy. But now he's like coming back because of Technicals video on him.
But they're saying that John already responded to this point. He was retired before he was even canceled. I guess I'm
Who
not
was?
understanding that.
Zero?
Zero,
I don't
yeah.
know.
I just thought it was weird that he's trying to be so specific about Welcome Back Zero.
Wait, is my mic still up? Guys, I'm not on my AirPods anymore. I'm on my good mic.
Somebody said that our mics are too loud, but I don't know.
But sometimes
turn your
Discord mic louder, but
turn
I
your
don't know.
fucking mics down or stop deep throating the mics for fuck's sake. Hey, be nice. Wow. Okay.
Wow, fucking meanie,
So
dude.
mean.
Okay,
Sorry.
so are we louder? Maybe she can turn.
I'll
down
turn you
that
guys
mic.
down a little bit. Yeah. Okay.
Jesus, you guys waited so long to be like that and then go all rowdy.
Wow.
This show's
Okay.
been on for 3 hours, 4 hours.
I can't believe
Finally
you.
tell us?
I can't believe you talked to me like that. I
You
can't
wait
believe
4
you
hours
talked
and
to
you
me.
yell at us?
Did you yell at us? Okay.
Wow. Person or woman on Twitch harassing? Wow, okay. Ban them from the whole platform. I'm calling Pokey. I'm DMing Pokey right now.
No, but you guys had paused me while I was like asking about like why he was getting so specific about like what he meant when he said welcome back Zero, because he was saying I'm not saying that he should be welcome back to the tournaments, I guess. So
Yeah, that was a weird thing.
So
There's a lot
I
of
was
weirdness from in this.
Yeah, there's a lot. That last 2 minutes was like fucking. That was actually the most intense than the rest of the video. Everything else was kind of like, haha. Let's see. Nick in the chat says, "I'm confused. What took
Tech 2
What
months
took-
here. It feels like this was made in the last 3 days. There are
I
no
agree,
new
yeah.
arguments here. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, the skits probably took a while, but yeah.
Right, the skits were probably filmed a month ago. Everything else was literally like 3 days ago. Yeah,
Yeah.
because he's got clips from Tommy's
No,
stream from
he
like 4
said
days
on
ago.
I was listening to one of his streams the other day. He said he's been traveling a lot, so he hasn't like worked on the video until like very recently. Like a lot of the work is yeah.
Nick
You
is
guys
just
might
really let
actually be
down.
right with
He
that.
did hype this up and like say, "Oh, I'm gonna get something really." Holy shit!
Yeah, Nick, you have access to the Discord if you want to jump in. So, should have stayed
Yeah,
in the
Nick,
dress.
come on in, dude.
Wait, Tommy C, come back!
Nick, Tommy, you know you're still not
Wait,
sleeping.
wait,
Um,
wait.
I took
Wake
no
up,
hit
Tommy!
from this. Yeah, I know.
Time
If
for
anything, it was
5
like
a.m.
free. It was free advertising. So, you know.
Yeah, and I checked Technicals' social blade a few hours ago. He lost 100 subscribers. Let's see how he's doing now. It still says negative 100 from the day.
This
Dang,
upload is
dang,
so
dude.
bad, Lamau. Damn, dude. Damn. All right, let's resume.
I hope you guys enjoy that. This has been the commentary double standard. If you guys enjoyed, remember to leave a like, comment, and subscribe, and I will see you in the next video.
Who is the goblin orc in the video? Are you talking about me? What the fuck, dude?
What?
What the F, man?
Yeah. God damn. Okay,
the
I guess.
frick?
What part did you want to rewind to, Edwin?
Just that last chapter right there, conclusion from the beginning.
Okay.
Because that went kind of fast. He was kind of just swinging.
Yeah.
More than anything. I know that I've worked with Nicholas Deorio and John Swan in the past. That will not be happening in the future. Even when I was working with Deorio, I gave him the easiest part of the Sky House, which was only the finances, and he still managed to wait until the last week to even start working on it, and gave me his piece at 7 a.m. I wasn't planning on working with him anyways. He's fucking lazy as shit, and I'm not a huge fan of his content either. I think it actually made my video worse. It's just the amount of obvious pseudo-intellectualism and moral grifting just to get ahead in the fucking
Moral
commentary
grifting?
game.
Is he really one to speak about moral grifting?
Nick didn't say he was going to come in, right? I don't know if we should wait for him because this is weird, but he's
No,
probably
he
just...
didn't say he was going to come in. I
Okay.
just let him know that he can if he wants.
Alright.
So, yeah.
He got the pass, bro.
Okay. Moral.
He's probably
moral
too lazy.
grifting.
I'm just
Okay.
kidding.
Yeah,
Oh,
dude. He's
it's
too busy
so
fucking
cancer.
finishing videos at 7 a.m. fucking last second, dude.
Yeah, jeez.
I fucking hate all of you.
He does
Oh,
need to
and
get
one
better
last
with
thing.
that.
Wait, 5 seconds behind.
7 a.m. I wasn't planning on working with him anyways. He's fucking lazy as shit, and I'm not a huge fan of his content either. I think it actually made my video worse. It's just the amount of obvious pseudo-intellectualism and moral grifting just to get ahead in the fucking commentary game. Oh, it's so cancer. I fucking hate all of you. Oh, and one last thing, please, for the love of God, do not go on Twitter and harass Turkey Tom. He is not Zaptai. Don't even go and harass Zaptai, okay? I have no problem with him uploading content. If he wants to come back and make a redemption arc, he has to prove that to his audience. And if they decide to support him, they support him. If they don't, they don't. Same exact thing for Zero. The next video we're going to do is going to be a PO unboxing video, and then I already have 100...
Nick just linked me a video. Let me see.
Holy, so he
So
said
to be
that
honest, if he thinks
Nick's
I'm-
content is cancer, and he fucking
My
hates
cat
all
just
of you.
took a
So he
fat
hates
shit
everybody.
and
who
had
hits
some
it.
stage 5 clingers. I didn't know this till after she said, I'm
Did he
like,
timestamp
ooh,
this?
not
Let's
like this,
watch it,
not
guys.
like this, not like this, STRDST, not like this, STRDST, not like this, STRDST, not like this, STRDST, not like this, STRDST,
I'm sorry,
not
guys. I
like
can't
this,
hear what.
STRDST, not
I
like
can't
this,
hear a single thing you
STRDST,
guys
not
are
like this,
saying to
not
me
like this, not
because
like this.
Ties and Wine here decided to spend 150 bits to make Duke Nukem talk about his cat.
Wow.
Shit.
Oh my god,
How disrespectful. Wow.
that sounds epic.
You should be giving the bits to me. What the fuck? Yeah, so just
You don't have the Duke Nukem voice installed, dude.
Yeah, you gotta get Duke Nukem. I don't know what it is, man. Ties and Wine over here. I think Ties and Wine must have been the one who made me be super rude to Wicked Supreme too. Okay. All right. It's timestamped. Let's see. Oh fuck. I feel like he plagiarized. Oh, he plagiarized. Oh, okay. Let's see. This is what Nick linked us.
I'm inconsistent. Good. Nick's inconsistent vibe. When my biggest problem is that I think he's making excuses for a really disgusting person. To be honest, if he thinks I'm inconsistent, good. I don't really care. If he thinks that like our community is cringy, good. You like really fucked over my friend, so we're not planning on having you back. If you think that we're inconsistent, don't work with us. We're not going to take that personally because we're not going to work with you. So that's okay. And I think like, hey, listen, if he gets me on anything honest, my response is going to just be to honestly respond, concede on points where it's correct, and not back down on points where I'm doing nothing wrong. I've never had a problem conceding on anything like that before. I was the first one to tell you that we fucked up the Ian Miles Chung situation pretty badly. I was also the person who exposed my friend John Swan when it turned out that he wasn't being legitimate, and I realized that I had made a terrible mistake and made a whole video defending the guilty party. Yeah, dude, listen, if I have to make any concessions, I'll be the one to do it. I don't have any problem with it. I think that he's not the kind of guy who's going to do that, and I think that's going to show long term. I think this is very...
Of course, there's a call star. She's crying in this video. By the way, it turns out that 9001 was the one who paid bits to make all of that sound come through while Supreme was opening up to me. God damn it, dude. It wasn't Utah's one. It was 9001. Let's see.
Very personal. I don't think he actually has a problem with Big B or my really most of my coverage of Big B. I mean,
to be fair, Star, at the time you were crying, I was not crying. I don't think I was.
This. He's told me in private he liked the videos before. I mean, I introduced this guy to him. I mean, like, it's just, you know what I mean? It's just like, I don't know, dude. You never had a problem with him before. I think this is to hurt me by going through people I care about. Because he feels hurt about people he cares about. And he feels like we've encroached on his territory. Sure, dude. That's fine. I'm not really too bothered. I feel kind of worse for people who are being thrown into this for no reason. But again, I don't know. His brother got brought up, so I understand. I just wish he didn't target people. Big V didn't do anything wrong, so he.
Wait, you guys made it in the tech vid 9001 and walking on the roof? What do you mean?
Dude, they're talking about people in Nick's chat made it in the tech vid, right?
No, this is not tech vid anymore.
This is different. This is not the tech vid.
Yeah.
Damn, you guys didn't make it.
Yikes.
Also, like, this is like Nick getting kind of serious, huh?
Yeah.
Nick's fucking getting serious.
It seems like he's like, this is, and you know, and I gotta say, for us to compare the two, like, you can tell Tech is angry, especially in the end. He's like, your content is cancer. Fucking hate all of you. Like, geez, okay, mad boy. You know? And like, in that's like him saying goodbye to the friendship. And here, Nick is saying goodbye to the friendship. He's like, he's not fucking clowning. He's just like, hey man, if you want to be honest, that's cool. I'll concede, whatever. Because you know, obviously, Nick acknowledges that Technnicals is his talent, and he's made good content in the past, and he has skill to do it again. So if he wanted to, he could do some good content. But obviously, he didn't choose that route. So that's kind of the Nick
So
the route
saying
Nick is taking.
Technicals is molding and Nick's Chad.
Yeah. Technicals is the epitome of molding, and surprisingly, Nick is not. Nick is calm and collected. Very rare, Nick, guys. This is like a rare Pokemon.
Yeah, this is shiny.
Yeah, this is a shiny Nick.
He's hunting a shiny.
We just hunted a shiny Nick.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna pull in
a
couple people in the lobby here. So.
Oh, Nick is here! Woohoo!
Nick, what's your opinion on the new Pokemon Go?
I like it. I think it's a little.
I like it too.
It's. I just like running around catching a bunch of shit.
Yeah. I don't. The intro was way too long though.
The reason it was so long is because like this is a totally different game. Like
yeah, I know, but still,
it won't be like that in the future. But the tutorial took forever. I'm gonna fucking hate doing that on stream next week.
Yeah, man.
Spoiler alert: I'm probably not gonna talk too much about text video because I'm probably gonna wait and reflect on it a little bit before I make any huge judgments. Yeah. But yeah. Jesus, for 2 months in the wait, that was like That was really underwhelming. I don't know, because I got a call from somebody, a friend of mine, who's like, dude, I don't want this drama to go down or whatever. When Tech makes videos, he fucking destroys people and stuff like that, giving me like that kind of vibe. And it was like, I feel like he phoned this one in. I don't know.
So did you for a moment think he was actually gonna do a good video?
No, I'm like, well, if he's gonna make a video, surely he has to have something new. I didn't think he was just gonna reiterate a lot of Twitter stances.
It keeps kicking Ginger. I don't know why.
He probably has an Android. Sometimes that happens with Android people. Like when they go on their phone, I think. I mean, I don't know. Let's see if I'm right. Do you have an Android, Ginger? Or maybe she's a ginger. Apparently, according to Tommy, those tend to be bad people.
Yeah, dude. I think you can hear like the black pill in my voice about like how much I don't care about these friend arguments anymore. Like, holy shit, dude. I'm just waving people goodbye at this point. Because like, I don't know, after the Tommy drama earlier this week, anybody else who wants to pick a fight, you guys can just go. I don't know.
What do you mean?
All right, my turn.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I'm not arguing.
Dude.
Oh boy. Yeah, I don't know.
So
I highly doubt anyone arguing with me like on a personal level is going to be like that impactful. So I don't know.
Now, you said you're not addressing the video, but how do you feel about the label Daddy Nick?
That's new to me. I don't know where that came from.
I think Technicals is trying to get intimate with you.
Oh, I must have missed that.
Yeah.
I thought positives. I thought the video was funny.
Yeah, it was funny. Yeah, it was funny. Yeah.
It actually was. There's a lot of funny part, dude.
Yeah.
The Dickster segment, dude. Oh god.
Oh, I think the Mickey Mouse segment was probably.
Oh yeah, Mickey Mouse is a pedo. Someone needs to make a video on that, dude. That's like the biggest discovery of this whole thing is that Mickey Mouse is fucking kids.
I don't think that was a big discovery. I think we were just waiting for him to say it, you know. So.
Dude, what the fuck, man?
I thought the funny part was the Tommy part. Unfortunately, guys, I thought it was funny.
Oh, when he brought up Jordan Peterson.
Well, no, when it said like breaking up with Nicholas Deorio emotional stream, I thought that was
that was good.
Oh yeah.
I shockingly have no comment for that part.
Shockingly, hey, you're not the only one. I brought you up, and he left. So
dude, Tommy came in and explained his segment, and then Edwin was like, "So about Nick," and then he's like, "Bye." Like, bruh.
Yeah, surprisingly, there is no comment for that
well,
one.
hey, now though,
can I just want to say one thing. Like, I know this is probably like I'm sure everybody knows this already, but you guys know that Zaptai it's that's a Wikitubia entry. You know that he didn't actually like live in Canada, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
He was in Canada. Like I don't know what he told me, but like by the age of like 7, he was out of Canada. So like I don't know what the fuck Canadian law has to do with like anything here.
I don't know why.
I have no fucking idea. Maybe I don't know where it came from. I'm a little intrigued. That was like I think he spent more time on the Canadian law than he did about Katie in the Zero video.
Dude. I thought he was just bringing up Canadian law to show how Chad our law is about pedos compared to U.S. man. Lolly is considered CP. Lolly hentai is considered CP here, which I agree with.
That's pretty base, dude. They would have arrested his brother.
Yeah, it's super base, dude. It's super. Oh, that part's not base. But
yeah, that's pretty base. Why wouldn't you say that's base? Do you think that like that's okay? Are you supporting that behavior? Ooh.
No.
Yeah, I'm just making sure.
Yikes, Boblax. Well, Boblax was just saying, Boblax has been yikesing all night, honestly.
How have I been yikesing? Edwin's been yikesing harder, man.
Nah, Boblax, you've been yikesing very much.
What do you mean? Just because I don't want to mail M&Ms, dude?
You hear me?
Oh yes, we can hear you. It seems like you're discriminating on genitals, Boblax. Seems like you're being very prejudiced.
Yeah, I ain't gay. I don't want cock.
Whoa.
What's wrong with not being gay? I'm allowed to show my straight sexuality. I'm allowed
think
to
you're
Are you
just-
like a
express
super
myself.
straight?
Hashtag pride. I mean, super straight means you don't like
Straight pride.
lady cock, and I'm fine with lady cock. I've said that many times, so lol.
Are you saying that like a trans
did you say-
person isn't a man?
So you go for
No, I'm saying that's super straight. Isn't the
Well, why would you
concept
refer to
behind
it as
that
lady
you would-
cock?
Yeah, lady cock.
Because it's a woman with a cock. What?
Okay.
Are they not women to you?
I don't know what.
You know
Are they
what?
not women
I
to
think
you,
we
Nick?
gotta stay away from this one, guys.
When
I
did we
feel
start
like we're
talking about
getting
women with
dangerously. We're getting dangerously
No, when
close.
Nick brought up super straight, because super straight means you're like only down to fuck biologically born women.
Oh.
I didn't even know what that meant, to be honest.
I didn't know what super straight was. I'm new
That's
now.
not what that means.
Wait, isn't it? Isn't
Wait,
that
you
what
just
super
got
straight
pooped
means?
on. What the
No,
fuck
that's
does
what
it mean?
no, that's what super straight means. Look up super
No,
straight.
it's not.
What?
No, look it up.
I'm looking
Super
up now.
Straight is a song by somebody, and it's on Apple Music.
Oh, we should check in on. We should check in on. What's her name?
Oh, Super Straight means wouldn't date trans women.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's coming from the Atlantic. How trustworthy are they?
Yeah, I can.
Super straight is a fucking meme term anyways made up by fucking tardos online.
It is actually made from 4chan, so you're not entirely wrong.
So true. So true.
It was made in 4chan.
What is this?
Yeah.
But listen, I know Putin's not a big enough idiot to send nuclear weapons and blow up America because I know
canceled,
Putin has
we're
half a
gonna do a
brain. That's why I
stream
know that.
tomorrow, like
And you probably
for
know that
podcast,
too, that
and
they're
I
not going
canceled
to
it.
start a
I'm
nuclear
assuming that I'm actually
holocaust.
getting, like,
You know that.
Wait,
Oh,
wait, why is this guy in a full suit on a fucking Twitch politics?
I mean, superpower broadcasting does that too. So,
Wait,
you know,
who's
somebody
on
somebody messaged me and told me to debate this guy. I don't know why.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you guys.
You
What were
better
guys
get a
saying?
suit out for that.
Oh, who's on there? Oh, good.
Yeah, it's a nice group of people.
Yeah.
I have YMS on tomorrow. It's gonna be.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, you
He's
remember
chill.
Suck?
Yeah.
That guy? I like him.
I've
Because he
never
follows
talked
me on
to him
Twitter.
before. I've never talked to him before.
I like him because he follows me on Twitter. I don't know anything about him. But I like him because of that.
Tom said he's a furry once, but I'm pretty sure he's not.
Well,
but maybe he
furries
is.
are-
and
okay, I'm pro furry.
All right, look, I wouldn't be mad at him if he's a furry, but I'm not like coping on the furry meme. I don't like furries
Why?
because
Non-discriminatory, man.
true. Oh
Dang.
man, I don't know. Does anyone like? Did anybody else have this thought? I guess my last takeaway from this whole situation, for a while, is that like I feel like this video is a big self-report.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so.
So the whole video is angled as like the commentary double standard, but like Turkey Tom made the same points as me in a different video on his channel that has more views than mine, and he got mentioned 3 seconds of it. Technicals has been friends with us for over a year. I'm pretty sure. I'm 99% sure. I said this in my other thing. I can never prove it because it was a verbal conversation. But he told me he liked my Zaptai video when we were prepping the Sky stuff when we were working together with that. Obviously, all of his qualms with Tipster were around for an extended period of time. This is somebody who's like never been critical of us to like anywhere remotely close to this capacity. So it's like now that it's inconvenient for him, all of a sudden we're bad guys.
Yeah.
Which is literally the double standard. He gave us a pass for a year.
Tommy also
quote,
brought
unquote.
up that he was like pretty much not super critical of Technicals. He was basically as critical as me and Turkey Tom were, yet he got a segment and me and Turkey Tom didn't.
Oh yeah, Tech was schizo way before the like the brother shit, where I guess it's fair that he could be schizo. Because he was like mad that we did that whole conversation on Augie's stream. Like initially we were supposed to just be able to calmly watch his show and then he'd come on to talk about it after if we had any issues with it. But he like demanded his way on midstream and then started a debate while we reacted to it. That seemed like it was pretty, I don't know, it's a little insecure
Hostile.
there. Yeah, oh yeah, hostile is the word. And then there was like the whole argument after he posted the Nairo video. Then he like unfollowed me and like subtweeted me on Thanksgiving. I don't know. I mean, those just seem like me being critical of his content. So
And he
I don't
was
know.
getting
It's,
laid while quote tweeting you.
yeah, yeah. Oh, and he's bragging about all the sex he was having. That was
Oh
totally
yeah,
stable.
he was fucking getting fucking laid, dude.
Yeah. No, I was saying earlier too that it's like I'm sorry, but, you know what? This is how on my streams I like to fucking clown and like I'm like, oh, you ever want me to go Alabama? Bring up fucking Technicals because like he's just the epitome of a fucking coward, a pussy. Like someone that has all these problems with
I
you
don't,
but doesn't
dude.
bring him up.
I don't care about any of that shit. I'm not here to do the fucking fight me IRL.
No,
Fucking, you're a pussy, you're a bitch. Lol, 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 lol.
No,
I just think that
I
he's
know.
I think he's like do it by any means necessary. He's going to protect this guy no matter what steps in his way. This guy's coming back to YouTube. Friends or no friends, or no friends or no
that's probably-
friends. And so now it's like, all right, we're dropping this Zero video. All right. Shit, we need something. Okay, I'll just fucking throw up a Nairo video. We'll talk about Nairo. They'll only talk about Nairo after this. Put up the Nairo video. Oh shit, wait, I'm getting criticism. Fuck. All right, I'm gonna debate them. Make sure that we like funnel these people in through all the quote tweets and shit that we can possibly do. Oh wait, fuck. There's still a problem. Okay, we're gonna make a video. But we're not going to address their criticisms with Zero. We're just going to Zaptai, perfect fucking distraction. We'll do a whole video on Zaptai, and we'll implicate the whole community so that they all fucking get.
No, I don't
shit.
think
I don't
he
know, dude.
distract with Zapta. He distracted with like 20 other fucking subjects.
Yeah,
He
now
did
it's not
with Mini
Zaptai.
Lad.
It's Kiwis. It's Mini Lad.
It's
Like
Mini Lad, Kiwis. And
I don't.
Yeah,
like,
and-
I think this Mini Lad, like the parallels he was trying to draw, are going to be like
Oh, I
a
know
problem
Nesion.
for him moving forward. Honestly, those were weird. It just proved to me he had no idea what he was talking about on the Mini
I
Lad
feel like
stuff.
the whole video was jumbled. Like, I don't know if I'm the only one that got this sense. Maybe I was too stoned.
It
to
felt like
to
he threw it
watch
together in 3 days. Yeah.
Yeah, it really
and I was
did.
like,
It
"What
felt like
took
that.
you so long? Wasn't it supposed to be 2 weeks, not almost 2 months?
Yeah,
And
he
how
said
did that
it
take
on I think
almost-
November something. He announced it.
Like,
Late
how did
November.
that take so long?
He claimed it was because of Christmas break and then vacations and
And
shit.
traveling, yeah.
Oh my God.
I heard him on stream. He said like he did a stream yesterday. I tuned in for a little bit. He talked about it. He said that it was because he was traveling, because he traveled to the Jake Paul thing and then he traveled to like somewhere else after for a bit as well.
So yeah, I don't know. A lot of stuff is like for explanations on stuff he said about me. It's like the next frame of the video he's covering explains why that is the way that it is. Like when I'm talking about like legality with what's his fucking name? Like that's a guy who like sent a dick pic to a child. That's why I'm talking about that. Or like the Elvis the Alien stuff. Like, Nick, why are you mad at Elvis the Alien? Well, if you let the video play for 3 more seconds, I tell you. You know, so it's a lot of just like, I'll just put it together.
Did
we'll figure
Kiwi
it out.
send a dick pic? I forgot that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he said that the girl said she was depressed, so he fed her a dick pic for good measure.
Wasn't the same thing with Mini Lad? I
Yeah,
believe he sent
that's a
dick pic,
great
too.
that's a great remedy for being depressed, So
No, I've
yeah.
literally never gotten a dick pic, and then my spirits lifted.
Same. Yeah,
Wait,
if
no,
anything,
it's
it's like a
wait,
little
wait,
bit
you've never gotten-
depressing. I
Wait,
would
when
be
you were a
I would
kid,
be
you never
more
got a dick
depressed.
pic from a grown adult who told
Yeah.
you that like this is gonna make you feel better.
Yeah.
Oh God. That sounds like
Down
something
in
out
the
of
dumps, you
Law
want to see my raging penis? Hello?
Usually,
that guy
I
li-
find that dudes send dick pics like out of anger,
That guy literally had the balls
I'm
to
so
say that shit
pissed
to
at
this
you.
girl's fucking mother.
Yeah.
Stardust, you like my Facebook DMs.
Yeah.
Really? Okay. Yeah. We should have a.
Wait, I posted before Tech. How dare you call me lazy?
You posted way before he did.
Dude, he's right about that one, dude. You lazy AF, man.
Pineapple doesn't belong on pizza.
Well,
no,
wait,
I don't think
what
it's
the
laziness.
that's wrong.
I don't think it's laziness.
That's it. I
He
don't,
waited for you.
I don't
only
give
to
her
be-
any
for you-
charitability anymore.
Your
What the
segment
fuck
was the
did
worst in the
she?
video, dude. How do you feel about that?
What happened?
He said you had the worst segment in his video.
Well, there was only 2. There was his segment and my segment.
Well,
I mean, I
damn.
think he's a little biased.
Jeez.
I
what are you
I
doing?
personally liked my segment.
Yeah.
I might
What?
be a little
Sorry,
biased.
Nick. Your segment was shit.
I guess it wasn't worth waiting for. I don't know if you
What
regret
the
it or what.
fuck did Anavor say about pineapple on pizza?
She said pineapple and pizza's bad. She's looping again.
Oh my god. I need to
You
go in
just
her
made it
chat
to
right
Ginger
now.
Island on your Switch save. Nice.
Actually, no, I can't. I'll,
Calzone
I'm just
pizza
very
is
disappointed in that
okay, but
opinion.
I feel like it's so.
You can't fix her,
unhealthy.
Boblex.
Like I always feel so.
But he can flick her
unhealthy
feet.
to eat it.
Okay, shut the fuck up, Edwin, you fucking weirdo.
Can you
God
fix her
dang.
and get her to unban me from chat? That would be a good fix for her.
Why is everybody banned from her chat? What did she do to you guys? What did you guys do to her?
I asked if I should be afraid of Stardust.
Well, there
Yeah.
you go.
Yeah. I'm
Why are you
sorry,
scared of
Nick.
her,
That
Stardust?
would have done it. That would have done it.
Did you guys
yeah.
see? Was right about Anna.
You
after
guys see the
hearing that
the new
pizza
picture of
comment?
Ralph's face?
God damn.
Yes, but she's about to tell me her beef with Anna.
Oh shit.
Ooh.
Why she hate you or ban you?
What do you mean? Why does she hate me? It's all documented, dude.
Yeah, Edwin, are you not watching the fucking video?
You
where to
didn't
start.
see that loop clip of her saying Stardust isn't a good person.
Well, I saw that one, but I didn't see explanation. I don't know why. I want to
Yeah.
know why.
Well, because I'm morally disgusting. So.
Oh.
Yeah,
that's
I
where it
mean,
ends. Okay.
duh.
Duh.
Dude.
Like freaking duh.
Dude,
Damn,
I can't
Edwin.
wait. I can't believe Edwald's degeneration is such a loser, dude.
Yeah, man. Fuck that fucker, man.
What the? Wait, that's not me.
It is you.
He
You're
said
like a 3-sub YouTuber. Shut the fuck
he
up,
said
Edwin. No one cares about
Edgar's
you.
degradation.
That's you. You're
Yeah,
Edgar's
dummy.
degradation.
Yeah, stop degrading.
You know what, Edwin? She likes you, Edwin. She likes you a lot. You could probably message the chat and be like, "Hey, can you unban my friend Nick?"
Yeah, also tell her what the fuck's up with her pineapple on pizza opinion.
Oh, I have
I
to
need
follow
fucking
her. to
clarify.
chat,
I
though.
need big clarification
Does she
on
get
that.
notifications if I follow her?
Yeah, I'm sure she'll
Maybe.
notice it. She likes you.
Tell her
Edwin.
that her pizza opinions are fucked up.
Edwin was about
and
to sabotage
psychologically
me one night.
damaging.
He was so friendly to her in the chat, and he was saying, "You should play this game with us." And I was like, "Edwin, like,
No, well, I didn't know anything about her. Somebody else, or she said, I don't know. And I was like, well, cool.
you didn't know
that'd be
anything
funny.
about her, really, Edwin."
I
Really?
barely know anything about her. Then you
Okay.
said something, and I was like, okay, I get it. Never mind. And then I stopped. And she was really funny because people kept owning her in chat, but they actually weren't, and she kept getting insecure. It was interesting. It was okay. I don't know anything.
What? Man,
That was the
I'm
real
just
degradation.
I'm very psychologically abused by that fucking opinion.
Oh my
Dude,
god.
Willie Mac show had the hottest take out of everything.
What?
Did you see what he wrote? Look at this tweet.
Wait, let me see.
What did he wrote? Let's see.
Where's the tweet at?
Nobody's. Yeah. Makes sense. That's kind of what I got too at one point.
That's what I got. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like he just named a bunch of people. It's like nobody's ever a pedophile now. They're just
Yeah.
weird. you
Exactly.
can't. They can't pick one, dude. It's,
He's
We're all
mad that everyone was
groomers.
called a pedophile.
Everybody's a
Yeah.
groomer now too. You know, we're all groomers. So my
That
chat
one
is
is
full of
true.
groomers.
That is true, but it's not that bad
No.
to be a groomer.
Oh.
Yeah, we groom ourselves
Oh.
every day.
Whoa.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
What happened? Why are there all of these people here now? Where's
What do you mean?
Wildman? Wildman is
Oh,
the
shit.
original groomer, honestly. So
You just got a random 100 people boost. What happened?
I have no
Be in your best
idea.
behavior, guys.
You know what? Probably somebody ended stream. 2 people ended stream. 2 big people ended stream. So that's probably what it is.
Yeah, you're like the third choice. Like, you're like
Thanks.
backup.
Thanks, Bo Blacks. Really appreciate it.
Well, that's what.
Oh my
what you
gosh,
were saying.
Taftosh, thank you for the raid. Very much appreciated. Wow.
Congratulations,
Better to
guys.
be
Thanks for
third
coming.
choice than like 100th choice,
I suppose
like
so.
other streamers.
Thank
I'm
you
the
for
fucking.
choosing
I'm like the
Stardust.
sixth. I'm like the sixth choice. So.
Wait, everybody shut up. Everybody shut up. Thank you for choosing Stardust. Thank you for coming to my stream. Thank you for raiding me. I appreciate you, Taftosh, and I look forward to having you on tomorrow. And hi guys. Please follow. I love you. It's not weird
Tell us
though.
about your show,
It's
what to expect.
platonically. So
Oh.
yeah.
That was sweet.
I'm the trash man. I come out.
What can
I
people
throw
expect from your show?
trash all over the ring, and then I start eating garbage.
What the?
Hello, Repzilla.
You guys can continue talking. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
That's all right.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm in a fucking like super fucking like Tardo mood right now, as you can tell.
Tardo?
Yeah, silly mood. Energetic.
Same.
Nice.
So about the green M&Ms.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I went to the store the other day and I saw M&Ms, but there's only male ones, and I got really pissed because I wanted to eat some like hot, sexy female M&Ms, but there was fucking none. So I got fucking enraged.
Yeah.
Speaking of the M&Ms, have you seen the new Minnie Mouse?
I have not.
The
Is
new
she
Minnie
hotter?
Mouse.
I just tweeted, or not just
Is she
recently, but I
hotter?
tweeted
That's the
today-
first question.
I tweeted
Yo,
today
does Minnie
about
Mouse have a
the
big
new Minnie
rack?
Mouse. No, she literally is in like a Hillary Clinton suit.
Oh, she's in a pantsuit. Oh my god.
Yes.
Oh, how dare she?
Hashtag
it's got
pantsuit
little
nation,
polka
dude.
dots. Yeah.
That's unacceptable.
Excuse you,
trying to make her
Boblax.
woke.
I'm sorry
They're
that you
trying to make-
can't appreciate
I'm calling
a
the
mature
quartering right
woman in a
now.
pantsuit. Okay.
They're trying to wokeify her. I'm calling quartering right now. He'll have a word to say about this. Dude, the fucking like hyperbolic conservative type creators on YouTube like freak out over like the smallest like little change to any iconic character to like Mr. Potato Head is now non-binary. Oh my fucking god, it's the end of the world. SpongeBob's gay? What? Like,
I
who
sent the
gives a
tweet
fuck,
to you,
man?
Starbucks.
Journal. What's hidden in the pages of the journal? What the fuck?
What is this?
Right? This is a cool treehouse.
I'm glad she's not talking shit again. She was talking shit yesterday. Or no, not yesterday.
Oh, I
Today.
can go and provoke her.
No, don't do
What
that,
the
please.
fuck? No.
Wait, okay, so what should I go in and say?
Nothing.
Just say,
Don't do
please unban my friend.
Oh, okay. Oh, that is kind of provoking in my opinion. That will provoke her. Unban Stardust?
No, not Stardust. Don't bring me up.
Oh, Nick. Okay.
Yeah.
Pay attention.
My goodness.
dummy.
Okay. Is it showing to you guys Mickey Mouse and not Mickey Mouse, Minnie Mouse? Sorry. She's wearing a pantsuit.
Damn, she looks swagger as fuck. I don't know why the quartering's having a meltdown over that.
That looks like a pajama.
Okay, Hellways, just shut up, okay? We weren't
can't
talking
see it in
shit. We
chat.
were very generous, okay? So, you guys want to play Phasmophobia? Will you guys be up for a bit?
I'm up for a while.
Okay.
Boblack? Oh, Nick
Yeah.
used to love Phasmophobia.
Yeah, dude. Then he lost the Pokemon argument in the lobby and hasn't played since, dude.
Damn. Imagine.
Dude, where is Nick, dude?
He walked away, probably.
He was just here.
Probably like going to look up that secret fucking McDonald's menu that was in the Technicals video.
Well, you know what? Let's talk about Nick going soft. I like it. What do you think?
Yeah, I like it too.
Going soft?
Isn't Nick
How is
like
he going soft?
Isn't
my
Nick
God.
still like kind of mean to people though?
He's kind of mean, but
He just said fuck furries, dude.
I mean, he didn't say like he used
Well,
to say.
Boblax, furries aren't people.
See, dude.
I will just knock that one right out of the park.
And you said he's going soft, dude. And you said he's going soft.
Yeah,
I mean, don't they want to be known as animals, though?
He's literally on my side, Boblax. He's
Not
correcting me. He's
necessarily.
like,
I've heard a lot of furries are autistic, so the animal suit helps them feel safe and stuff.
Have you tried it out, Boblax?
No, I'm not personally a furry.
I don't know if
My
I can.
young- my younger
honestly, I
sister
don't
is,
think I
though.
could do this bit on Twitch, so I'm just gonna let you guys have this one.
Wait, which
you
one?
had to bring the autist part.
Wait, what?
What?
Stars have to bring autistic factor. Now we can't make fun of furries.
I wasn't bringing the autistic factor. I was gonna say that there is a cure for being a furry. It's called bullying, and that's why we should bring it back to
Yeah,
schools.
but now we know they're autistic, so it's kind of awkward.
Why?
Because you can't cure autistic people.
Well, wait, do you think Boblax wants to be cured?
I don't. I hope
I
he
actually-
doesn't.
I
He's a superhero.
don't.
Remember?
Why would Boblax want to be cured? That's what makes him him.
Exactly.
Yeah,
now
that'd
I'm
be
throwing it
really
all around.
weird.
You don't even know where I'm going with this.
Exactly.
I mean, that is true. But yeah.
Listen, where I hope you're going, Nick, is I hope you're going to a salsa club and gonna pick up some nice Mexican lady, maybe Colombian. Try it out, dude.
What's
Why?
with you and races, dude?
Cultural, dude. Culture.
What?
Wow.
What?
Gotta try some Latina pussy, man.
Oh my god.
What the fuck are you doing?
Oh my god.
Why that in
This
particular?
is
Why
wait.
that
Where the
in
fuck did this
particular?
come from? What is the context of this?
Always going the extra mile.
No context.
Well, yeah, earlier Edwin was trying to like say I should like fuck a Latina if she's like has her house on fire or some shit. I was like, what the fuck?
What are you trying to do?
Yeah,
I
he
just
was
want my
like,
homies.
if there was like
Dude, you should take this
Latina,
argument to politically
Vietnamese,
provoked.
and
Go up
black.
to go up to Mio on politically provoked and tell him exactly what you just said to me.
Oh, so you are
Look,
culture.
man,
Alright,
I
cool,
was
cool.
just on that panel the other day with Bo Blacks. I was saying, like, you know, why not share the white power, you know? But, like, they, you know.
Yeah, man.
They weren't down for that.
They weren't.
Those good Samaritans over on that platform weren't.
Who's gonna donate the way since the artist?
Wow.
Can't be me. Too dark.
So the part that sucks about this whole thing is that I canceled my fucking live podcast that I had to do for YouTube tomorrow, which I think I might as well just do now because I thought I'd be taking way more shit than this. I thought the video would do more. That means I actually have to finish my video that I was working on because now
Do you
there's
wanna
no
come
reason
on
to go
tomorrow?
like dark
Wow, don't want to be. You want to be
for this.
lazy?
I don't think I can do that because I have to finish the video still. But I was gonna be lazy and not finish the video. But now I feel like I have to finish the video.
Yeah.
So you did actually think he was gonna have at least a decent video?
I mean, he fucking took
More
2 months,
convincing.
Edwin.
Yeah.
It is
It took
terribly
2
bad.
fucking months.
What did
Yeah.
you
Look, at the
think?
end of the day, I know I'm right. I just thought he was gonna have a more rhetorically effective video. It seems like his video only really, like, it was his community that's mad about it, and then everyone else was kind of
mad.
like, eh.
What did you think he
Like-
was going to bring up in that video?
Nothing. I didn't know. I had no idea what he was going to actually bring up. I just figured it would be a bunch of old clips. If you go, actually, me and Edwin did a predictions thing, and that video, the whole thing, is exactly what the video
Oh
was.
yeah, you should watch that, Stardust.
I showed her the very end of it. I sent her the timestamp. But me and Edwin talked. I'm like, all right, so this is what it's going to be. He's going to go through every pedophile allegation in the last 3 years and nickel and dime it without talking about like the actual intricate details of the situation. He's going to break it down to like the smallest possible, like the most simplistic way possible, and try to like 1-to-1 things in the middle, which he did. I don't know. I kind of it's just like I expected to have to like concede some things. I don't really think there's much of that I actually have to do now. I don't know. I figured he'd find something if he was talking that much shit. Like he had already must have found something. But I think the
No,
only thing
he
he
just
really
brought up
found he put on Twitter. So I had already corrected it like weeks before he made the video. Yeah, I don't know. I thought the video would be more rhetorically effective, and I thought more people would be like, "Yo, fuck them," and then we'd actually have to respond. And then at the end of the day, we're right, so we would look good. But I don't know. It didn't really do that. I'm not even like compelled to really do much.
Yeah. Although I'm sure Tommy, Augie, and Tipster will all respond. But
I have to say, I'm
Some
actually
need to more than
disappointed that his video's as bad as it was because I was kind of hoping for a video from you on it, but it was so bad that
Now we're getting the
think you
Hassan video
didn't make-
sooner.
Hell yeah,
But
dude.
yeah,
That'll be good.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
Oh god.
It was super underwhelming.
Yeah, no, it was terrible.
I don't
I'm
know. I
glad
feel like his videos are like hyper than that usually. I don't know.
Yeah, so I am sure I'm sure he like hasn't had the amount of success he's had because he makes bad videos, and like clearly there were moments in it that were funny, but I just haven't been super impressed by the 2 videos of his that I've seen so far. So yeah.
I like the Sky one, but I'm a little biased. I'm in that one.
Yeah, well, apparently you're the worst part in it, so
And he's a little biased because
yeah.
yeah, fuck him.
I'm sure
I
he
don't know.
told you when you gave it to him that you did. That was a fine clip, right? Or clips, whatever.
Oh yeah, I think I found out later when I looked at like because I'm in like a group chat or whatever, and I looked and he's like, yeah, this fucker hasn't even sent this shit in. Like he was like totally nice to me, and then he's like, oh yeah, whatever. I don't remember that for a matter of fact, but
Well, he never complained about it. Like he's like, oh, this is good content, right?
I'm pretty sure I found out before this video that he was like totally pissed at me. But again, I did give him the feature. All right, I started the feature at 11 o'clock at night, and I gave it to him at 7 a.m.
Yeah. So you did it last minute, yeah.
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 We do a little trolling.